Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you'll see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family-owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. It's go time. Go time. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Welcome to Lapeef-ing Sundays. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Willie B, Miss Pearl, Pink, Real Dope, got Country Cookie, DJ Lapeef, me myself, and Lapeef JR. Welcome to the Sunday show. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's good now? What's happening?
A day in a paradise, man. Great day to be alive. So, looking forward to that. Finishing the day strong. Let's see.
Sure.
As you guys come in, make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor. Shout out to the sponsor, man. Go ahead and get your belt. The link is in the description, man. Anson Belt and Company. That link is in the description. I will be pinning that to the top of the chat as well. Make an excellent gift. I don't know who has a birthday coming around, but why not get them a belt? Especially your sons, because they were still walking around with their thighs spread apart trying to keep their pants up. So they are definitely in need of a belt. And Anson is the way to go. Why not keep them up in style, right? Amen. Just doing something really quickly. If you are catching this on the replay, make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Excellent show ahead for you guys. Courtship versus dating. What men want versus what women expect. Should be a very mature conversation, so I'm looking forward to that. What's going on, One Country Cookie? What you sipping on? None of that box wine, is it, this early?
I don't drink box wine. Who drinks wine from a box?
I don't know, man.
That's a thing.
Yeah, I think they got them at 7-Eleven.
No, it's fruit juice.
Damn.
All right.
And man, that look like the shit they serve at school now. We're taking the kids juices.
No, I'm a teacher. I buy stuff for my classroom, so I just crack one open.
Okay.
Like I have snacks in my room.
Yeah, it look like what they give you, with your lunch. The lunches they give, them little white box lunches. They still do that?
It's a serving, though. We drink too much juice. That's why people are fat. This is a serving of juice.
Yeah, that look like a shot glass.
Is that honest?
Huh?
Is that honest?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you an article on that. Actually, I know somebody that worked for the distribution company, and I got some facts on that. You would never give that to yourself or a child. But go ahead.
God damn. Well, y'all sure know how to ruin some good things, don't you?
I'm also against Chick-fil-A.
This is what I take to school. I have a juicer, a cold press juicer at home. I just didn't feel like doing that because it's
I know, but you might as well drink a Capri Sun.
I'm not drinking no damn Capri Sun.
It's the same thing. Just
Maybe
they
you're
say
right.
organic. Just because they say organic don't mean it's organic.
That's not even the one I actually buy. That was just crazy. They were out of the one I buy, so I'm a little.
I'm picking on you. I'm picking on you, Cookie.
I know. I really think there's something to these because I think you're right because these were still on the shelf.
They're terrible, but it's okay. It's okay. Just give water, just not out of a bottle.
I think I'm gonna get me some sweatshirts made and just put honest on there. So when people wear them, they can be considered top person. So
might as well.
Okay. Well, again, if you haven't already hit that like button, also make sure to subscribe to the channel. I see. Is that a bear shirt you got on, Hank? He kind of walked away. I see you and Pearl decided to color match today. You got your orange spirit going on too, huh? Okay, nothing wrong with that. Willie out here. What's your cute dog?
You said what?
Is that your cute dog?
Hell no.
Okay, I thought that might have been
He
a gold.
does not take me as any fraternity man.
I thought that might have been a gold hat and what they call it, like Perry.
No, this shit tan and this is just a tan hat, bro. That's all. It's cold. It's always cold in my house. So
let me find out. Got some gold boots on. That's sitting at the desk now. Anyhow, man, shout out to the cute dogs out there, man. I know him, White and DJ Hemp. Got a few brothers too I went to school with, man.
Yeah, one of my best friends is. When I was in college, that's what I was pledging. I just didn't stay in college long enough to finish. I went to the military.
Oh, damn! You went to the military straight from college?
Hell no.
While you was in college?
Yeah.
So you just stopped. You just up and left.
It wasn't an option. It was one of the better options that I was presented with at the time.
Okay. All right, shout out to them recruiters, man. They doing God's work out there, man.
That was a judge.
Okay. Well, shout out to
I thought they stopped that shit in the 70s. Go to jail or go to the military. Is that what they still doing that shit?
It wasn't a go to jail thing. It was basically this is what's best for you given what you keep doing. And
lock his ass up.
This is probably what's going to happen. So, and then my oldest son's mom was like, "You're going to jail. Maybe
you're going to jail."
I was like, "Fuck it."
Nothing wrong with that, man.
One retirement later, here we go.
It's not about you start, it's about you finish, brother. There you go. So,
right.
You came to the light. You saw the light in the tunnel, and that's all that matters, man. So, hopefully, we can get a few people to see the light, because I would hate for people to exit this earth and nothing in their life really amounted to nothing. So, shout out to you, Willie. And Willie also likes to give back to other black business people that look like him that's actually doing something. So shout out to him for extending that grace as well.
That's how I tithe, bro. I don't believe in giving money to church, so I just donate my time to people that need it.
Yeah. Amen. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and get it. I keep changing these damn pictures and shit, man. Excellent show. I'm gonna go ahead and run this clip, man. I'm gonna break it up. There's certain parts that's highlighted that I'm gonna play, but I think it opens up for interesting discussion. So I'm gonna go ahead and run it. I'm gonna bring it up real quick and then scroll to the timestamp that I have right here. So let me do this right quick. Oh, hold on. Be right back.
Speaking of give back, did OTC ever get with you?
All right, let's try this again. There we go.
No, people has been reaching out. It's been about the cybersecurity stuff, so I've been going through them and responding to it. But
Welcome to our.
My bad.
You go ahead, Willie.
That's the thing is like a lot of people that like when I make that offer, it's just because I know they're not gonna do it. And then what happens is now going forward, you can't say anything about. You have no defense for when I call you a victim-minded nigga because I literally will take somebody and handhold them to be successful. And I extend the offer to folks, and they choose to. They like working a 9 to 5, and being a slave to a time clock. So I ain't gonna try. I can't make them. I can't save everybody.
All right. Again, shout out to you, brother. We're gonna go ahead and get it started and run a little bit of this clip, and we'll get into it.
By as if it was the first time they was hearing it, I said you should know your position in somebody's life before they put you in a position in bed. And dating is humping, it's nonstop. It's the opposite. I read this book called The Purity Code one time, and it was written for teenagers, 14 to 16. But I read it as an adult, and it like changed my perspective on certain things. Here's what it said in it. It said that people are more sexually mature than they are mature in any other space. It's dangerous when it comes to dating because I know how to please you as far as sexually, but I don't know how to please you in no other way. But you asking this person to be in your life for the rest of your life. On what basis? Mm-hmm. On basis of what? Just because they good in sex and then everything else is just up in the air, right? You are literally gambling. The world would tell you, just like business, any business that you start, the reason why we put investment on it and the reason why we put time, energy, and effort is return on investment. I want a return on investment on the things that I'm putting my energy in. Dating does not give you a return on your investment. Mm-hmm. You actually waste money dating. You dating 5 people at a time. What these bills running up? These restaurant bills running up 160 on a good night. You doing that about 3-4 times a week. I'm not good at math, but man, that sounds like a lot of money. Just for you to not know where you stand, right? That just don't make no sense to me.
I am stopping right there. First question: do you think dating is really just a waste of money?
For who? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a question. Yeah, for the panel. Do you think dating is really just a waste of money? Go ahead, DJ, and then we'll go.
Okay, so yeah, just so I can while she's being quiet in the bathtub. For me, I think it is if it's not intentional. So that goes back to let's refer to the topic, courtship versus dating. But definitely, I do not agree. I have a son, and based on me having a 21-year-old son, I'm not in no favor of men spending money at all on women. I think that it needs to be an intentional thing, something that you guys make sure you have a connection with this woman. You guys are friends before it even gets to that level. I think that it's really important to just not spend money. Like, I think there's other ways you can get to know somebody, but I don't think that money should be on the forefront. But I also don't feel like money should be the main focal point either in connection. Like, if I want to fly to you and you want to fly to me, so be it. We're connecting. So what? We're grown. We could spend money. We make money, right? We got money. So in that space, yes, but in the sense that it's transactional, when I meet you, you feel like you are entitled. Like, I feel entitled that you got to take me out. Like, I don't like that type of movement and with connection. That's why I'm big on rather than having authentic connection, spending no money to see if we connect in that space first. So yeah.
All right, go ahead, Dope.
I don't honestly. I think it depends on what your intention is. If your intention is to, because I don't impose my worldview on people. I just try to help people get they outcome. So if your outcome that you want is you just enjoy dating, you just enjoy, meeting new people, and taking down women, and do that. It's not a waste of your money, but a lot of people who, if you are intentional and you are trying to find intentional women, most intentional women don't even care about your money. They don't necessarily they don't need you to spend money on a date. A lot of them would prefer to kind of go on a coffee date, or something light, go for a walk and just kind of get to know you and see if they even want to give you their time based on if y'all compatible, just from that standpoint. So it just all depends on the outcome that you want. But I would think most men don't know how to date, in my opinion. So a lot of them end up wasting money because I think they're doing it to get women to like them, and that's not how you do it.
All right, go ahead, Pearl.
I agree with Real Dope and DJ. I think that it depends on your intention. I think a lot of people nowadays spend too much money to mask the fact that they don't have any personality, that they don't really have anything to offer. So that's why the clubs, like loud restaurants, places where you can't really be intimate with them in the space as far as communication, again, to see where they are. Like I said, I think it's a mask. I don't think it's necessarily a waste of money. Like they were saying, if you're intentional, you're going to spend money regardless. But I think, again, we've fallen so much into the materialism. A coffee date, like now you're being called brokey, or it's like some sort of stigma to that. They don't want to just sit down and be spoken to. Again, that's on women's part too. Like you don't have shit to offer. So you rather him spend a lot of money to mask the fact that if he really sat you down and saw where your head was at, it's nothing there. And vice versa. A lot of men don't have personalities, anything to offer. So they walk and talk with their money as opposed to their character and their true heart. So intention first, money last.
All right. How you feeling about that, Cookie?
I think dating is a waste of money for fools. That don't know where to spend, how to spend their money. If like Real Dope said, I feel like if they enjoy paying for women, then you're not going to convince them that they're wasting money anyway. But I guess that it depends on the perspective, like, of the person and what you, like they said, your intentions, because that's just an odd question. I'm gonna leave it there.
That's an odd question. You think so?
Yeah, I think it's an odd question. No shade to you, JR. I just feel like there's so many factors that go into that question. You know what I mean? That's a whole show by itself.
I mean, I can honestly see where dating could be a waste of money depending on where you are in your life.
Yeah,
because it does add up. And if you're one of those people that's just gonna pay no matter what, and it's not that it's just how you just live, right? If you're going out, you want some company that come with you, you're gonna spend the bread, and not necessarily looking at as though you're doing it now. I'm not saying balling out, like just going wild with it, but if you're going out on several dates, you entertaining different women, I can see it being a high bill at the end of the week.
I just feel like it depends on if you got it or not. Does that make sense? Some men don't care about that.
I've heard women say, I've heard some women who say that, but then those women are women that expect for men to pay, that it ain't tricking if you got it, right? That's something that they say. That's something that I think they may use as a weapon towards certain men. Because if a man is not, if he's saying, I'm going to take you on a coffee date, and then she fires back with like, oh, come on, a coffee date, it ain't tricking if you got it.
What's wrong with a coffee date?
There's nothing wrong with a coffee date, but we've seen situations and heard stories of how if a man was to offer that coffee date, she looking sideways at him because she thinks she is above a coffee date because that's probably what she's used to getting.
Oh, well, I was just saying, like, over time, I think if it depends on the male. If he can't afford to date, don't do it, I guess. Like, or don't date those kind of women. That's what I'm saying about the question. I don't really get the question. Who are we dating here? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you mean wasting money?
Okay.
I'll catch up, JR. I'm hungry.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. Go ahead, Will. I see you came off the mic. What you got for us, brother?
I think it's funny how women like calling men tricks, but then get mad when we point out that they're prostitutes. Like they like to use prostitute vernacular to describe men, but then when we categorize their behavior as that of a prostitute, like in dating, I think it's odd. But for the question being like generally speaking, I think that dating is a waste of time for most men. And I think it's a value add for most women because they benefit from it more than men do. Men are paying for the majority of dates. Men are setting up the majority of dates. Men are initiating the majority of dates. Men do the majority of the heavy lifting on dates. Men do all the the gentleman stuff, the chivalry shit. We don't necessarily benefit from the date until we get the outcome that we're looking for. And with the majority of women, the only outcome that men should be looking for is a physical satisfaction. Because what we've seen is that a lot of women aren't worth the juice isn't worth the squeeze. A lot of women aren't worth dating. A lot of women aren't worth being provided for. A lot of women don't deserve protection. A lot of women don't qualify for the types of men that they feel that they're entitled to because their expectations are so high. So if men would look at it that way, I think that men would have a better time dating because then you would stop trying to date women and start trying to court women.
Go ahead, Hank.
So I do agree that dating is a waste of money especially for men, because most time men are paying for the dates. So yeah, for sure, I think that dating is waste of money because you can mess around, be entertaining a whole lot of women that you're really wasting your time. You just throwing money away on that end up establishing and turn out to be nothing. And most times you could be like straight like that and don't even get no ass out of it. So you just out here tricking your goddamn money off, not getting a shot of ass. And now you coming out empty handed with a goddamn bottle of Jergens. Yeah, that don't make sense to me. So yeah, for sure. It's a waste of money, man. Fellas, don't do that shit, man. Make sure you invest in something that's at least worth investing in. Instead of these goddamn money pits out here.
Like a lot of guys think that women will be taking those leftovers home to their kids when they really taking their leftovers home to the next nigga because they're not going back home at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock when they already got a babysitter. So they'll go stop by, they maintenance dick man's house, feed him, and then go home in the morning when the babysitter ready to leave. Women will probably never waste a babysitter when they already have one, especially if it's not like their grandma or their auntie or nothing.
Straight like that. Is that how she did you, though?
I don't know where you got that from, Hank.
Yeah, that was a whole
damn.
I just got here.
Very specific.
Damn.
I just got here, man. You could have said good afternoon. How you doing? How's your day?
No, we too familiar for all that, brother. We ain't gonna skip the pleasantries. Get to it. Put the gloves on, brother. Let's go.
Straight like that. You pay
what's
them
the
girls
difference
you meet?
between y'all's for men on the panel, so I can get an idea? Because I ain't gonna lie, I was asleep. So I was asleep. What's the difference for y'all between dating and courting for men, not for women?
Ain't that for JR to dictate? Because we ain't even got there yet.
Yeah, what they say, putting the cattle before.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. Y'all good.
Come on, Cookie. That honest drink you drinking is.
Go ahead, straight like that. You want to answer this question? Do you think dating is really just a waste of money?
I do think dating is a waste of money if the woman you're trying to court is not attracted to or she doesn't respect you. So I think for men specifically, when you meet a girl and let's say you generally like her, I tell my sisters this all the time. If a guy is approaching you, he already wants to probably just blow your back out for real. more. That's our incentive to even walk up to you. Once we know we're attracted, then it's more so, okay, who is she? Does she come from a good home? Can I make her my wife? That stuff happens once we date you gradually. So as the respect grows, and as you know that she generally is attracted to you, then a man will open his wallet and spend more money. That's just what it goes. I will start small and then it gradually gets more expensive once I know she respects me. And also, if a girl really likes you, she'll even take you out on a date, right? And then reciprocate the energy. So I think it is a waste of money if you're not looking at certain things to basically understand what you're doing. Now, I don't like tricks. I don't believe it's tricking. If you, I don't know what that means. I just think I think you're acting like a prostitute, and he's just basically paying you for a service. That's just what it is. So that this notion that if you got money and it don't mean nothing to him, it means that man is only paying you for your body. That's it. That he doesn't like you. He's able to dish out cash for your body and you give it to him, but you guys call it something else. Okay. But historically speaking, if I'm not trying to make you my wife and I'm paying to sleep with you, I'm paying for sex. So that makes you a prostitute and that makes me a buyer of your vagina. That's just what it is. Regardless if he has it and and it doesn't mean nothing to him, it doesn't hurt his bottom line. It doesn't matter. That's what the transaction is.
I have a question. So I haven't dated in years, by the way. My whole thing about it is though, you started off your argument by saying all men want to do is blow your back out. And then proceeded to say they should let you do it for fucking free. If y'all out here looking for that, that's all y'all want to do, then there's women out here that gonna make you pay. I'm not one of them women. But y'all throwing you will say that like it's we slinging our dicks and that's what we want. Be sure to know that that's what all men want from you. And then you turn around and you like, but then if we want to take her home to mom, you're a prostitute. And yeah, and you're a peddler. So
Yeah,
that's
but
the oldest argument in time, bro. Like, what are
did
you
you did
But I
you
think
did you
that's to the level of I think that's to the level of what he's trying to say. I don't think that he's saying like every man wants to literally and figuratively do that right then and there. But I think he's just saying don't be naive to the fact. So I think it's more or less the naive aspect, not saying that, but I mean, we all know kind of like
yeah, we all know.
right?
But what I'm
Like
saying
I don't
is
know. I'm
like,
40, so I kind of
no,
I don't know about you, but I mean, I'm
I'm
not
43. I know that, but to be
yeah.
able to admit that and then turn around and say,
well, it's
do
deeper
you
than
think
that,
these women?
Cookie.
Do you think these women care that you calling them prostitutes?
No, what I'm saying is it's deeper than that. I could care less if they care. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm saying apart from the initial attraction, if a man, and I said this in my statement, a guy is only approaching you because he's attracted to you. After that, he's seeing if you're a wife. The difference between just sleeping with a woman and a wife means if she doesn't give me the box or I don't get it today, I still care about her opinions, her thoughts,
You
and her
know that
feelings.
after the first day.
No, I said courting. You
Uh,
graduate to different levels as you get to know
Oh
the
well, no
person.
shit,
no,
Sherlock.
you start that. No, you actually you know that before the first date. You don't know it, but you think it before the
That's what
first
I'm
date.
saying. When did we stop talking to people on the
But
phone
you
and
don't
seeing
but
if we
you
actually
don't
like people?
but you
When did
don't
that
know that
stop?
after one date. You don't know that after one date. You
No,
I
don't.
I know.
mean, but
At
you
least
say
for
women
me,
you meet in the club come home and get naked for you for just
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying.
I don't like those women.
Well, what you said was that you like to meet women off the street and then get them to come home and strip for you. Like
I never said that. Y'all said that.
100% you did.
yes, you did.
Yeah.
So your point means not a lot in the space of interacting and
I never
dating
said that. Y'all said
100%
that.
you did. It's on the internet forever. Just
so
forever.
I
I
don't
know
know
it's not.
about
Yeah,
y'all.
that's fine, but I never said
Oh
that.
my bad. You got a fiance today. Let's be
I,
nice.
I don't know about the other guys on here, but I know at least for me, I think women start off at 100 and they just lose points. And when I say that, I mean like
God
if I see a
damn.
woman if I see a woman and she looks put together, she looks like she got it going on, then that's a woman who I'm going to treat a certain way until she shows me she's not. Versus most women, You see them and you like them for their body. Oh, I see how you dress. Okay, I want you for sex. But if I see a woman don't revert, it don't go the other way. It don't. I don't see you for your body, and then I start to like you as a wife. That's not how I do that. I don't do it that way. You got to start off as me seeing you as a wife, and then can maintain that. But you can lose it easily.
That's what I was trying to get him to see. That was backwards to me, what he was saying.
Yeah, if the first thing I notice about a woman is her body, she never makes it past. My intentions will never make it past anything that's not focused around her body.
Well, let me clarify one thing, and then you guys can let me know how you feel about it.
You still said
I
you
was,
like in the street.
yeah. So I was basically saying that when you approach a woman, right? When you approach a woman, generally speaking, it's attraction first. Now, I'm not going to say every guy operates that way, but I'm just going from my own experience and what I've heard other men say. If you see a woman, you will approach her. If you're not attracted to her, you're not really approaching her. Unless for some strange reason, and I'm pretty sure this does happen, you can generally build a rapport with someone and not be attracted to them, and then their character kind of um, makes you like them over time, right? But generally speaking, I don't think men operate that way. I think men will see what they like, they go for what they like, and then from there, as Real Dope says, which I agree, once you go on a date with her, you can put her right here. She's at 100, and then each date you start knocking down points depending on respect and stuff like that. So that's my clarification. Hopefully that makes more sense.
I don't think it's the dates where we start knocking off points. You knock off points at every interaction with that person. If I'm
Yeah, I'm
talking,
just using dates.
Facts.
I'm just using dates based on the topic, brother.
if
That's
I'm
the
talking to
topic.
you for 2 or 3 weeks before we go on a date because my time is more valuable than my money. Every time I talk to you, I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm asking you questions. I'm filling you out. You know, I find I don't ask surface level shit, so I can get to know you as a person. I want to hear your views about things. You know, I may talk to you about a trending topic or two, but all of that shit adds up to. I mean, you're 100% starts then, and then when we get to the date, you may be able to gain some points back, but typically once you saying you drop below that 90% or that 90th point, we're just fucking at that point. It's not going to be anything long term after that because I don't want to it's a grading scale. Men should be looking for women who get A, who are A quality women. So once you cross into that B quality, you know what I'm saying? B stands for back shots.
That's what I'm saying. Why are we acting like we dating people that we haven't talked to before? That's what this question was giving me from jump, and I was just like, what? That's how people were answering it. But I was just like, but wait a minute. If you've been talking to this person on the phone, like texting back in person, you know what this person is about before you go somewhere. Like you know what you have. Am I tripping or?
Well,
Okay, I was
so
like, why are we acting like we dating strangers?
I think a lot of
Makes
people go
no
on dates.
sense.
A lot of people do go on dates quickly probably these days. I know I went on dates like I didn't go on a lot of dates, but when I did want to go on a date, I did it fast. Like I don't really I wasn't playing no games with my woman. But I think in general, like people probably do try to go on dates a bit faster than texting for 2 weeks. Like if you see somebody on a dating site, I think a lot of people use dating sites these days. Like it's probably better. I think women would prefer that you kind of get the ball rolling.
yeah, the worst thing
Those
a man
women
can
want a
do is
free meal. Don't.
yeah, the worst
A
thing
That
a dude
patient
who's
woman
trying
that
to
will talk to you for 2 weeks on the phone, pretty
but
much waiting on a date. And then if the first date is a coffee date and she still go, she likes you.
but what does it? How do you feel if a man is
But
proactive and a man is like, yo, I want to go
oh,
out
he
this Friday. How about
like
this
quote
Friday?
on like love bombing me.
No, not love bombing, but like I'm free this Friday. Are you free this Friday? Like
Oh, wait,
let's
that's
do something.
different. And it also depends on what he's trying to do that Friday. Are we going? Because I don't want to feel obligated either. Because some men think a steak dinner get him what it be is for what, and that ain't how that works. So I would rather go to the coffee shop. You know what I'm saying? If it's quick, if it's soon, and I don't know you like that, I'm gonna meet you somewhere in public, cheap, so you don't be thinking that you owe me anything. I owe
Oh,
you
true,
anything both
true. I mean,
ways.
I prefer a woman. I don't really give you a say. You gonna go where I take you, but
I get that too,
I ain't about to
but
ask you what you like. No, I'm gonna make some plans and you gonna be there.
okay, you young though, so.
True.
I did want to post another question. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
I was cycling for some damn reason. But the next question I had, per what he also said, was, is courtship the only way to be serious about love? Is courtship the only way to be serious about love? You guys thinking over there? Loading?
I think you're gonna. I
Yeah,
think you're gonna talk to me.
I think it is. I really do. I mean, because if you
Can
just
you
want to
repeat
just
it, please,
continue,
Lapeef JR?
yeah, I got an answer. Hold on, DJ. So yeah, I believe it is. I mean, I think that's the only way to actually show somebody you're serious and let them know. But you also got to let them know that that's what you're trying to do. That you're locked in on them, and they should be locked in on you. I'm not out here playing no games. I'm not out here trying to play the field. I'm trying to get to it. Now, if you with me, then let's go. If not, then get the hell on. So yeah, for sure.
The question was, is courtship the only way to be serious about love?
Got it. I seen it scrolling at the bottom.
I
Thank
think
you.
I think it's the only way to be serious about getting married. I don't think it's the only thing serious about love though, because like courtship is just a framework. I'm saying the commitment, the values, the actions between the two people, like will determine if they're serious or not. And courtship is just like it's a structured path, but it's not the only path to get there. But for marriage though, if people say like they want to get married, or a man says he wants to get married, then he should be looking for women to court, not date. Because women date just to get to know you and to disqualify you from any future investment of their romantic capital or their, sexual attention. But when you're courting someone, you're actually trying to get to know that person, and the intentionality behind it is always aimed towards being married.
All right. Did you want to chime in on this?
Sure. I Roger back what Willie said. Hink, I missed exactly what Hink said because I was reading what you said in the comments. But for me, I don't see that the only way to be serious about love at all. No, I Roger what Willie says. So definitely, I think that love should be based on the connection. I think you have the ability to love a friend. So I can truly love, because love is acceptance to me. So I can build a connection with you, and we can rock for years, and I love you. But when you're separating the avenue to marriage, then that's different. But I don't think that that's the avenue to get to love. No.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Pearl.
Then you're not agreeing with Willie. Then you're agreeing with me. Then
Okay, because I didn't get to hear you.
that's all right. I forgive you, man. It's a forgiving Sunday.
But I thought Willie said no, it's not the only way too. That's what I thought I heard him say. Wherever he went.
Did you just hear what you said? You said you can love your friend. So yeah, I mean that unless you just want to love your I mean, have intimacy with your friends. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's your choice. But that friends could be man or woman. So now you may rock like it. It is 2025. I don't know. But I'm sure you was talk about heterosexual relationship, right?
Right.
So if
completely.
you're what you're talking about, okay, cool. Then yeah, what you just said about your friends, you can just love your friends. Then that eliminates what you was agreeing with Willie then. Now you're coming on the dark side with me, and that's okay. The dark side is a beautiful place.
I was sitting there looking up see what the internet said courtship was. It's the traditional process of pursuing a romantic relationship with the intention of marriage or long-term commitment. Unlike casual dating, courtship usually has clear intentions. The purpose is commitment or marriage, not just fun or exploration. It involves families or community. In many cultures, families or mentors play a role in guiding the relationship. Focuses on value and compatibility. Couples spend time getting to know each other's character, beliefs, and future goals. Paces intimacy differently, often avoids or minimize sexual involvement before commitment, emphasizing respect and stability. So in short, it says dating is often let's see where it goes, while courtship is let's see if we should marry. Um, I often hear too, and I'm gonna go to Pearl just so she can answer. One thing that I've seen that I don't particularly like is when women say you're going to have to court me, but they have no intentions on going to marriage with the relationship. So I think people kind of weaponize their word courting in order to benefit them without looking at what it actually means in its entirety. But go ahead, Ms. Pearl.
I agree. I think courtship is the only way to be serious about love. And I say that because of the intentionality factor. Love is not just something you just wake up and I fell in love with him, and it's a choice that we make. Like, it's a series of actions. It's me choosing to get to know you. It's me choosing to rock with you no matter what. It's me choosing to stand with you, and it's the longevity factor. So it's the commitment as well. So I think if we just stop romanticizing love and really see it for what it is, a daily choice of me choosing to be with you, and to give you my all, then yeah, I would have to use courtship. Dating, again, is just like Jay was saying, it's fun, it's explorative. Like, you're gonna get to know people, but you're not serious about it. When I'm courting you or I'm being courted, we've made a decision that we're moving to the stage of, if of course it's going to be marriage, because I don't see what's the point of me loving you for all these years and we're not going to be married. Like, we plan and we not playing. So I think that's the tradition. That's the way it's always been. It's always been courtship to lead to marriage. Marriage has always been the end game. It's never been just, I'm just gonna have fun and date. And that's just some shit that we came up with because we just don't know no better or whatever. But for me, it's always been courtship, and it's the intentionality. If you love me, why we playing? So I think that's the only way to be serious.
All right. Anybody else want to add anything on this one? Go ahead, Miss Cookie.
I don't think courtship is the only way to be serious about love, because I think to even get to the courtship phase in a relationship, you need to already be serious. Like, because think about, if you really think about, the dating part could be simple. It should be simple. I think the courtship is where you lose the time and the money. We were asking the wrong questions about the wrong phase. If we want to break it down like that, before marriage is the courtship phase, is where you lose the most time and money. And I feel like if you don't love somebody before you court them and you're just now getting serious at the courtship phase, it's already a fail. That's just how I feel about it. You should be connected on that level already, and then just be like, I know this is the person I want to be. If that's the only trigger that's saying, like, hey, me saying that, telling them I want that they're the person I want to be with, versus showing them. And you could already be showing them in the dating phase and just decide, hey, let's do this. And I don't think courtship, I don't like definitions like this, but I just don't think just one day you can wake up and say, now I'm serious. I think that's stupid.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
why I say connection. And like, I want to love you like as a person. I want to
Yeah.
fully accept you wholeheartedly as a person. The problem is, I don't have a mask that I want to put on and play a
Right.
role. I don't have a transactional spirit. So in the space, I want to just fully connect with you. I like you. I like the father you are, like the man you are. I want to fully connect to you and accept you for who you are. So then that means I love you. Now, if you want to take it and we want to climb the mountains higher and higher, let's go. But I already love you. So we're laying it right there at the rock. Like, that's the foundation right there. The foundation's love. Now you want to court me? Okay, cool. Let's go. And then I'm gonna make it easy. I don't think courtship should be hard and all that type of stuff. So you should get that hard part
Same.
out the way with the connection.
So
I have a question, JR, because I'm confused. Um, I don't know if men or women have a different definition, but I don't know if Cookie or DJ could just tell us what's the difference between courting in their opinion. What's the difference between courting and dating to you guys?
I
I'm
still
confused.
think that that's a JR question.
no, I mean it's still. I think it's
I don't
relevant.
think we even asked that question yet. I think he wanted to.
I tried to, and it got shut down.
Well, I think okay, we can kind of dive a little bit deeper with that. I think you're trying to get an understanding of how you guys are viewing courting, and I think Cookie was wants the same thing as well. Like, how do we view courting? So if we can just kind of go around with a sentence not a monologue, as far as how we view courting. Or you can ask the person individually. You want to know from Cookie and DJ, right? Straight.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cookie, you want to know from the men? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and start with the men. Will you want to go ahead and start as far as just give me a sentence of how you view courting versus dating?
Courting is intentionally trying to, or excuse me, is trying to determine if a woman is suitable for marriage with intentionality and consistent effort.
Mhm. Yeah, I like that answer. I would say something similar to that as well. I think that you're serious. It all starts with the mindset, like your mindset coming in when you are looking for possibilities, is that you're dating with with the intent that you're going to pursue this person for marriage. So if you see a certain type of woman, you're not even going to talk to her because you can't even see yourself with her in that light. I think dating is just it's fun. You're just experiencing life. You're just living life, having fun, meeting people, having a little companionship. Sometimes it may involve sex. That's how I look at it. Go ahead, straight like that. How do you view it?
Same way you guys do. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dope. Oh, he dropped off. Hink's in the background. So hopefully we gave you guys enough context, Cooking you particular, as far as what we're looking for now. To the ladies, how do you guys, particularly Cookie and DJ, how do you look at dating versus courting?
Well, I'm close to my ancestors, so when I think of courting, I go back way back. So courting, in definition, back in the day, was the representation of the woman to the family, like we are here. Will she fit in? Will she be a part of the family? That includes mom and dad. That's the uncles, whoever. You start introducing her to the family. It means exclusiveness with the community as well. Because when you're dating, you don't necessarily want to be seen out with this dude because, like, just saying like, "Oh, this is my man" on the internet, because he might not be. And I think when you go from dating to being courted, that becomes your woman. So now is she gonna fit in this family forever? Is she gonna be? This is where you introduce her to the parents. You meet her father if he's still alive. Those kinds of things. I think that we're misrepresenting what courting is, as a, not y'all on the panel, just as a race. I think that we've forgotten what it means to actually court somebody. What the court is, who the court is.
Mhm.
The court is the family and society.
Well, a quick question, Cookie, before DJ goes. Does the man decide when you're courting, or is it a mutual decision?
If a woman loves you, it's up to the man to decide. I think women are gonna. Most women stick around when they're in love, and we'll wait for a little while. Sensible women will wait,
Okay.
but sensible women will leave. So I would say it was to be the man's decision.
Okay. All right.
All right, go ahead, DJ. How do you view courting versus dating?
Well, I feel like courting is the steps to marriage. I think that's when a man decides that this is the person that he truly intentionally wants to step out of friend zone, or just take the connection to a deeper level, to the source of foundation, point blank. Like, I don't think that you're just going to court every single woman. I think that this is a one in a lifetime thing. I hate to say that, because a lot of people had multiple ones. But what I'm saying is, I just think the courtship is someone with true intentions to get married, leading to marriage. And then dating, a lot of people say it's just sex and hookups, but I operate different. I don't date. So I date with someone that's courting me, because I don't believe in that. I like to, the dating, my age, I just don't. I don't recall myself ever going on multiple dates with different men. Like, hey, I'm going out on Friday. Let me get a babysitter. Hey, I'm going out next Sunday with this guy. Let me get a babysitter. Typically, it's somebody that is somebody I connect to, and I actually like him. I know he likes me. I know he has intentions for me. Then we'll start the dating. But for me, I'm not just allowing just a man because you have my phone number to take me out. And so I think that's the difference of which the world views as dating. Majority of people view dating as a sexual act. And I think that's why I stray away from dating, because I don't want you to think that I owe you anything based on you trying to take me out because of what other women I do and want from you, or where they feel entitled or where you feel entitled. So I stay away from that whole mess of games, and I just preserve myself with somebody I connect with. And if I connect with you, I love you. I love you. You court me, marry me. But until then, we ain't spending no money. We ain't going on dates. I don't take them out to eat. I ain't here to trick or treat. I ain't heard of that.
Okay, straight up, they both gave you what courting versus dating is to them. Now, what was your question?
So just hearing their positioning on it, it just sounds differently from the men. I think all of us men agreed, but the women kind of gave like a more. I mean, I don't blame them. They're women, so that's just how probably they see it. But I think is exactly what we said it is. And you know, hearing their response, I would say,
What was different about it? Can you just highlight that because you're speaking in general?
yeah. Cookie said, sorry, I don't know who is calling me. Oh my God. Sorry, somebody was trying to call me. Cookie said, it involves the entire family, and that you need to meet the parents and all that type of stuff, which I don't have any deep cultural backgrounds from it to know if she's saying the truth or not. But I don't think it goes that deep. I think once you propose and you're going to make her a wife, I think that's when the family actually kind of gets more involved at that point. But that would be a separation there. Also, I think DJ touched on she doesn't date, or if you're going to date me, it basically means courting. But I think the separation I heard was the men basically said it's just us looking at you intentionally to become a wife. It's just to find a wife. It's to see if you have all the capabilities and skill sets to be my wife. So it's just that cut and dry. There's not a lot of wiggle room, or we don't need to really dissect it too much. It's just that simple. I think that's
You
the
wouldn't
difference.
ask a woman's dad to marry her, man?
No, yeah, you would, but that's once you moved away from the courting. At that point, it's not courting now. Now I already know.
No, I'm going
Courting
off
is
what you just said. You said once I decide I want to marry you, then
no.
that's when the family and stuff.
I didn't say that. I said once you decide that woman's going to be your wife, then your family gets involved. That's what I said. But like I said, I'm not accurate on that information. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm just saying from what I've heard from different people coming from different backgrounds when they're talking about courting, whether you're talking about people from West Africa that actually have the custom. What I heard was you'd court a girl, right? And once the guy proposes to her, says, "Listen, you're going to be my wife now. I want to make you my bride." Then, from what I heard, the family gets involved. That's when you go meet mom and pop. You meet aunties. You meet his parents. Once he's already courting, doesn't mean you're my wife. Courting just means I don't know yet, and but I'm looking at you seriously, and I'm seeing if you have the skill set to be my wife.
You would decide on a wife before they met your family?
What do you mean? No, not generally speaking. I was just talking based on what you were saying culturally, what courting is, but not generally speaking. But if I'm courting you, that doesn't mean you're going to meet my parents. No, it doesn't. It doesn't guarantee that in the courting state. It doesn't guarantee that. No.
I don't think that's a law. I think that's a preference.
Yeah, I think that's a preference. Yeah, I agree. I think
that's a
preference.
personal
Yeah.
preference. But there are people that are very traditional, and definitely. I mean, shoot. JR, if I like you, shoot, I'm gonna invite you over to my mama house. She gonna cook for us. Like, you're gonna meet my dad. We going to Vegas. So I mean, it's just different. Everybody's different. Everyone operates different. I think but it still doesn't stop the fact that dating should equal courting, not fucking. Dating is not fucking, but this is the way it should to me. Simple as this. It's not man versus woman. It's dating, courting, marriage. Dating, courting, marriage. Now, whatever those dynamics are in between there, everybody's different. But I think dating, courting, marriage is the connection to get to marriage.
And DJ said they courting. Her dating is courting.
Dating it, yeah, you courting me. I mean, it's pre-courting. It's pre-courting because honestly, I don't want you to as a man. We're grown. Like it's different if we were kids. We're not kids going to
Yeah.
college. Like we're grown. You got kids. 9 times out of 10, I'm meeting a man with children. So I mean, what we going? We going to
What are
what?
we
Take
doing?
the
What are we
cheese?
doing? What are we doing?
We going on the mall? Walk around the mall? Like what? I'm confused. Like
So what
no,
were you
you
doing
got
when you were younger? Were you courting when you were younger?
yes. That's child's play. Yes, bounce that shit like whoa. Yes, but I'm talking about grown ups. Grown ups, you should actually know what the f you want and what you got time for. Most people I meet, most men I meet say they are working on business right now. We look at Willie, business. JR ain't even over here. He business. Men I know is handling business in life. Dope daddy, business. You know, ain't nobody got time to be running around dating a whole bunch of chicks. What
Well,
I'm
I
saying
mean,
is, you look, but now you straight like that. We not talking to you. You meet them at the club. They come home and get naked. We ain't talking about your little ratchet ass. But I'm talking about grown men in a space of high hanging fruit, not low hanging fruit. So men are, if you hooking up on a dating app, okay, then y'all know what they doing. But that's not what we're talking about. Courtship versus dating. It's just like it kind of is hand in hand when you're talking about marriage. It kind of shouldn't really be childish when you're a parent. You shouldn't be frivolously out there spending money if you're a parent. But now if you got somebody you rock with, yeah, spend some money. I'm gonna spend a little money too. I'm a woman. I like you.
JR, before you go on, I just want to say something because I think DJ, she's mischaracterizing my statement. So just so you know, DJ, real quick, when I was a promoter when I was in my 20s, I was not the type of man I am now. So I'm not picking up chicks from off the streets or going to a party picking them up. So when you're going to make those statements, just at least say when I was younger. At least
Okay,
say that. Okay.
fair. But you
But
just
you didn't
inserted
say
yourself in
when you
an
was younger.
active
You
conversation
weren't
about
Cookie,
strippers.
you weren't there when I said that statement. You weren't there, so you don't have the full
Got it.
context.
I was
But
Thank you.
DJ
watching.
was there. DJ was there. He knows what I said.
Got it. But thank you. But don't try to check me. Just let me know that you
That
were younger.
I did.
It
I did. I wasn't trying to check you. I was letting you know right now, as a man
but
should.
but yeah,
Yo, they
okay,
be talking
fair.
to you crazy.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, and the funny thing is, I told her, like, when we had that conversation, I said, when I was younger, in my 20s, 21, 22, I'm 39 right now. I got 2 kids. I don't be outside doing nothing. And the comment came from Willie going to strip clubs. And I was telling him, I don't do that. That was where the comment came from. Because I don't do strip clubs.
Right, but it was an hour dialogue, bro. I don't think you understand your passion in it.
I'm just clarifying to you that I don't do that. So when you're saying JR is on business, whatever, and you're saying Richie picks him up from off the streets, I'm just letting you know straight. I don't do that. That was when I was younger.
Hey,
That's
the
all I'm telling
YouTube
you.
is still up. So again, you were passionate that strip clubs is whack because I'd rather go to a club, pick up a girl, she'll come home and
When I
get
was
naked.
younger,
Correct. But again, you said I wasn't there and didn't hear that. So don't get
you were
mad.
there. You were on the call. You were there when I said that.
Hold on,
Okay.
y'all. Let's go ahead and move on. I don't want to keep going back and forth with this, man. We having a great dialogue right now, and I want to make sure we keep it going. I'm sitting and I'm listening to you guys, but I'm not sure if I totally agree with the whole day. And I understand coordinate. See, in the world we live in, we use these words, and words do have meaning. And I think about the times when I've told someone, "Hey, I am courting you." Once I say that, they just automatically tell them. When you say you're dating, then you have to do all this explaining as far as what it is and like, what do you mean? How do you view dating versus this? But when you come and you say, "Hey, I'm intentionally dating," or "I'm courting you," you don't have to add anything else to that. So because people look at dating so many different ways, I think that we have to use words like "I'm being intentional" or "I'm courting you," because if you don't, then that's how misunderstanding. That's how communication get lost, or people set themselves up for failure. I'm not saying that it can't happen if you do use these words, because some people just say these things and they don't actually mean it, and that's when you have to use a certain level of discernment, or you get some people around you that can actually look to help support what it is that this person's mission is. But like, I'm okay with people saying it. I mean, I know we all grown, but if you look around the internet and some of your friends, we all grown and we all supposed to be intelligent, but they still making these stupid ass silly mistakes. Like they're still playing these games while dating. Like they're still, dating married men. They're still stepping out of their marriage. So we have to try to eliminate a lot of this chaos when it comes to the communication, so we can hopefully get somewhere, because that is a big issue today that we are experiencing. I'm gonna play the rest of this video. I think we might have the super chat came in. LD, also a member. Shout out to you, 499. So let's keep it G. People spend money to smash and dash. Let's keep it 100. Thank you for that. Let me add to this video. Here we go. Oh, I gotta go back. Gotta come up for y'all. Give me 1 second. My apologies, my power cycled, so once it did that, it kind of threw everything back off again. 1752.
Good for my spirit, all of them things. But when you're in that mentality, you overlook that. I dated a guy who, it's funny, my family was just joking. They brought him up like, oh, where he at? Because my mom always says, like, I think about him all the time. He would have been good for you. And I can't say that I disagree. He was a very good dude, but he was boring to me at that phase in my life, because my mindset wasn't in, I need a good man who's going to be a leader, who's going to be, all the things that I'm looking for in a man today, or like that I look for in a man. So I overlooked it. And unfortunately, a lot of us do that. We overlook it because that's just not the space that we in.
So like, outside of you, when you actually look at like your friends over the years, and they'll...
I'm gonna stop it right there. Have you ever ignored a good partner? I know Hank don't like that word partner, but have you ever ignored a good partner because they seem too boring?
This is probably something specifically for women. I don't think men.
Yeah,
this is a woman thing.
It's for the women.
No, boring guys are the best guys.
Yeah,
No,
I was gonna say
absolutely not.
I love those guys.
Okay, wait.
Period.
When you guys were in your prime, were boring guys still the best guys?
First of all,
Yes.
I'm still in my prime, and yes, the nerds, the boring guys, the guys that was, yes, absolutely. To this day.
So wait, are we Cookie? Are we saying that 43 is a woman's prime? We're talking as far as
Statistically speaking,
it's.
I feel like I am emotionally in my prime. So
okay.
this is not an
Emotionally,
argument
yes.
I'm talking about.
Emotionally, all we talk about is dating market value. It's not your 40. Wait, emotionally, 100%. No argument there, because you got 43 years to become emotionally resilient and strong. I got that. But we're talking about as far as dating goes, like your physical, sexual prime. Like as far as what your dating market value would be. Do you think that that's at 43?
Yeah, I'm good. I promise. I'm great. I don't know what else y'all want me to say.
Okay.
And then Willie, I just pretty much dated military men, and when I was young, I married him. I mean, I married an Air Force guy. He's charismatic. I mean, he grew to be out of the military after doing 16 years. He has a personality, but he's still an introvert. He speaks and says his funny, dry humor personality still. My daughter's dad, but I mean, I still like his personality to this day. I wouldn't have wanted any man different. I love introverted, extroverted men. So I love very reserved, structure, order, and decorum men that had that type of training, whether it was military, law enforcement, college. I like diligence.
Are we
So
saying
usually those are not the...
Are we saying that you guys think that's the average woman's? So the average woman in her prime prefers boring men?
No,
I don't.
Okay.
y'all asked us.
Well, I don't think 40 is prime. So
general, but okay. Now, generally speaking, of course, everybody on the panel tends to be an exception to at least one of the rules. But what we're talking about, generally speaking, do you think that women who are in their prime think that they prioritize boring men?
I can't
You mean
speak
like
for
from
general.
I was about to say, do you mean
I
like
can't
from
speak for general
observation?
because
I don't do that. Y'all know I don't do
every
that.
woman I know had the same kind of men that they're married to. So I can't speak for general. It only could be my general. I don't look at women on a grand scale.
What's boring? What's a
I
boring guy
wouldn't
though?
want a boring man. I don't think a man would want a
Yeah, I
boring
don't.
person.
Yeah, boring is
Nobody wants
subjective
somebody that's
too.
boring. I think
Oh yeah, I don't know what
you
that
want
is.
somebody that's balanced, right? You want somebody that's emotionally intelligent, somebody that creates a safe space for you, right? We would never
Right.
ignore those type of men. We would always, anybody would ignore somebody that's boring. Like you never want to do anything. You lack conversation. You're not fun. You're like pessimistic. You understand what I'm saying? Like, ugh, humbug. Nobody wants that. But I want to piggyback with straight like that. Like, what defines boring to you? Because I mean, Ace Boogie was boring and paid in full, right? And his shit is boring too. Like, I mean, so what are we talking about? And he
Yeah,
was,
that's the type of boring.
you know what I
That's the
mean?
type of boring I believe y'all like in y'all prime. Ex
Right?
boogie type boring, not the shit
Yeah.
that we talk about.
Just saying, like, so what's your definition of boring? Is that subjective?
Yeah, that's very subjective because
Okay.
what you said, bah humbug, is not boring. That's need therapy. That's I mean, I
That's
don't
true,
mind
but
a guy that would rather chill at home with me than always be out running the street. I really don't mind that. And the fact that y'all don't understand that is
never wants to go
insane.
out. He never wants to go out. That's what I'm
Yeah,
like.
see,
Consistently,
that's
that's
my
my.
ex's. So yeah,
I don't
my
mind
ex
seeing
wanted to
it
be a
either.
pilot. He never wanted to do nothing. I wanted to go on the weekends to go get tacos. He's a pilot. He's studying. He's always in his books. He's always thinking about pilots and planes. He never wanted to do anything. And I mean,
Yeah.
it is what it is. But so me, boring to me is maybe different than what he's explaining. But I
Right.
do love those type of men. I don't want somebody exactly like me. Like I love an introverted man, but it was a deal breaker in the space because like you said, Miss Pearl, he didn't want to do nothing.
So you don't really like them then?
Like he didn't want to do nothing.
Yeah.
So
When I was in college, my boyfriend he had a 4.0. He was a nerd, like maybe even a 4.1. And then he became alpha president and it just stopped working out. I just was like, oh, here we go. So yeah, I've always been that way. So I don't get what y'all saying. But
yeah, I've
I'm
been
anyway.
that way
confused.
forever. I still track the same kind of guys.
Um, I think I've always said is I think women like a guy that can be a little bit unpredictable in his actions or their love story, like whatever it may be. Like I think women like a little bit of toxicity, and that toxicity comes in various forms. Um, I'll give you an example. He may not be cheating, but the ideal that there's a possibility of something maybe going on kind of turns them a little differently. And I might be reaching a little bit. I'm not saying that this has to exist, but I've seen a lot because I mean, if he ain't doing shit, he ain't doing shit. But it's not predictable. It's something that kind of throws them off a little bit. But depending on the person and their trauma, you might not want that type of throw off because that whole throw off they start to revert back to that trauma response. But maybe I ain't explaining it clearly, but I just think women like a little bit of spice when it comes to relationship, and that might have been a bad example. But go ahead, Cookie.
I think it's hard for some men to the mass majority of women, I can see y'all saying that about. But when you have two women genuinely on here saying that boring or stoic man is what they prefer, maybe they just healed. And I have a dad and a mom. I keep telling y'all this. But y'all always want about she's lying. Y'all don't like that I like myself and I'm 43. I chose not to date because I had a daughter. I did the right thing. Y'all and it's never ending fuckery when it comes to certain things that come out of our mouth. When we're telling you the truth and it's still nah. Like like what? No, I like stoic boring men. I have my whole life. That's just how I was, okay? So as far as what JR is saying, I understand what he's saying because there may be There are a lot of women out here that aren't healed, and they need to get healed so they can enjoy their stoic, boring man. So those are gifts. Those are gifts sent from God. Do you hear me? And DJ Wright, don't nobody want nobody because I'm always gone. Like I travel. I'm a coach. Like I literally a coach, not no life coach, not sitting at home on the computer telling people how to live their life. I coach athletes. I travel a lot. So I need somebody boring and stoic, or I'll never see him. So what are we doing here? Why are we trying to? You're wrong. You're lying, bro. Get a fucking life. And you were right, JR. The fuck out of it. I'm not dealing with it today. I've been quiet for 2 weeks. Stop coming for me in my ways of life, the way I perceive my life.
All right. Naomi, we pose a question to the women. Have you ignored a good partner because they seem boring?
No, I've never done that. I don't think people understand boring is security. It's consistency. Like boring doesn't mean something bad. It's better to like be at home and I guess be boring if that's what you call boring. Like I'd rather go for a walk in the park. Like that doesn't sound boring to me.
Then it's not boring. This is just
So then
dumb.
okay,
Like
why then define boring because
I don't know. That's what I've been asking. I don't know what boring is.
that doesn't
Like if
boring
you
to
like
me sounds
going, if you like to walk in the park with your man, and that's just what y'all like to do, then you're not bored. So it's not boring. We're talking whatever boredom is for you. Would you date a guy that you find to be boring, not interesting at all, but he had a lot of money?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so why are you dating somebody who you're not interested in or don't even want to be around? That's stupid.
That
People do that
wasn't
all
the
the time.
question, Naomi. That wasn't the question JR just asked you. He's moving the goalposts as he does all the time. He just don't have the
Okay.
Jurassic Park hat on today.
Okay, I got another question for the ladies. Do women really overlook good men until it's too late?
Yes.
That's how you got the
He
term
thinks that
nice
he's
guys
been no
finish
no. I,
last, right?
I
Nice guys
think
finish
you
last.
Go
think
ahead,
you've been
straight like that.
overlooked.
You know.
I
Right.
Yeah,
think
you
you
do.
think you've
Yeah.
been overlooked straight like that because you think you're a good man. But you know, do
Right.
you realize that you can't deem yourself a high valuable or a good man?
I don't know what high valuable man is. If you're only high
Exactly.
valuable,
Which is why you probably were overlooked.
There's a
yeah, probably.
there's a clear definition for what high value man is, as defined by the progenitor of the term.
No, that's facts.
Can you define it, Willie?
What?
Can you define it for us?
Kevin Samuels
Since he
already
don't
did,
know.
bro. Like what happens is a lot of niggas try to water this shit down so they fit the description. Like that's why there's so many people who are high value. No, a high value man a woman doesn't have any definite say or sway on what a high value man is because it's about what other men view as high value. Because again, we're the ones that are men. It's typically a guy who makes he says 6 figures for at least 5 years, but then in another video he says over 250K for 5 years, right? You got to be attractive. You have to be educated, articulate, have some sort of charisma. You have to have a network of other high net worth or high value individuals, and you have to have
Gotta
some
be
sort of
useful.
influence and status. So the influence and status part alone is going to disqualify 80% of niggas alone, even the ones with money. Alone, the influence and status criteria part. So when people say like, well, I'm this or I'm not this, if you go by the definition, just check yourself off realistically. And honestly, it's not hard to determine if you fit that category or not.
No, Willie, I don't think he said influence and status. I could be wrong, but I remember him saying useful. You have to be useful to other men around you.
I'll send you the link, I guess.
Yeah, send me the link because I remember it used to inspire me to want to do more than just make money. I used to kind of like when he used to say that.
Yeah, making money is the easy part. Like people act like making money is difficult. It's not hard to make $100,000 or $250,000 a year for 5 years straight. The money is the easiest part. The hardest part is being able to influence others, be useful to others, and then add value to other people who are like you or better than you. And typically when a man can do that, that's when he starts to elevate, when he can provide value to other people. One of the fastest ways you can make money is solving problems for people who have it. That's the fastest way you can ever make. So if guys are like, well, I'll never make it. I'll make 150 at this salary job. I mean, it's like a conversation you had with I forgot what the ratchet girl's name is, but y'all were talking about millionaires. Like most people become millionaires because of their home value. It's between their home value and their 401k, and it's after their age like fucking 50. So when people talk about millionaires or people with money, they think that it's just like they think, okay, well, you can go do whatever you want to do. The majority of millionaires can't do that. The majority of millionaires still live check to check when they only have those two sources to add to their income. So it's not like they can go buy whatever car they want. They can go on whatever vacation they want. They can go eat wherever they want all the time. They can afford whatever they want. They just have $1 million net worth. And a lot of people think that like becoming a millionaire is so hard, difficult, or far-fetched that when someone does it, it's way more difficult or way more like championed or prized than it needs to be.
Exactly. Most average people become millionaires. It just takes time. It's not hard. It just takes time. And we know by the time you're 65, if you don't have $1 million of net worth after owning a house and just contributing to your 401k and some other investment accounts, and you don't have $1 million in net worth at 65, you just wasn't really doing anything. So
all right, let's get back a little bit on it. Do women really overlook good men until it's too late? I know Straight Like That came out the gate and said, said maybe you might have been overlooked, but anybody want to take a stab at this question?
JR, earlier, it was Cookie and then Naomi came in. Pearl didn't really speak to it, but I know what she was feedbacking. But in the space of a boring man, right? Willie's key point was, in y'all prime, was y'all dating those kind of guys? Trying to make a point of like, when we get older, we want those kind of guys. But to your question now, do women really overlook good men until it's too late? I think this is going to be a panel of women again, where when we were younger, we were still, I think each one of us have that homebody spirit. We have that realistic life spirit. If I'm, correct me ladies if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like we're club goers. I don't think that we were young partying in the club, bottle popping in sections with women and friends and hot girl summering on trips with girls. And that's just me. So I think that this is a panel of women where Willie did say earlier, is like, you guys are the few on this panel, because I think a panelist asking that question, I see us being the same as dating boring men when we were younger in our primes. It's just who we are. It's naturally what we attract. And I think, me personally, yeah, I think that women to a whole totality do overlook the good men. But the good, and the only reason why they typically overlook the good men is because of the way the men are presenting themselves.
I think that a lot of
most people play a role. Men play a role listening to the women when you guys are younger. So you guys play whatever role that woman is giving you. So it's not really till you guys can come out of your shell and actually really live to become a man, to present who you really are and become a good man. But a lot of times a good woman is stable. When we're talking about in a single life before a man is, men are still trying to find stability to this day. So I'm just saying, in the space of overlooking good men, it's like, well, I don't think that it's all women, no, but there's a lot of women that always looked for a good man and found good men.
I understand the perspective of overlooking good men. Or at least stereotypically, what we would consider to be a good man. I understand that perspective. I'm trying to think, like, because what we think is a good man, I would define it as just somebody who has good intentions for you. As opposed to just, I think on paper we just think about the guy with the, who just go to work and do his thing, and he don't bother nobody, and he's just kind of like square or straight and narrow. I think that's what it looked like on paper, but I just think it's somebody who has good intentions for you. I think I would consider that to be a good man. So I'm still processing,
we need to have a general consensus about what women think a good man is. Because as far as my opinion, I think it would be the men that they want for themselves would just be a good guy. So, and I don't believe that women overlook those men because their outcomes prove the majority of them don't have access to them. So it's not, I don't think that they're going to overlook a good guy if they have him in front of them. If you're just talking about a guy who will take care of you and all the other, that shit is basic. That's just being a basic adult or good partner. But we're talking about as like a good man to a woman, y'all not passing up a nigga who checks all your boxes.
My is a simple good man. I feel
serious?
like yeah, because I feel like a lot of times when we say women are overlooking certain guys, a lot of those guys would have probably enabled those women and did whatever they wanted in that relationship. And I think that if we actually think about it, a lot of those guys would have been simps for them.
What makes the dude a simp is the fact that he's doing something that he is counter to his nature, and he just doesn't agree with. He does it for the sole benefit of a woman at his expense or to his detriment. That's not a good man. That's a weak nigga. That's a soft boy. That's one of them kids. Like that's what do you call them? Soy boys. Like ain't shit about being a simp good. Just because a guy's willing to do anything for a woman, that's not what makes him a simp. It's if he's like, you know what, baby, let me hold your tampon string. I know you're tired. Like doing bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? All this kowtowing and placating the women that when he really doesn't give a fuck, like all that pandering and stuff, that's what makes niggas simps. Not because you do anything for a woman.
Yeah. So to me, a simp is somebody who goes against what they believe in for a woman. So when I ask, is a simp a good man, right? Because I typically think that when people say, "Oh, you saw, y'all denied all the good men," I think that people are thinking about all the men who wanted to give that woman whatever she wanted, but she wanted the guy that all other women wanted. Might have been tall, attractive, or athlete, or whatever. But do we confuse good men with also simps typically? Like, do we throw them in there?
Can
It's
we
like,
add nice guys in there? Because I think that nice guys over good man, because I think like Willie said, like it's subjective, the good man thing. But I think nice guys, people look over nice guys
is a
and
nice
not
guy
good
simp.
guys.
One of the best examples of like a guy of a same guy being a simp and then turning into a good guy is the story where they tell you in Hitch, where he was, I'm saying, in love with the crest of the girl, and then she ended up leaving him for another nigga. He's standing outside in the rain, like asking her, like, "What did I do?" While she's saying, "Finna get her," you're saying, "Fucking somebody in this dude's truck." So when after he realized, like the girl, the reporter girl, whatever her name was a good woman and worked for him, and that they both worked together. Like that's the best example of what happened. Like that we can, one of the best examples that we can find of like a guy going like a simp and then like a good guy. Like she got the guy that she wanted, but he had to be some other shit first. Otherwise, he would have never been able to become that version of himself that she actually was willing to or looking for, and not someone that she was having to settle with.
I think we got to remove all the simps from the idea of of the men that women overlooked.
I think that once you're a simp, we should chemically castrate you, and you shouldn't be able to reproduce.
Oh damn!
That's kind of cold, man.
Go ahead, Naomi. I know you're trying to get in there.
Okay, so I wanted to point out two things. One is that, um, so y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are women who overlook good men, and it's a reflection of their mindset. Majority of women in 2025 are not marriage mindsets. They're out just for selfish gain, and I don't think we can sit here and negate that. If we do, then we're just gonna, it's like if we're just being disingenuous. We can't pretend like there aren't women out here that aren't marriage minded. And it actually shifted probably about like within the last 5 to 10 years. There aren't women anymore that have that mindset where they want to be married or they want to be in a relationship, especially younger girls. They weren't taught to be wives. They weren't taught to, not majority of them anymore. Then that's the difference in the type of woman that you're talking to. If you're talking to a woman that was taught to be a wife, or if you're talking to a woman who was raised with like her father, things like that, then that woman is going to be able to say, yeah, no, I would not, I want a boring. I guess y'all's definition of a boring man. But if you're talking to a woman who did not have that type of upbringing or who was encouraged to be like that boss babe, then she didn't value a man. She didn't honor him. So that type of woman does exist. And unfortunately, it's the majority of women in today's society.
Hey Willie, I wanna pose a question, but before I do that, I want to say this. And this is just my opinion. I think when the term that they use that women reject good guys, I think the good guy is the guy that a woman knows would marry her and give her that life, but she pushes him to the side or she breaks up with him for the other guy because the other guy, he has other women and she's in competition with other women because women generally, not all, and I'm not sure when they grow out of it, but women are generally attracted to men that other women want. So that's what I think, in my opinion, what the good guy represents. It's the guy that would give them the commitment, but because, for whatever reason, nobody's checking for him, she gets bored, she moves on, you know, she wants Iceman down the street because he gets all the girls. And that's like a status. So she would choose him and let this guy go. And that's what it means. But that a lot of women had the good guys that would give them the commitment. But at the time, they weren't really looking for that. They were looking for the guy that would give them a certain level of status. Like, oh, I'm with this guy. Right. So that's just my opinion on it.
If you're not what a woman is looking for, how can we call that nigga a good guy? If he's
No,
not,
that's my definition of what it means. I don't. So that was my question to you: is do you agree with that? And if not, then kind of give me your definition of what you think the good guy is that women that they reject. Like, who is that guy? If you agree with my saying.
I think a good guy is the guy that fits the standards that women look for in the partners they want, the men that they generally want and desire, the man that has all of those characteristics. Those are the good guys. The guys that don't have those aren't good guys. I told you I got a good woman for you, but you like a girl with fat, big titties and a fat ass, but then I bring you a girl who's built like a 12-year-old boy. She's not a good woman for you because that's not what you're looking for. So I don't think that now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think that it should be subjective at all. Typically, the good men that women want pretty much are all the same. There's 80% probably the same, and there may be a few things different. Like some of y'all like light-skinned niggas, some of y'all don't like light-skinned niggas. Some of y'all don't care if a dude is, under 6 feet. Some of y'all do. But the average character makeup and all the other stuff, it's all the same for the majority. But it's not much difference between what women are looking for. So if you want to say what's a good guy, just the guy that women are looking for. I mean, but use
the movie. Use the movie you use. You use Hitch. Why did Hitch? Because remember, Hitch, he got the girl, so he was with the girl, but he lost the girl to a dude that looked like, I think he was an athlete or something like that or whatever, right? You can tell they look different. Hitch looked dorky. He looked like he was really in love. He looked like he was really in love with her or whatever. But when he learned that if I get more women and I teach it to other men how to get more women, because it didn't change how he necessarily looked. He changed his swag. He changed his mindset. He changed how he viewed himself. So I'm saying, based on the premise that you used that movie, right? Yeah. Hitch was the good guy, but then when he became a player, women wanted him.
Hitch wasn't a good guy until he wasn't. Her taste changed. That's what happens when people grow up and they date young. But a lot of the stuff you just projected and made up. It doesn't say what the guy was in the movie. He was just a nigga that looked like he was dressed good, and that was it. They only show the nigga in the truck, and he has 2 lines. Like he says, "You're doing it right now." Like that's all he says in the movie. There's nothing else to go off of.
No, I'm not talking. No, yeah, the guy in the car wasn't good.
So I'm just correcting what you said to make sure that we're on the same page. And then you're saying that he didn't start becoming a ladies' man until he started getting other women. Hitch didn't. That's not how that movie happened. That's not what happened. He literally said, "I did what it took to make sure that I would never feel like that again." So what he did, he stopped committing to women long term. He stopped having feelings for women. He didn't start getting attractive to women because he had other women. That's not what happened. So like, just don't misquote. Like, you can't argue against a point that you can't accurately saying one recite or quote. And then two, the fact is that it's simple. Women value social proof. Why would a woman want a nigga who can't get other women? Like, unfortunately, it's part of their nature. Like, like we do it too with cars. We respect men that have money. It's because of the social proof. Women desire men that can get women because they're like, well, damn, if 100 other women want them, and since we're not really as different as we like to say we are, at least I can assume he has 80% of the shit I'm looking for in a man. And then when you look at the type of women that man can get, it even gets worse, because it's the difference between a dude who get a bunch of women, you know, they fat girls, they're greasy, like the whatever, right? But you get a dude who get baddies all the time, like, or you know what I'm saying, the guys that, like, even y'all give guys a hard time about having kids by multiple women. The thing is, when a guy has kids by multiple women, if they're all bums, roast his ass. But then you got a dude who got a baby by Serena, where he got a baby by J-Lo and a baby by Beyonce. Y'all niggas are not looking at him like the same way y'all look at the nigga with the bitch who work at Walmart. Like, that's not how it goes. So like, this shit isn't complicated. Men make it complicated. And what I'm seeing is, when we have these conversations, it's the men who are on the wrong side of the fence that seem to never understand what we're talking about, or they make this shit way more complicated than it needs to be. Because like, one of the things I got to give OTC, he's talked about people who don't get bitches. I'm not saying that, but men who don't understand women are the only ones that have problems with this.
OTC don't get no bitches though.
Can I get a hallelujah?
I'm saying, regardless of the messenger, the message was accurate. Like if Lizzo told a motherfucker to go to the gym, she's not wrong, and clearly she's doing it now. So OTC might not get bitches, but what we can say is that his point was accurate. The guys who have the issues with these conversations are almost always on the wrong side of them.
You guys see me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I know I got an outage, man.
You gotta put that avatar up, bro. The one to make it look like you in class trying to pretend like, you know, you got a dummy sitting in your desk.
Man, I can't get it. I think I need a power source for that. I have to explore that, but when things shut out, I'm just trying to get back, keep the show going. So I'm on this hotspot right now.
Okay, FEMA.
Get these super chats real quick. Said that one already. Prophecy to save $5 advice is straight like that. Never try to converse with people who are determined to disparage you. Just ignore the ignorance. They don't respect you. MKD podcast, $85.69, $20 super sticker. Thank you. Family of God, $5 dating leads to courtship. Courtships to marriage the traditional way. When dating leading to courtship, he should meet her father/family. Prophecy to Savior, $10. Yeah, honest question. When do we get to the point that we bridge the gap in these convos and come to a common ground? Or are we always going to 2 steps forward and 3 steps back? I don't think that's what we're doing right now. This seems to be one of the better conversations. What's going on, my brother Jay? Story to tell, $20. Understood, JR. They are intrigued by the idea of a man that other women want. Prophecy to Savior, $5. Also, remember, straight like that. Bro, please stop letting people disrespect. Don't engage in ignorance. Prophecy to Save again, $2 says, watch the vid back or VOD back. I'm not sure if he stood.
Who disrespected straight?
They was talking about the dialogue between DJ and him. A story to tell, $10. Born to younger women is rigid, structured, no spontaneity. Did I say that correctly? It's a word.
Spontaneity? No.
Spontaneous?
Spontaneity.
Spontaneity.
There we go.
Same thing. Spontaneous, spontaneous. Same thing.
Well, at least I'm not the only one who couldn't figure it out.
Will you say, Willie?
It's spontaneity. Like,
yeah, because that's not spontaneity.
Hey, real quick, we can tell which one of y'all read by memorizing sounds and the other ones learned by memorizing words.
Words.
The ones that learn by memorizing words,
terrible.
Straight kicking y'all ass.
Let me finish. Just won't let you give him a BJ on a highway because he doesn't want his car insurance to increase. V1P3R0PS, $20. Being born is subjective. The pilot was focused on his career and couldn't do things that would jeopardize it. A good man is defined by his peers first, and the women in the vicinity see that because they are vouched for. Privacy to Savior, also minimum $5. As a man, please know the difference between asset and liability. Stop going for liabilities because of looks. Character is important. Shaking my head. And lastly, Chris Reed, 3227, $2 due You really believe Urkel got Lori at the end? That's what some of y'all folks that was born in the 80s.
Hey, real quick. Bro said that he don't want to get no head, no road head, because his insurance is gonna go up. Is that what the super chat said, bro?
Um,
Man, Geico, come get this $500 deductible, whatever the fuck it is. What the fuck we talking about?
yeah. I just try to scroll up and find it, but
That's crazy.
all right, let me go ahead and get back to some more of this video.
A woman is the standard in this relationship. So sexually, this person don't please you, but you somewhere thinking about somebody else, the last dude or the last woman that's the standard sexually with this person right here. You somewhere in this relationship saying, yo, that last person ain't argue with me like that. There's still some hurt and some pain there. In the dating pool, and that's why everybody say the same thing. The dating pool has piss in it. Why? Because nobody know how to clean themselves. Nobody got the hygiene or the maintenance in order to keep up with themselves. Nobody know how to pull themselves out of the pool and say, yo, maybe I should sit this one out. Courtship, you got to do the work before you show up. Because if you're courting somebody that's of value, they're gonna point your flaws out. Like what's that light, that black light that showing people?
Yeah,
It's the black light
like
that was on Cheaters. You listen, you might not catch everything, but when you put that black light to the bed, you start seeing the stuff a natural eye can't see. That's what discernment and courtship look like. You start looking and you going, yo, I know they ain't spot this, but here go right here. Yo, explain that to me. Now it's like, God start putting, a community around you where you might say something casually about somebody that you court, and we'll slow you down and go, yo, that was weird. Repeat that again. He said what?
Because you listen
Because
different.
it's because love.
I'm gonna stop it right there. Do you agree dating today feels toxic?
I think dating feels toxic for people who shouldn't be dating, which also tends to be the majority of people we see having these conversations.
Yeah, I think most people don't know how to date. I think most people don't know how to vet. I think most people don't know what they want. I think most people don't know who they are. So yeah.
I got a follow-up question. Is the problem with dating people or the system itself?
Unfit people dating. Like dating is like a motherfucker that works at Walmart walking into a Ferrari dealership trying to get a car. You have no business there. Like until you get your shit together, you shouldn't be trying to include anybody else in your dysfunction or your average, mediocre, whatever. If you want better for yourself and then you can't reach what you want for yourself as better, why would you want to bring somebody else into that? Or for the women's side, if you're unhealed, damaged, still stuck on another nigga, why would you want to come and bring another man into your dysfunction? Like the only time that something is hard in life, generally speaking, when something is difficult, toxic, or not good for you, it's probably something you shouldn't be doing anyway. It's apply that to dating. The only people that we see complaining about dating or saying like the dating pool has piss in it is either men who can't afford to get into a better pool or women who can't get into the pool with the men they want.
I think I think people like to blame things instead of blaming themselves. It's like you can't. It's like certain people think that marriage is bad. Like they're like, don't get married, and the real reason is you're the problem, and the person you picked is the problem. Same with co-parenting. I saw a video where a guy was pretty much like, yo, don't ever find yourself in a situation where you got a co-parent because it's the hardest thing ever. No, the people are the problem. You can't co-parent properly with that other person because whatever y'all got going on, it's not the thing, it's you, it's the people. So
Anybody else want to add anything about is the problem with dating people or people itself?
Yeah, I think that I can agree that the pee in the pool reference is being applied the wrong way. I think the pee in the pool are the women that are out here using men for meals and just outright think a video camera file, think they on a reality show, and the P for women is just men in general that don't like women, that have a problem with women, and either need to go find a boyfriend or just hop out the dating pool and heal from whatever it is that they believe, because all they do, it's always women's fault. That's the only P that I can see like genuinely running into. And you see the red flags. You obviously can avoid talking to people that think that way, which is the path that I choose. If you ask me the wrong questions, I'm cutting you off. That's just what it is. And quick, fast, and in a hurry. And I suggest men do the same thing though. And that just, but I guess that takes a healed person, because I only argue when I'm being disrespected to my face and on these panels. But when it comes to relationships, I don't argue with people. I'm not just gonna argue a bit with you about how you feel and what hurts you and why you ain't been to a therapist yet. That's not my problem. And that's just the red flag. It's like absolutely not. What they do say 100% not happening. Like it's not. I'm hanging up, but yet it's you're getting blocked. Welcome to the block party. I think people are wasting too much time trying to change people's minds about how they feel. And like Willie said, it's too many people in the dating pool that don't need to be there. They're unfit to date, period.
Cookie, I got a question.
I think
You said you don't argue in
I don't argue in
relationships.
relationships, no.
What do you do?
That ain't none of your fucking business.
and
Why
you
you
don't
cursing?
argue. I'm just
Yeah.
playing.
All right. Why
Wait,
you
what?
cursing? And why you upset?
Because how do you ask somebody that? That's like asking if y'all don't have no decorum. Like what do you mean? What do
Wait,
I do? Why would I tell you that? You're not even we're not, y'all aren't prospects. Y'all barely coworkers. Why would I have that discussion on the
wait,
internet?
Wait,
so
what was the
you
question?
so you think I asked you something very extremely personal?
I feel like that's personal, yeah.
I think that's ridiculous.
Okay.
You
Okay,
said
Cookie.
you
I vouch for Cookie, but Dope, can you ask me, because I'm just like Cookie in that space in
yeah.
relationships.
If you don't argue in relationships, what do you do? What's your preference?
So no, I do not argue. Me and my ex-husband did not argue. Me and my ex-boyfriends, we do not argue. It's just a tone of which, when you're in a relationship, you just have a mature outlook on the relationship. Now, you can have a conversation and be agreeable or disagreeable. We can converse about something, but there should always be room. Women should always leave room for a man for correction, and also an ear for understanding and learning from the man. So it should never be where I'm foundational with you and I'm arguing with you. So I think that's what she's meaning, but I don't
You
agree.
can't tell her what
Yeah,
she
you
means
spazzed
because
on him though. But I get Cookie, because I know a lot of women that just don't argue with their men.
we have no idea what she means, because what you just said was completely reasonable and not personal. Something
Got
that I
it.
would have said, but she got
Got
something
So
it.
else.
is your question, what do I do opposed to arguing? Was that the question you were posing to me?
That's the one way to ask it.
Oh, you asked me in proper English. Thank you for clarifying that for me, DJ. So what do I do opposed to arguing? Is that the question?
My question was, what do you do?
I don't argue. I don't do negative, toxic things. I have discussions. And if we can't agree, we can agree to disagree. So I don't understand where there's any room. What else would there be if I don't argue? Because people don't get along 100%. I don't just go quiet and go in my room and lock my door and go in the bathroom and cry. But I definitely don't argue. I'm not going back and forth with a man. I don't do that. I had a dad. I'm just going to go back to that, since everybody keeps talking about, well, what do you do? Why do you feel this way? Why are you this confident? I hate that you're 43 and you still feel like you're awesome. I am. I had a father. I do. Sorry. There's a lot of things that y'all try to double back and pin me in corners, and I'm just not doing with y'all no more. I don't argue. We can talk about it.
Lock his
If I don't
ass up.
agree, I don't agree.
I would say that if Was the question like, what do you said you don't argue in a relationship, and he said, what do you do?
He said, "What do you do in a relationship?"
Okay, cool. So
I
No.
misunderstood him.
I'll tell you exactly. She said I don't argue. I said I want Cookie. I want to ask you a question. If you don't argue in relationships, what do you do?
okay, so like
That
one
sounded weird.
arguing in a relationship isn't bad. It's when you're fighting, and like most people, unfortunately, they say, again, sorry, ladies, but y'all suck at communicating. A lot of y'all don't know how to say and have an argument and keep it respectful, so it turns into a fight. And when you start fighting, that's when it's an issue. So there's nothing wrong with arguing in a relationship. However, I will say this: I would bet that if a person is willing to come up on a panel and argue with people, they're probably going to do that shit in a relationship too. So what Cookie
No,
might not do is fight. She may not fight with her dude because no woman should be fighting with her man. And I can see where her father would have taught her that. But to say that we're arbitrarily like, hey, you know what? We're not arguing. That's what we do up here for the majority of the time. And there's nothing wrong with that. Now, if it's different, like when you start arguing with motherfuckers and then names start getting called, that's when it turns into a fight, right? A lot of people who do that on these panels do that in their relationships too. We're not talking about
I've done
Cookie.
that before on the
Obviously.
panel.
Yeah,
I've done
obviously.
that. But they pushed me to a
No,
different.
I don't have it. We're not talking about that. Like
Yeah.
it's different when you're saying someone says something, you say something. That's not what we're talking about. But
Yeah.
we're talking about like how the fact that, like, say if me and Pearl were arguing about something, and I'm like, I don't like this, and she's like, well, fuck you. Like that's what I'm talking about, because like I didn't say anything to her. She just doesn't like the fact I don't like what she was talking about. I don't agree with her. That's what I'm saying. But ain't shit wrong with arguing. I mean, unless you think that you're gonna be in a relationship and everything's gonna be, happy-go-lucky, y'all gonna be on the same page every time, there are going to be arguments that happen. Like it's unavoidable dealing with
Cookie.
more than one person.
Cookie, if you having sex with your man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just said that shit whack tonight. What's your response?
What did you do wrong?
Example.
Okay. I'm just asking. Like, how you gonna handle that?
Like, what did you do wrong? It's never whack.
Okay.
What did you say earlier? Why is she not reacting like she normally does?
Got it.
Yeah, like I actually like what Willie said too.
Me too.
It's all about the whole mindset thing, because I've had conversations with people and we have a disagreement, and then the first thing somebody says is, I'm about to argue with you. Like, who said this was an argument? Who said that we have to be fueling right now? We're just having a conversation. And
Could
that's
you
the only way that we're
imagine?
going to be able to get understanding and clarity and see if we can get somewhere. But when to me, I think people resort to that when they just don't want to have a conversation, or they can't have a conversation.
No, I absolutely argue with strangers, JR. Let me tell you something. But when I got off the internet right before the elections, and I was telling people what was about to happen, and these red pill Negroes was like, yeah, no, yeah. I lost it. I was not on the internet for the longest time because of that, and the fact that I lost my mom. It was just all a crash and burn. So I was just like, yeah, absolutely. We'll get into a rage behind certain subjects when it involves our people and them being coons. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
Can any of y'all imagine like y'all smashing the dude and then he just stands up out of nowhere, zips his pants up, and is like, damn, this shit was whack, and then just walks out, no conversation, no nothing, and just like, damn, that shit was poo. Like what?
That ain't never happened to me.
Well, I mean, I would hope that it would never happen to anybody, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge the fact that it takes two people to have bad sex. So I would just think that, like, it's like if I was a dude and like a woman just got up and was like, man, your dick was trash, and then just left. There wasn't no conversation and wasn't no back and forth. That would be wild. Like that's what? But y'all swear that's not gonna happen to y'all. So I mean,
Willie, I'm not dealing with you today.
we can't have the car. I know everybody. Okay, your women swear all their vaginas are amazing. Blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Right, I get that. But yeah, like, or how about if you could hear your man's thoughts and then you could hear him being like, "This is what that nigga told me I should come get." Like, you could just hear his inner like monologue about your vagina. Y'all would be sick.
Y'all do know on the panel I was being facetious when I asked Cookie that, right?
Well, we
Yeah,
know
of
that you
course.
don't
Y'all
know.
know it's
We know
breaking the
that.
ice, but just trying to get her response to it. That
Yeah,
right? It wasn't.
We all
we
know
know.
Cookie
You know,
argue.
She
we
a
know
Nobody
grown
knows.
up.
you don't know
Like
what
it
her
wasn't
vagina is like.
disrespectful, right? Cookie, were you disrespected when I asked you, what if you was with your man and he says the sex is whack that night?
No, I didn't feel disrespected by you.
Okay, just
Well,
making
It's
she
a
sure.
felt
video of a girl
disrespected
in
by
a
my
car,
question.
and her boyfriend is telling her that. And her
Me.
boyfriend is like, "Wow." He's like, "Why are you with me if the sex is so bad?" Like, cause you cool, you cook, you fun. We have a trip. You just like, you know what I'm saying. Your head
Well,
is
I
just a
like
little
what she
toothy.
said though. She said, "What are you ain't doing right to it?
Yeah,
Handle it."
because y'all love trying to put the onus on men, acting like you motherfuckers don't get in the bed and turn into goddamn starfish. Like, so we
What?
can't. You pretty motherfuckers are the worst ones because y'all tend to be the worst in bed anyway.
Good thing I'm Lafayette.
I don't know what that shit means either. But like, what we can't. Well,
It's all right.
But Dope
Naomi
can't.
does.
I know Dope can't support this, and it's JR panel, and I don't know if straight maybe, but like a guy that slept with a bunch of pretty women, he will tell you that a lot of the times they are just life size sex dolls that take a couple instructions. They like ain't no
Is
creativity
that
to it.
similar to a pillow princess?
No, pillow princess is just girls who scared to try shit. These motherfuckers we talking about, you pretty motherfuckers, y'all are lazy because the dudes who fuck y'all get what y'all be trying to show out. So all y'all got to do is just take dick and not scream or cry, you know what I'm saying, or get dry. But ain't no creativity. You're not trying to jump off no walls. You're not trying to do no handstand. You just want to lay there and just take dick and let us do all the work. And then if a dude come in 10, 15, 30 minutes, then it's a problem. Like, but you know, fucking is like CrossFit. Ain't nobody doing an hour, 2 hour CrossFit session.
Shout out to the
I
women
think
doing
it's
handstands.
Let
Willie
me go
with
to
me.
run this. Let me go run this video, man. I know we talking about courting and dating, and we talking
Pearl.
tricks, Ringling brother moves, and yeah. Shout out to Willie, man. He definitely know how to paint the picture, don't he? I'm pretty sure all y'all mans were thinking, like, what? Jumping off the wall. What does that look like? Anyhow, we're gonna run this clip. Here we go. Let me see, 5301, where we are. 50.
Oh yeah, that hotspot not doing it.
It's messing up?
Nah, it's pixelated real bad.
Is it?
I can't hear nothing either.
Oh, hold on.
Like I'm slamming the mouse.
Hold on, let me see if my...
Yeah, you got like a storm over there or something, or it just went out?
No, let me go back to my internet because I was...
Damn.
Yeah, I think he.
JR,
I thought the whole thing crashed, but.
All right. Is that better now?
Yeah, we could hear you better, but the video's still frozen or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I just switched back to the modem, so let me see.
It looks good though.
It's better now? Okay. All right, here we go.
How women become single moms multiple
Oh,
times.
shit. I can't hear shit. Can y'all hear something?
And what's wilder,
I can hear.
We can hear it.
I can't hear nothing. So you got to set everything back up when the power go out. Let me just go back out and come back in, man.
Willie, when it comes to the pretty woman thing, I think it's kind of like it's torn because a lot of pretty women don't do nothing. You know, they boring. You know, when it comes to that. But then I've met some girls who I'm like, yo, you too pretty to be this nasty.
Yeah, trust me.
No, pretty girls are like that. I mean, I don't think you can judge on their beauty, but but I think pretty girls. Yeah, I don't think you can judge on the beauty. I think I've met 50 pretty girls.
You can separate them. Like, not trying to be funny, but I would bet that every man's up here, like, your number one eater wasn't a bad bitch.
I have a kid, but he wasn't mature.
Well, that's true.
Bro, I'm never gonna be wrong out loud. We're like, like you said, we can't go based off of beauty. We absolutely can. Like, that's the metric that we judge women off of. Like,
Yo, wow.
All right, man. We go ahead and run this video, man. Here we go.
No, just stick around. That's why dating is wild to me.
Yeah. And you know what's even wilder to me? And I promise I'm not making no judgments. But it's just it's wild to me that how women become single moms multiple times. And what's wilder to me, it makes more sense to be a single mom to 3 different kids by 3 different men than to be a single mom to 3 kids by the same man.
He manipulated you 3 times.
That's wild. At least the one who got 3 baby dads, she tried something different. Like, you just keep falling for his okie
So
doke.
now look, tell me if I'm wrong on this. Now, when you got guys that's walking around that been thinking about kids that they ain't even have, and now you locked in with a single mom, what type of great arrogance aside, how grateful should she be for you?
And
Just stop it right there. Let me just pose this question out. Which is worse? 3 kids by 3 dads or 3 kids by the same man?
The
In the
obvious choice.
context of the video,
Yeah.
3 kids by 3 different niggas.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
Shorty
Like
just
in the
said was
video,
crazy.
he said that having 3 kids by being a single parent to 3 kids by the same person, that was worse because
So let me ask you this question: would you rather have? It's 4 types of cancer, right? Or you got 4 different cancers. Would you rather have 1 or would you rather have 3?
Bad analogy.
To
Yeah,
you, because you're a woman. I'm asking JR.
What?
Bad.
He said stay in your place.
I would say neither.
So you've got it. So my point is, the woman with 1 baby daddy, right? That she's only got 1 form of cancer you got to deal with, worry about throughout the course of her life. The other one, she has 3 separate sources of cancer that she's going to have to treat, deal with, and mitigate for the rest of her life. That's why it's a perfect analogy. And I don't see any straight man, at least, saying that he would want to deal with a woman that has kids by 3 different niggas compared to dealing with the woman who has kids by
what?
1.
Yeah, that sounds dumb.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, but I think they're operating off of the idea that if you didn't get married, you were fooled, right? He wasted your time. I don't agree with that. I don't view the world that way. If you had 3 kids with 1 man, I mean that y'all had a relationship and then y'all are no longer together. That makes perfect sense. People do that all the time. You just saved money and you didn't get lawyers involved because you weren't married. So that's the only difference.
And I think that woman is smart because all the kids have the same father. They got the same last name. They got the same daddy that he got to drop. I mean, that statement was just crazy that she said that it's better. I don't know. I don't understand that.
The only negative to it is possibly that man may feel more jurisdiction than he actually has if he's no longer with that woman. He may still feel like those are my 3 kids. They may have more history than somebody who just had 1 kid by several guys. So that's the only negative that I can think of that is potential negative.
No, but if you're comparing the 2 scenarios, there's no negative compared to the other scenario. Like there's
Well,
no
I would just give
negative.
it the only. I think that's a con. Like if you have 3 kids by 1 man, like then like even you can ask Willie. Willie controls the other house to some degree. Like he has he has a control inside of that other household that's not his. So typically, if you have 3 kids by 1 man, he got 3 of his kids inside of that house. That's almost like his house.
That's not Willie's problem. The
And then
scenario, that's not Willie's problem.
that other scenario, you got 3 niggas who think they got some say
Exactly.
in that person's house.
Exactly.
Now you motherfuckers are a tribe. You're a
Yeah.
tribe of niggas. It's 4 niggas dealing with 1 woman.
No, Willie, I feel like if a man has kids with a woman who already has 2 kids, and like if they doing that, most likely those guys aren't really too, trying to be that involved. Even if they involved, I don't think they trying to like be like, yo, I want to. That's just what I think most cases.
Well, I can see that, but this is the thing, right? If a guy has, that's like where you start seeing the conversations like, oh, I bought school clothes for my kids and she let the other kids wear them, or she got my kids sharing shoes with the other baby daddy kids. Like that's where that type of shit happens. And again, only having to deal with like for when you're dealing with a woman, bro, you don't want to deal with a bunch of exes. Like you may have to deal with one because every women tend to have one nigga that's still stuck on them, so you might have to check that nigga at some point. But these are going to be niggas you got to check on at least a holiday based basis. Goddamn, every other Thanksgiving you got to check this baby daddy because he don't want to come pick the kids up. Then every other Christmas you got to check the other 2 niggas because they don't want to send the kids no gifts. Like you get one central point of focus to deal with the woman that has one baby daddy. Having to deal with 3 different niggas with 3 different temperaments, 3 different mindsets, and probably 3 different sizes. Like them niggas might jump you. At least you get you shoot the one with the one baby daddy.
That's what I was about to say too. Yeah, that's crazy.
I got some more of this clip here. Let me play this.
I think my understanding of the definition of courtship is it's extreme intentionality. So
wrong thing. 55-26. I don't know what happened. 55-26.
I would put it that way.
How grateful should she be?
I feel the same way.
This dude is willing to
should be a high level of gratitude.
Yeah, you got to think about it. Like this is the plight of a man. My girl had the exact situation we're talking about. I understand that if something were to happen, I have now put myself in a predicament where this kid is in jeopardy. I have to put my life on the line. And when I leave this earth, right, I don't have any of my own biological kids. So I'm leaving. I died for someone outside of my lineage.
Think about how heavy that is.
That's crazy. That's a big responsibility that I don't think women understand. And this is the next part of that situation is she's going to be with somebody else. So I essentially died for
I don't like y'all.
Let me ask y'all this. Do single moms underestimate what good step dads sacrifice?
Yeah, they do. They know you an idiot.
There's a big pussy pork.
They know you a fool, bro.
I want to add something in here though, based on what he said. Just because you're a man who's willing to go into a woman's life and be a father to her kids, I definitely believe she should absolutely show gratitude for that in general. However, it doesn't mean that you doing her more of a favor than she doing you. And I want to say, a lot of these niggas don't get bitches, right? I don't want guys who think because they do everything the right way. Oh, I have my good job and I did this and I did this in life. I'm a top choice. No, you still not. You're not unless the women will let you know if you're a top choice. You out there and you single and you on a date with a single mom for a reason. Because you have to be. Right? You're not the nigga who's getting the top picks. So I just want them to understand that just because you're doing it, y'all still in the same league. Because you don't get bitches and she got a kid already. So y'all on the same level still. You did
not really. What if she's
wait. Real dope, you said top pick. What do you consider a top pick?
If a nigga is a lame and he's coming in to be a stepdad, you're not she's not punching up. Right? That's what I'm saying.
No,
if you're a lame, you're a lame.
I'm talking about as far as the woman. What does a top pick woman consist of?
What did I say? Let me know what I said so I can clarify it.
Like you said that he's not getting B's. And
so
when you said
if he don't have all the options, if he don't have the options that he want, I would assume that your option on a dating site says kids are okay for a reason. Most men who have those options are checking off no kids, right? That's what I'm saying.
JR, real quick, please. I gotta ask him this. Would you say Ciara is top tier?
That's a terrible example, but I see.
No, I'm going to use it. Give me one. I'm asking him. I do. I'm just seeing if we both look at her the same way. Is Ciara top tier in terms of how she looked? I'm asking you, real dope.
Oh, it's how she looks? She's attractive.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm saying is not every baby mother, it looks the same. Some women that got 1 kid or 2 kids, if she's fine, she's going to be able to pull something because she's good looking.
Yeah.
So you got to also equate that too. See, Russell Wilson, although he's corny, he's still a football player at the end of the day. Yes, he could have got any white woman. But he went with Ciara because he was like, man, she got Future's kid. She fine, bro. Like she really good looking. So
That's a
I'll
different
overlook.
scenario.
Well, I'm just saying, there's women in real life that I've seen women at Walmart, wherever I'm at, and she could have one kid, and I can understand why a dude is trying to get at her. It's only because
Oh
he's looking
yeah.
at her beauty. He's like, damn, she fine.
Listen,
Like, I'll
listen.
overlook
Some
that
of
kid.
these girls, some of these women with kids be bad as shit. They be bad as shit, and niggas is still gonna do that. Like,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And some are ugly, but I'm just saying the ones that are beautiful, they are playing a different game than the women that can't pull. I'm saying there's two different games being played, is what I'm saying.
oh, absolutely.
I'm not gonna push back. That we already, for whatever reason, every time we start talking about stepdads, when they get described, they're lame, they're corny. That's cool, right?
I don't
But
think stepdad's lame.
well, I mean, just look at some of the words you used to describe them. Like, to your point, it's like inherently it
Oh,
seems like
I
that's
wasn't
how they look
describing
at
stepdads. I was describing
the
some
men who,
niggas who
who
want to do
date,
that. Yeah,
which would be stepdads. So the guys who are willing to be stepdads, but
most
that's
of them, not all of them.
a man who marries a woman that has children is doing infinitely more for him than she is. I mean, for her than she is for him, because he's taking responsibility for her and those kids, financially, physically, spiritually, all the leads, all of that shit. He's taking responsibility for that woman and those kids because they're going to be in his house. The only time that's not true is when you got one of them 50-50 niggas and y'all both working and splitting bills and shit. But if that guy has no kids and he's going, there's that shit is 80% in her favor. Because again, it's getting married is already taking on one new asset liability that should be an asset, right? It's always you got one more person you got to protect, you got to feed, you got to clothe, you got a house, all this other stuff. You taking one with 3 kids, cool. She got 3 kids that are going to need braces, private school tuition, food, Christmas gifts, toys, birthdays. It's 3 extra tickets for family vacations. Like you just almost 3-4 extra expenses by getting with her. A woman is not expected to do that when she dates a man with kids because she's not taking on any additional financial responsibility. She's not taking on any additional protection responsibility. And then 2, she's not leading the household. So the spiritual and the mental part isn't her. She's just there to nurture those kids and be loving and supportive to them. So a man who dates a woman is taking on infinitely more than a woman is if she has, and when it's the other way around. Like, I don't think that we can refute that.
Oh no, I agree with you, and especially in a tangible sense. I guess if I can try to make sense of what I'm saying that if you are a man who sees a woman and she has 2 kids or whatever, she got kids, and you're like, yo, I still want that. I'm still going to court you. I'm still going to pursue you. You're letting everybody know what you value and that you value her enough to exchange what you have to offer for her. That's what I'm saying.
Would you say that the majority of men who target women with kids are looking for marriage, or they're looking to fuck, and the kids are a woman having a fuck trophy is a guaranteed sign that she's fucking?
I think most men just want to have sex.
Well,
but I'm not talking about the men who just fuck. I'm talking about the
that's the majority. That's where we have to be being realistic and generally speaking. That's the majority of men.
Yeah, but I'm
because
talking
if a guy
about
can choose, like if a guy could choose between woman A and woman B, and they're identical, but woman B has 8 fucking kids or 3 kids, he's not taking woman B over woman A ever.
Yeah, I think we're strictly talking about the scenario when a man is with a woman seriously that has kids, not the ones who not going to be with her. I'm talking about the ones who seriously are going to be in a relationship with her. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but real dope. If a woman has kids, he's taking on extra load. Why do you keep not understanding that? That's an extra load.
So in every tangible sense, he's doing more for her, right?
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is, in another sense, he's letting you know what he values, right? I value you enough. I hold you up here enough that I will give you all of this and take care of your kids just to have you and have access to you.
It's not what he values. It's what he's willing to accept.
Exactly.
He's willing to accept the fact that you have children, even though that's not desirable to the guy with no kids. Yeah. He's willing to accept that. But like you said, a lot of single moms are bad. You know that I may have some firsthand experience with You know, so you understand, like you know that I'm with you on that part. But just because a guy is willing to sleep with a woman that has children or, you know, date her, that's not saying it's what he values, because he's not putting to it. He doesn't have, like you said, a choice to do a woman with no kids. Like now, if you ask a guy who says, hey, I only date women with children, he says, I value that because I'm a father. So I don't want to date a woman who doesn't have kids, because I don't want somebody like using my kids as a crash test dummy to figure out like that you're saying she doesn't want kids to be she's not a good mom. Like I like the fact that a woman with children, I at least know she's nurturing, at least, you know, the kids are successful. She knows how to manage a schedule. She also knows that my time isn't always my fucking time. So I just can't get up and go to Dubai because she feels like she wants to go take Instagram pictures. Like moms are significantly more selfless than single women or women without children are.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is if a woman is a 10, right? And let's say she has a kid and that knocks her down to realistically like an 8.5 or something like that, right? If that man, she's still at 8.5 and she can get, you know, like that's still her level. So she can still acquire men, you know, parallel to that.
Agree.
So I guess that's what I'm saying is like after all the net, like it's the net positive of what she is. He's still, you still at 8.5.
How many women date across? Most women try to date up.
They try and date up a little bit, yeah.
So that 8.5, she's not gonna want an 8.5 nigga. She wants a 9 or a 10.
Yeah, most stepdads not that though. Most stepdads is gonna fall under in that, you know, from what I
okay, so then if most of the stepdads
is just a man that a woman's willing to settle for, like, and that's not because if she could choose better, she would. There's a strong argument that can be made for that to be true.
So like, so hold that right there. A lot of stepdads are men who women settle for.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's this guy sitting right here, and she's this badass bitch who got a kid, so she dropped down right here, but they still right here. That's all I'm saying is like,
he's willing to accept that she has kids. She's willing to accept him because she can't get the nigga that she really wants.
So I was speaking to that even exchange of like, you don't get bitches, but I'm with you. It's cool. I'm gonna still be a woman, and you got kids. So, but you bad. So I'm gonna still be with you. Type of y'all kind of.
But okay, so then let me ask you this though.
She got kids, but if she didn't have kids, she wouldn't be regular. But since she's regular because she got them, that they willing to tolerate each other.
But then it's real dope. How many bad baby mamas does that guy have to choose from? So she's still competing with other women that have kids too.
No. A lot of bad baby moms be getting some, you know, they be getting some niggas.
No, I know, but I'm saying they're competing with the other women that got kids too. Yeah, they both bad.
I don't think a lot of guys even still get to choose from bad baby moms.
I don't think I know. I would bet all the whatever is valuable to you that I have, that the majority of men don't have access to 8s and above. When it comes to dating, they may know them because they went to high school with them. They may work with one, but it's not one that if they went and spoke to, they can get a hug from, and she wouldn't be like, "Oh, nigga, watch out," or like try to give you the church hug from, or like if it's the one at work, you couldn't go like, "Hey, let's go to lunch," and then not end up on a fucking HR complaint. Like the majority of men don't have access to those types of women.
Yeah,
I mean, again, if they did, those would be the majority.
The guy that does have access, all I'm saying is he has a bunch of other baby mamas that's just bad as you. I'm saying the ones that do have access, he has a lot of baby mamas that are bad to choose from.
Yeah.
But you gotta. It's not abundance. Like it's not a lot of bad chicks out here with kids that are single. Like there's some. You know, there's a lot of. There's a couple pretty, but we're talking about like bad ones. There's not very many of them.
But, bro, in Florida, they're everywhere.
Oh my God, a lot of some bad bitches got kids.
Like, what are we talking about right now?
Niggas, Willie, niggas is getting to them early.
Willie, are you in Connecticut? Like,
it's not a lot. Like the majority of women with kids are not bad.
Are you in South Carolina?
Willie, if you come to Florida, they're everywhere.
We're not telling you nothing new. Like there are not the majority of women with kids are not bad. There are some that are. What I'm simply saying is the majority of people with these little semen demons are not bad.
I agree on that. We agree on that. I guess what we're saying is that like out of all the bad women, a lot of them have been captured.
Yeah, I would say that that's still not the majority though. I'll give you a 60-40 split.
A lot of them though. A lot of them.
I'll give you a 70-30. But again, I'm talking about the majorities. I'm not talking about the minorities. I'm not saying any of you motherfuckers up here with kids ain't pretty or anybody in the comments with kids. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying that the majority of women with children are not bad. That is what
Oh
I'm
yeah, we
saying.
agree.
Because the majority of women with children are still carrying baby fat from their third child. They on baby number 5. Like, so we're not going to sit here and just act like inherently women that have a bunch of kids or women that have kids are pretty or fine, because they're not.
No, I got you.
Now you moved the goalpost to a bunch of kids.
I didn't move
not
shit.
Just baby
I
mamas
didn't move a
now they
motherfucker.
He right though.
I didn't move
3, 4,
anything, but
5
I've said it's
kids.
been consistent the entire time.
He right, because usually the ones that are bad, they got one.
But
They
my
got one.
point stands. I don't move the
I'm gonna do a
goalpost.
call for them on my Instagram. I got real followers. I'm gonna do a call for all the pretty single mamas.
That's cool.
You are a
Your
beautiful
limited
woman.
followers on Instagram, of the 8 billion people that have Instagram accounts, and say the 1 billion that happen to be parent or moms,
so give me a
your
number,
300
Willie.
are not going to make a dent in
What
the
number
hole.
makes them fine? 7 and
No.
up?
8,
10?
8 and up.
9 and
No,
up.
7. 7
is tripping.
No, not 7.
7 is not fine.
No.
7 is fine.
To me,
What
7
if
is
she
good.
has a wonderful head on her shoulders, great character,
We don't
modest,
give it.
sweet?
We're not talking about all of that extra shit. We talk about how you look. Like
7 is
your
good.
head on your
7 is
shoulders,
good.
your job,
7 is
all that
good,
shit
Willie.
doesn't matter to nobody but y'all.
I like
7.5.
7.
7.5.
I like 7.
Bro, we told
that.
you what it was. Me and Mon agree. We said 8, 9 and up.
I'm gonna do a single mom call. I'm saying I'm gonna post it. I'm like, listen, women, if you are what should I say, 8 and above, and you're a single mom,
Which women you think are about to be honest about where the fuck they fall? All of y'all think y'all are 10.
They don't know where they fall.
That's not true. Every woman does not
Yes,
think
it
she's
is.
a 10.
Most don't.
That's not true.
I've only
That's
seen
not true,
one.
Willie.
I've only seen one woman in my entire career on this platform admit that she wasn't a 10, and that was Naomi. The rest of y'all lie so fast and then it's always the ugliest one that's the loudest about being a 10, and then she got like 8 or 9 hyping her up so she believe it. Like, y'all base how y'all look on the type of niggas y'all fuck, not how you actually look in real life.
Also,
so
10s are almost impossible.
Athlete, you think you a 10, not but thinking because you a bottle girl in a fucking strip club so you can fuck an athlete, but because you fuck the nigga with some money makes you think that you a 10. That's why y'all are not honest.
Also, 10 is almost impossible to be there to reach a 10. Like, a lot of men probably would say they never even saw a 10. Like, a lot of women fall in that 9 category who beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know women that are going around saying I'm a 10. I'm a 10. I think the dream says that.
No, girls be saying that.
Oh,
you just gotta watch more of these panels because they be on here lying all the time.
I don't.
Yeah, there's
none of them. But I'm just saying, I think it's a lot of beautiful single moms. I can't say majority, but I do meet a lot of beautiful single moms.
No one is arguing that there are a lot of single moms. My point in the assertion that I made was that the majority of single moms are not attractive. That's what I said.
Yeah,
we agree on that.
Yeah, we agree. But in Florida, there's a lot, man. God damn.
Bro, I lived in Pensacola and I was in Miami 3 or 4 times a month for years. Of course, it's a bunch of pretty women in Florida. It's all the sun, all that cool shit, and all the plastic surgery spots are down there too. So of course, it's gonna be.
I'm not in the Miami part, but yeah,
there's a great plastic surgery spot in Jacksonville. It's 15 minutes from outside of Duval County. Like, Florida is known as a hot spot for plastic surgery. So of course, there's gonna be a lot of pretty women there. But again, the majority of the motherfuckers with kids just aren't attractive. Like, the majority of men with money aren't attractive. Like, I would say the overwhelming majority of men with money aren't attractive to women. Because if they were, y'all would probably be trying to date them.
Yeah, facts. I agree with that. I'm broke as hell.
Like, and people say, "Well, how you calling yourself cute? What about your girl?" Like,
I never said that,
because she's not.
But I think as far as
real dope is crazy, bro. This is what he heard.
I think as far as when you guys were talking about the stepdad thing, I think that's all subjective. And I think that depends on how mature the man is. So I think there's men, I mean, you guys can give your opinions, but I think it's always going to be the mature man that will be willing to be the stepdad or step in as the role as the stepdad. And stepdad for me doesn't always mean you're the financial aspect.
I think if you get with the,
because picking and choosing has something that he says, and he says that the woman, it depends on the setup of your woman, right? Because Will doesn't want his woman to work, so we argued this, and I said, well, but me, I would want to work because I pay for my daughter's school. I don't expect because you're my man that I want you to pay for my daughter's school. You got your own daughter. You know, so for me, you would want me to work, right? Because how else I'm gonna get
No.
money?
No, I don't want my woman to work. And I think one of the biggest flexes a man can have once he gets money is taking his woman out the workforce. But when I say I don't want my woman to work, I don't want her to work for somebody else. I don't want her trading time for money. I want her to work on something she's passionate, she cares about, that she would do for free. Because outside of that, and then well, not even say that part. And then to look at where I am, if I'm out with my friends and then they're like, oh, we gotta leave because my girl gotta go to work in the morning. That reflects on me because again, how am I able to do so much, but I'm not providing that for my wife? Like, I'm a boss, I'm independent, I'm an entrepreneur, I passive income out the wazoo, but my girl is still going to work. Like, she's still punching the clock at the post office. Like, that looks bad on me as a man. So that's why I wouldn't want my woman working. Like, I would not want my wife to work like that.
Yeah, if I had a woman and she had kids, I don't care if she got kids or she don't got kids. Like I'm taking care of everything.
Yeah,
There's no other way to be with me.
yeah, and that's again, that's up to the man. That has to be up to the man. I'm not gonna fight you and say, no, you can't pay for my daughter's school. No, you can't pay for $2,000 Montessori school for my 1-year-old. No, you could do it. Sure, I'll stop working, but I'd prefer to not bring that baggage on into you because I've been handling it alone. So if I'm happy working in the space of my career where I'm making easy money, working only 2-3 days a week, it's not taken from you.
But
I'm
what
not
if
taking none of
No,
my
and
time from
so you
you.
don't
But if
want
that's able to take care of my children prior to you, then but
no, that's the
for what
beautiful thing.
Will was saying was no, you don't need to work at all. Or because if you do work, you're gonna feel like you run the house. And I'm like, oh my God.
that's we talk about me or the other Will?
No, I'm talking about
Oh,
I'm
picking
talking
and
about the other
choosing.
oh,
will.
okay.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah.
clarify that's I don't feel like
Yeah,
that
because
at
he
all.
doesn't
No,
believe in
I
a
think
woman working. So
no, Labonita. I think I like that position. I like the way you feel about that because that's what most men want. Like, right? We want women who don't ask for nothing and we want to give them everything. Right? So you're saying you're coming in. You're like, yo, I can take care of myself. You know, I don't want to put this burden on you, but it's cool. We're gonna take it off you anyway
yeah,
because
and I'm
we
fine
like
with
that.
that.
That shows that you actually are genuine and you know, yeah, it shows that you genuine. I know for me, I don't. If I was to be with a woman with kids, I'm not doing all the that's. I feel like when you in a relationship and your problems are my problems. Your problems are everything is mine. I'm taking all that. I'm taking all of that. So I don't want it to be like I'm with a woman with kids and she like, all right, I gotta pay for this because this is my kids stuff. Like, no, those are our kids, right? That's the way I see it. I don't know. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
he
way I see
crazy.
it.
That's real
Yeah, I
dope.
understand trips. I
Why be with a woman with
understand
kids if
that
you're going
food
to
trips.
anything else?
Yeah, I
Nope.
understand food trips and housing. Okay, I get it. But for me, I know how much I'm
Them kids
paying.
ain't mine.
I'm not gonna bring that to no like
But
if you want to do it, take it. I thank
You
you.
his
But
woman.
Hey,
You
all the
is
single
that
mothers
financial
is all real
responsibility
dope.
the only place that you don't want to bring to your new guy? Because you're saying that you've been handling it for so long, but you've also been handling your protection, and you've also been handling your provision. And for a man to protect you means he has to be willing to lay his life down for you.
correct.
But is that so? Like, where do you draw the line of like what you don't want your man to do for you? Because not
That
trying to
none
be
of that is
funny,
the
I
issue.
would much rather pay all of a woman's bills and not have to die for her if I got an option.
But so you're saying it's an option that you might have to be in the line of fire with
What
her
what I am
working?
what I am saying is this: if women thought like you and says, no, I don't want to bring the things that I was handling before you came into my life and then put them on you, I would take the financial burden 10 times out of 10 as compared to the protection burden, because me protecting you can mean that I have to lay my life down for you. I love living. I love my life. So, but the money that your kids' tuition and your rent and all, well, our mortgage and all that shit, I will pay that shit all the time if I had to pick between the two. But you're saying what you're saying is that you don't want to bring the financial issue, but you're not addressing the rest of the shit that you bring by being somebody's wife. Like all the inherent duties that a man has to you. You just talked about the one that you don't want to bring. You protect yourself now with your security system, a baseball bat, maybe a shotgun or a gun. when you get married, are you going to still not expect your husband to do that for you?
No, that's something you're adding in now because that wasn't what I said. So the
I
point of
didn't
what I
add
said
anything.
was just a job. It was me working or not working. You said you
Yep.
would take the woman. You guys are saying I would take the woman. What I'm telling you as a single woman, now I don't know about other women, but I think there are women that take care of their kids
Right.
financially, whether they have the partnership with the dad or they pay, they have the situations before you. So, in the sense of that, to uphold my end, I work to pay for those things. So, for me, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you don't have to financially do nothing for me. That's not what I said. What I said is, I like to have a job, even if I'm working 2 days a week, that's still going to pay my daughter's tuition. And that's both of my daughter's tuitions. That's all I'm saying. Now, if the man says, baby, I got you, you good, you don't have to do that, then okay, is what I'm saying. But I don't feel like what I'm saying is speaking for the women that women, I'm speaking for the women that are hearing men think like, oh, because you're a stepdad, you got to front the financial and take care of the kids financially. What I'm saying is, I don't need that. I'd rather me be able to have the ability, if my husband will allow me to have my little job, because less is more in my world. I work less, make more. So if I'm happy in that space doing something like you said, if she loves doing what she do, I love doing what I do. I get to go work for 12 hours a week and I bring out home a great number, great. But that goes to financing my children. And so I wouldn't want that to be the burden of a man. Now, what Dope Daddy said and what you said, but if I'd rather do that, then go ahead. Then I'm not gonna fight you. But I'm just saying, I like that I work and I'm able to take care of mine.
hmm But DJ got
That's
a
all I'm
decent career
saying.
too. Like DJ, you a DJ, so like that's can I
Right.
know I wouldn't want you out at night DJing, but like I
I
know
don't
you can.
DJ at night, but yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so you could like do stuff during the day and all that type of stuff a couple times a
Yeah.
week. That's easy for a man to kind of integrate into.
Yeah, because I don't do clubs or anything like that. You know what I mean? I do taco places and Delta Airlines Sky Clubs
Yeah.
and shit like that. So it's not a bad, great gig. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to go sit here and be gone away from my husband 40 hours a week, working 8 hours a day, doing that, like doing all that regular work, clock in, clock out stuff. It's just something it's not made for me. So for me, I think a man that would match with me would love to have somebody that works freaking for 12 hours a week. And I'm
Yeah.
still be doing
I
all the womanly duties at home. So I'm just saying, I just don't want a man to take care of my 18, about to be 19-year-old. It's just,
I think the
it's,
dangerous
it,
part of what
she's
you're
expensive.
saying, so DJ, I think the dangerous part of what you're saying is that you're limiting a man in his responsibility to the home. Because a man who is going to date a single mom knows that that's a part of his responsibility that he's going to be accountable for.
Correct.
And if you limit him, hey, don't do this because I can make money still here. It's in essence you still controlling the financial aspect.
It's
Again, it
not
depends.
limiting if I
So
told him I don't
hold
mind
on,
if he
hold
asks, if he
on,
mentions it.
hold,
So don't
hold
say what I
on,
didn't say.
hold on.
Don't say what
I'm
I didn't say though.
hold on,
She
hold
didn't
on.
say you said it was limiting. She's telling you that it's limiting
It's not
So
limiting.
to
if
you.
Well, let her give you her perspective real quick, and we'll see.
now majority of men know when they date a woman with children, their responsibility and accountability for the children as well. Now, if a woman, I understand women, they're like, you know what, I'll do this much, that way I can take that burden off of him. But he already went into that relationship knowing that's going to be his responsibility. And if you sit there and try to still take care of yourself or your children outside of that, then you're in essence limiting him. Now, I understand what you said after that. Now, if he told me, I don't have to DJ, because he wants to pay the tuition, that's a different conversation. But majority of women, when they're going into a relationship and they still want to keep their job or they still want to keep their own, what they're doing is they're limiting a man in his responsibility. So it's almost like if you're picking the part of the man that you want the most. Like whether
Which
it's
was
his
my point.
protection, whether it's his finances, whether it's his, mental reassurance, emotional reassurance. Okay, well, I'll let you handle this, but I don't want to be a burden in this. And you're supposed to, you know, give him everything.
No, that
Naomi,
sounds stupid.
Naomi,
Like a kid,
Jr.
a woman
Jr.
should be paid. She sounds dumb.
Jr.
No,
Just
that's
saying.
So,
being submissive. What are
Can
you
I
so
read
talking
No,
what
it's
about?
not.
Miss
No,
Hank
it's
said?
not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
What
You
what
no,
DJ what
no, 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 no.
DJ
If you don't
what
want to be
DJ's
responsible,
describing
listen. If
what
you don't want
DJ's
to be
describing
responsible as a man, if you don't want to be
anyway.
completely responsible
What
as a
DJ's
man,
hold,
then don't
That's
date a
fine.
woman
That's
with
fine.
single
hold
kids.
on, Naomi. Let
Don't
him
date a
That's
rebuttal
fine.
woman
real
with
quick.
What DJ's describing is a capable woman that is an asset to her husband. That's all she was saying. If the husband decides that, listen, baby, I get it. You got a job. That's cool. It's your passion. I'm gonna let you do that. I'm gonna rock out, right? Because remember, submission goes both ways. It's just two different types of submission.
hmm?
A man has to submit to his wife also. He has to love
no, he
his wife
doesn't.
and respect what she said. Yes, he does.
You don't submit to a
But
conform. You
listen,
don't submit to or conform to
listen.
the
Hold
authority of
on,
your
Willie.
wife.
Hold on,
Your
Willie.
wife has
Hold
no
on.
authority.
Willie, I told you this before. Whenever I speak, I always speak from a biblical principle. I always speak based on the Bible,
Bro, half
right?
your
Hold
conversation
on.
about naked strippers in the street. They ain't shit about them hoes in the Bible.
That's when I didn't repent. Told you that already. I
So
didn't
Damn.
repent then. I'm repented now.
You
I'm a
said that like
different man
2 weeks
now.
Hold
ago.
on.
No, I did not.
can I respond to
When was
Naomi?
Now
that conversation that we had about
I
him on the
respect DJ's
strip clubs off the
principle
street?
for what she was saying because what she's just trying to articulate. And granted, she didn't disagree with you guys. She said if he did ultimately didn't want her to do that, she's cool with that. But all she's saying is I'm not expecting him to take on that burden. A capable wife is a good wife.
All right,
No,
Shrek.
nobody
Hold on, you
refutes
guys. She's
that.
Right.
trying to respond to Naomi, and then we can go ahead and continue. Go ahead, DJ.
No, Naomi, I understand what you're saying, and you brought it back at the end, and I'm apologize for
Yeah.
interrupting you. But yes, but for me, it's more or less. I really sit down. I really do this in real life. Like I'm a wife. I'm ready, right? So I do this in real life. I really do have a child that I bought her car for, which is a very nice car. I pay for it. I vowed to pay for it. I vowed to pay for my daughter's car. I pay for her car insurance. And if anybody has a child under the age of 27 and they're on your insurance and they live in your house. So all I'm saying is I pay this stuff for my child because she's a great kid. She's a modest, great kid. And I promise and vow to her that I'd be that stand up mom to her. And so, in that space, she's also graduating cosmetology school early. She went to school early. So, she's graduating in January. I'm going to pay 2 years of her space. So, her space that she's shopping for now. So, this is things that I put down that I have to kind of work to do. Don't get me wrong. I would love to be retired. Sit me down. But that to me is like, something that's extra that if I could work the man that's choosing me, it ain't gonna be none of y'all. But the man that chooses me is gonna be like, baby, go. I understand. He's not gonna, I'm not, it's not like I said, it's not like I'm working 180 hours a month. You know what I'm saying? I'm working at the most 20 hours a month. And I'm bringing home more money than most women that I know that's working all those hours a month. So, and I'm providing and doing everything in the house. I'm stepmom to your kids. I'm a leader to your kids. Like, don't like it for me. If the man wants me, then he will accept me. But if he wants to take care of me, cool. But I just know how money is, and money, most men ain't got no money like that. And I'm spending a good at least $6,000 on just my 18-year-old a month. So that's a big bill. So when I big people out here with their balls talking about, oh, I'm gonna sit you down, DJ. No, because my little one goes to Montessori school and it's 2,000 for her. So now we talking 8,000 for just two kids. So I'm just saying, in reality, I'm speaking in reality. I can't have a man like picking and choosing, telling me, well, DJ, you gonna be dominated to me then if you're gonna keep your job because a woman that I marry, you should just want to have a man to sit you down. It's not that I don't want that. It's just that I
Somebody
got
send this
kids.
nigga the link.
I got
D-
kids. Like, and
DJ,
I
I know
take
exactly
care
what you're
of
saying.
them. I have to work. And if you want to take care of it, hey, have fun.
So
DJ, I know
that's
exactly what you're
right.
saying.
That's what I wanted. Sorry.
No, I know exactly what DJ is saying, and I know what you're saying. You're pretty
Mhm.
much. Let me know if I'm right. You're coming from the perspective of like, yo, let that man be a man. right? Like he's going to come over, he's going to do what men do. He's going to do exactly what a man wants to do for you, and let him do what he wants to do for you as a man. And I think what DJ is saying is, hey, all of that would be amazing. However, I'm realistic, and I'm not that girl who says my man, who is like, yo, I'm going to meet a multi millionaire, right? She might meet a guy who's just does well, and they're gonna do well together. And she's willing to come to the table with something. But however, if she does meet that guy, absolutely, she's going to let him take over the reins and let him be a man if he want to be. I think, and I think most men like that. I think most men want a woman like that who's willing to sacrifice and who's willing to do, who's going to come with that mindset. And I think most men want a Cinderella. I know I love the idea of a Cinderella. Like, I don't want a woman who's been everywhere and done everything and know about every car and all. I want to show you this life. Like, I want to come into a humble woman who is just like, yo, I want you and I want to give you everything. That's what that's what I thought most men wanted. I don't know. I grew up wanting that.
Just going to reiterate the point that I was making is that it's okay. She's okay with him letting her help with the financial part, but not the other parts of the relationship. It's
Oh, like
okay
what?
for him to be responsible for everything but the financial spot because she's okay working. Because basically what she's saying is she's like one of those women that's like, say, I'm a bad bitch. I wear Louis Vuitton Prada, so you got to be able to afford me. But she took the morally high ground, the moral high ground, and says, hey, listen, I know I'm expensive, so I'm willing to help you so you don't have to afford me. It's not, there's nothing special about it. Like, it's just great that she thinks that way. What I was saying is simply that, hey, you're okay with you're okay with helping with, saying, taking care of your own financial responsibilities. And if he chooses to let you do that, but what about the other stuff? It's all I ask. And then there's never nobody ever answers that question.
I
Because
did. No, I did to you immediately. I said,
no,
no, there's nothing wrong with that with those issues at all. Like, I'm willing to let a man 1,000% be a man in every area, even financially,
except
but in the
financially.
space. Yes, because in the space that I have a situation with my daughters prior to you. Now, you're going to know about it, right? I'll tell you if you have to know where my money's getting drafted to and why I have to work. Because if you stop me from working, then I'm going to have a little girl crying. So if you're gonna be willing to take those bills off me, hey, have fun.
Your need for
But that's
protection,
not
your
realistic.
your need for protection was also before he came into the picture as well. So it's not about what or when he came into the picture. It's just about what your certain circumstances are. So, and I think it's funny though
Protection,
that I see so many,
protection's not gonna pay the
a
bills
lot
though,
of the
Corey.
guys that are agreeing with this are the niggas who can't afford their women anyway. It's like the 50-50 men that will be happy for like what you're saying. Those of us who are raised to protect and provide for our women. So again, if we chose a woman who has a monthly output of $8,000 a month, we would not approach you unless we knew we could afford that. To absorb that responsibility, we wouldn't make you ours. So
Yeah,
I
I
think
like you said that. She said that. Naomi said that
that
too. I
that's the
love you said that.
that's the difference. And
Right.
it's cool, but like another thing that I like seeing is when you can tell where men fall in this argument because they start trying to say, oh, that's an ego thing. No, it's just how we were raised. Like my pops paid for my stepmother to go through nursing school to become a nurse and then started her interior design business. And she went back to, he footed the bill for all of that. She don't know what a bill looked like. She didn't know where our electricity came from. That's how I was raised. That's kind of how I run my household. I provide for my woman. That's the goal. Like if my wife is not a financial contributor to our household, she can make as much money as me, and I still don't need her to contribute to my household because that's not her responsibility. So for a guy like me coming and say your situation, no, I don't give a shit how much it costs because I wouldn't have come into your situation and voluntarily took responsibility for it if I couldn't afford it. And the people who agree with that shit, they need help. I'm just wasn't raised by someone that said it was okay to date when you still need help.
Yeah, and I appreciate those men that do have the ability, but I'm just talking about the available men in my bracket are not making that type of money. I don't know too many men, honestly, in my bracket in the area of which I attract are making more money than me. So, in the sense of a man to have the mindset of you, Willie, to say, "Hey, sit down, DJ. I don't care what it costs. Like they're just not out here like that, Willie. And I appreciate those type of men if they are, and I haven't just met them yet. But hey, right now, for the next 2 years, I'm taking care of this good girl I got. So
No man is coming to pay no $8,000 bill. And Willie just gave an example of his dad.
hey,
Willie just gave an example of his dad doing something for his mother. And the conversation was a man coming in doing that same thing for a kid that's not his. So Willie gave a great example, but his dad took care of his own seed and the woman that birthed that child.
I said
So we're not
stepmother.
speaking.
So let's
That
be
was the
clear.
that was the stepmother.
It was my stepmother.
Okay,
So
God bless that man, but that's not normal. That's not normally happening.
Straight like that.
yeah.
This is. I think
That's
that.
not normally happening. Men are not coming out here dishing out that type of money and are an investment for a stepmother. Your
So
dad was a good man because I guess he felt that that woman was worth it. Kudos to him. That is not normal and that's not happening across the board. If it was, women wouldn't be taking men to child support.
yeah.
There would
what?
be no child support if
Hold
men were
on, Willie.
doing this in the abundance.
What?
Straight like that. Straight like that. We're not saying that most men have the ability to do this because the vast majority of them do not have the ability to do this. However, if you're going to choose a woman to be your woman for the rest of your life, you, you should absolutely be willing. If you have the money, you should absolutely be willing to take all of those responsibilities from her. Right? You shouldn't look at the woman who you choose to be your wife like, oh, like you a baby mom. Like I can't take care of the other kids. They ain't mine. Like
Right.
if you choose her as a wife,
Great.
all of that
Nope.
comes with her.
No, they got a daddy, and that daddy's active. Let him take care of his kids.
But you speak
That's
from a
not
biblical perspective, right?
correct.
So how can you speak from a biblical perspective and you're saying that you wouldn't take care of the responsibilities of your home?
I'm not going to get into you. I'm not going to get into it right now because I'm not going to turn this into a biblical conversation because baby mothers are not even supposed to be married. But I'm not going to get into that. All
Yeah,
I'm
this is
saying is, listen, I'm not going to get into that with you. It's a long conversation. All I'm saying is,
I
it's
think it's
up to the
integral.
man. It's no. But it's up. I agree with Willie. I say it's up to the man. I'm agreeing with DJ. There's not a lot of men that's going to fit that bill, even if they
I'm
have the
actually
money. Some men are just not going to do that, bro.
okay. I'm asking you this question. Are you is divorce permissible in the Bible at all for any reason?
Yes.
Does God tell you not to marry a woman who's already been married in the Bible?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know it.
He says if a woman is divorced, she should stay unmarried. Yes.
Okay, I don't know that. I got to take your word for it right
Right.
now.
That's why I said
It doesn't.
I'm not gonna get into it with you because that's a long conversation. But I'm just speaking to DJ's point because I think what she's saying is honorable and I agree with her. But I'm also saying Willie's not wrong for his life experience that his dad did that. That's great. But to DJ's point, there's not a lot of men out here that's gonna pay $8,000 for a woman's kids.
There's not a lot of women out here that's spending $8,000 a month on their kids either. And
No.
Exactly. So
y'all
why
stop
what are
making
we
it seem
talking
like
about?
it's about money because I was paying all the bills when I was in the military. And if we all know one thing about the military is we don't get paid like that. So like don't use that as an excuse to try to make how you feel
I'm not
about it.
using that as an excuse. I'm just saying it's not
Like
realistic,
a
as
lot of
DJ
these
said. It's just
niggas,
not
like
realistic.
on that
If niggas had the money, they're going to
DJ
spend it.
side, it's because these are the niggas who need help with bills currently. That's why they value some shit like that. If these guys had money, they wouldn't be, oh, okay, well, yeah, no, I'm cool if you want to work so you can pay for your kids' stuff. They would just take care of that shit too.
So what
And
if a dude needs help with bills? So what?
All right,
If
so
a
I'm
man
gonna
needs help with
correct
bills, so
you.
what?
he
How
shouldn't
about
be in
this
this
straight like
conversation because
that?
we're talking about that's not for him.
So let
Bro,
me correct you straight like that. Hold on,
most
wait, pause.
marriages back in the day, it was on two people that didn't have a lot of money. Most of
We
my
didn't have
ancestors didn't have a
we're
lot of
having this
money.
conversation in 2025. So what happened back then is
There's
irrelevant.
still broke people together today. My
Right.
auntie's back to her husband. They both paid a mortgage and they're happily married. What are you talking about?
We're
I
So
not
think
straight
talking
like
that
about
that.
the,
Let
the
me
if
let me
men
quantity.
correct
We're
if
you.
talking
The
men
about the
Bible does not
quality of a
say.
man's
I think
position in a
Naomi's
woman's
trying to
life.
say something to y'all.
Go ahead, Naomi.
All right, so I
Sure, I
want to
sent that
correct.
link for
I
you
want to
too.
correct straight like that. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I
I'm a
had to
Texan.
switch my Bluetooth. Okay, so I wanted to correct you straight like that. The word of God says, "What husbands love your wives." Nowhere in the Bible does it say husbands submit to your wives. Men submit to men. They don't submit to their wives. It is very, very particular, especially in Ephesians 22. And if you want to, I can read it to you. But what
No,
you're
no, go
saying is
ahead.
biblically wrong. What you're saying is biblically wrong. You should not be sitting here and saying, husbands, submit to your wives.
All right,
Husbands are called,
I'm gonna let
hold on,
you read
hold
your
on, hold
scripture.
on.
Go ahead.
The word of God says, husbands, love your wives. It doesn't say submit to your wives.
When you're
All
right,
right,
you're right.
so I'm gonna respond to that. I'm gonna go get you the scripture, right? Because since you
Which
want to bring,
which Bible? No, which
I
Bible
already
do you
have
want?
that,
Which
I already
Bible?
have that scripture. Naomi, I'm going to respond to you, right? Because you're
Go
saying I
ahead.
shouldn't teach, right? So I got to defend myself, right? All right. I'm going to get you the scripture where it says, submit one to another. The submission is different,
No,
right?
no, no. Oh, I know what
Hold
that.
on.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. So I'm going to get you that scripture. And if you have it, go ahead and read it. I'll let you read it.
So you have the scripture, right? Which Bible verse is
I
it?
do. But I'm saying if you
Read,
have it, go ahead and read it.
read it.
I have to go get it. I don't have it with me right now because it's not a Bible study. I don't have it with me. You're the one that brought up scriptures. So if you want me to go get it, I'll do that. But this is JR's platform. This is not a Bible study.
Nothing wrong with being able to support the shit you say online. So I'm
Bro,
all
I
for
can
it.
go get it if
Does it
y'all
say
really
in the
want me
Bible
to.
that I'm allowed to take care of my
You
daughter?
got a phone. What do you mean
It
go get
does.
it?
It does say that. No, I read I read the scriptures. I read the actual Bible itself. I don't pull up stuff on my phone only.
Okay,
I got to
straight
get the
like
real
that. You
text.
think
So
that men and women
I
have
have
to
three.
submit?
Which one do you want to use? You want to use my Apocrypha
All right.
1611? You
So,
want to
Why
use
is
okay.
my
your
This,
New
Bible
King
okay.
so
James
big?
version? You want to use my
Naomi,
King James version?
Naomi,
Which one
this
do
is
you
what I
want
want
to
you to
use?
do. I want you to do this. I want you to do this to
No,
prove me
no, I'm
wrong.
not. No, you sit here, pull up the Bible verse, one submit to another, because I pulled up Ephesians 5:22, where the Word of God specifically says, "Wives submit to
I'll
your
pull it up.
husbands, and
I'll pull it up.
husbands are
Okay.
called to love
I'll pull
their
it up.
wives."
Okay, I got
Lock
you.
his
I'll pull it
ass
up.
up.
I got you.
You're going
I'll
to
be
jail.
right back. I'm gonna pull it up and read
You're
it to you.
going
Okay,
to
I got you.
jail.
Hey, real quick, why is your Bible so fucking big? Like I thought
It's
that was
a
a
He has
phone book
different
when you picked it up.
versions.
it's a 1611 Apocrypha. It's a different version of the Bible.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, that's a murder
It's
weapon
one
Bible.
that, so I'm studying this one now. So I started in the NIV, then I went to my ESV, then I went to my New King James, then King James, and then now I'm
You have
studying my,
amplified too.
If
yeah,
I
I have an
ever
app.
Amplified.
I
It's so
thought
that
that them letters
I
must be
wanted to
like
learn
3
it.
inches apiece. That's what I thought at first. I like, damn, she blind.
No, see,
As fuck.
it's a 1611 New King version. It's the Apocrypha version.
I'm going to get True in there while you guys are researching, so y'all can further thought. Go ahead, True.
What's going on, you guys? I appreciate y'all. I'm like about to have lunch, and this is a great conversation for sure. Um, I don't know how much value this would bring. We have some very prominent figures on the panel, Willie, Dope, JR, and the ladies as well. So sometimes we're creating this divide. Like there's the reality of things, and then there's insinuating circumstances. Like DJ's lifestyle, what she's been able to ascend to, much respect. I actually appreciate that there's a woman who, looks like her and has, made life choices and is choosing to be a woman and an adult and maintain her household. Also saying that she wants to align with someone who's going to come in and potentially bring whatever value he brings. Part that falls apart for me is that we try to draw economics and be like, well, he should just come and absorb. Stop creating this reality. Most people don't make $8,000 a month.
We never
Most
said that,
people.
True.
Who didn't say that?
We didn't say that he should come and absorb the cost of her lifestyle. We didn't say that's what a man should do. A man should do what he can. I mean, a lot of men can't do that.
Okay. Maybe I misheard. It seems like we were alluding to, the men who can. So the men who can sure do that. But I think that there was value being built of the fact that DJ herself, since it's her story, was saying, this is my lifestyle. This is what I've chosen to do. This is what I'm also choosing to take on as weight. And what I did hear earlier is that we were talking about mothers, single mothers, and all that. Look, if you had a child and that relationship didn't work out for whatever reason, the value that woman needs to bring needs to be higher than a woman who didn't have children. And we don't promote that enough. We make it seem like, oh, it just happens. No, these were choices. Things occurred. A man is coming to align himself with you, whether you have a child or not, is a value. If you have children, your value needs to be higher, in my opinion. But what we're doing is we're making it seem like, no, well, now it's based on if you're a select man or if you're a valuable man. No, a child is a very, very deep thing to have. She's a mother forever. And I don't, and we water it down like it's not a deal. It is a deal because when that child is 25, she's still gonna be a mom. 30, she's still gonna be a mom. Something occurs, unfortunately, with that child, no matter where y'all romantic connection lies, she's still gonna be a mother. And typically, women have a hard time separating the structure of union because when a man does come into her life and he marries her, she marries him. That child now removes down the line of hierarchy, and most women don't even believe with that because that's my child. And I don't know. There's some gaps in what you guys were saying. And it seemed like it had a lot of value, but I think some things just need to be a little bit more redefined, in my opinion. And I digress.
I like you brought that topic up, True, because that's something that I divorced her dad 18 years ago. She just turned 18 in May, but she graduated early. But prior to this, I remember constantly always telling her position if a man was in the house. Because even though it's me and you, you're not before the man. And she's very understanding to that. Actually, I've had her on several times on different lives and stuff where I had to let her speak at 15, 16, 14 to just let it be known that what I teach her, because at the end of the day, the man is the man of the home. I believe in the head. I believe in the man. And so that's why for me, I always say it's the man that I speak in reality, I'm not in Lulu La La Land, right? I'm not 21 years old. I'm not looking for that. I'm not single. So, in the space of that, I'm not in that princess mentality where I feel like I have to be pick me, take care of me, and everything I come with. Now, I hear that. Okay. I hear what Willie's saying. I hear what Dope Daddy's saying. I hear you, but
Did we lose? Is that me?
it doesn't take away from the man you are and the things you will bring to me as a man. I receive that 1,000%, right? You're still the head. So if you come in, you're the head. But in the space of telling me I cannot work, that's my only thing I have an issue with, but it will not be an issue if you can fully fund what I have going on prior to meeting you. And I do have an ex-boyfriend though. I do. 7 years ago, my daughter was in I didn't mention that. So a lot of what those 8,000 is still paying for her school from high school, paying some of those tuitions. So I do pay. I put her in private school. It was $32,000. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. She went to private school. So guess what? I'm still paying. But when I did, I remember having a boyfriend, and I remember one month he asked me, he said, "Hey, do you need any help this month?" Because we were together, so he knew my situation. So he just, "Hey, I want to help out. If you don't mind, I'm gonna send you 1,500 to help you on some of that payment this month, because I know you're allocating this way and that way and this way." And it was just me and my 18-year-old. But then she was only like maybe 13, and he helped me pay, and I was thankful for that, because I was never with him or connected to him based off what he could do for me in the transaction of my daughter. Like, but he did take her out to eat. We do those things. I understand. You're a man. She's a part of me. I get that. I understand that. But now she's a woman, and I still treat her and take care of her. Some women will kick their daughters out. Me, I vowed to her that I'm going to take care of her. My mother couldn't do that for me. My mom had me at 13 years old. So I've been on my own since 13. So in the space, I'm being that support to her until she fully gets on her feet. And
Now,
in
why?
that space, I would love a man that understands that most likely I'm going to meet a father, so he's going to receive it, right? But for me, it's just like, God, like, can I be a helpmate? Like, why does it have to be a woman has to be sitting back in damsel in distress to be looked at? Like, that's
What ma-
crazy to me.
What
And then
makes you
y'all
get?
choose those low hanging fruit women that are on AFDC, welfare, and food stamps. And then you wonder why y'all break up because it's transactional. But go ahead.
No, I was curious. What made you subscribe to that type of mindset? Because what you're coming out of your mouth, I mean, people on the panel could possibly agree. I think it's rare. Like you don't typically hear women talk like that. So how did you arrive at that point?
To be honest, I've always lived realistically. Like I really do. I pride myself on character in the space of that. And I watch my mother, I watch my aunts, I watch women in my family, I watch men in my family. I have two dads. And then I have two dads. So I have my stepdad and then I have my biological dad. And they
Thank you
both
for cleaning that up.
usually a dad, usually if someone says they have a stepdad, and this is what bothers me too. Because even though I had a stepdad, I had a real dad. So I have two dads. So I have two dads and a mom. So in the space of that, I just watch reality in the space of that, growing up as character. And for me, my kids are priority, but a man is never. I watch my, for one, I watched my mother be with my stepdad, and my stepdad didn't have a job. You know what I mean? So for me, that might be messed. It took a while for me to look for. Even I love being on the panels with you guys, and I love hearing you guys. Love hearing the Willies, but I don't meet the Willies. I don't meet those men like that. Like I get the military men bringing in 3,000, 4,000. Maybe 5,000 cap. E3s, E4, I get them baby men, but and not no shot to nobody that's in Atlanta making 30,000. No shot to y'all. I love y'all too. But I'm just saying to hear the men saying they can sit a woman down, that's big talk to me because I usually come across men that are making it and doing good for themselves, but can they take in a whole woman and her kids? Like that's a lot. So I live in realistically. So I rather not I'd rather have myself together. That's what I was saying, Naomi. Remember last time? I was just saying as an asset and things, and I understand where you say it at. But for me, because I am a mom, because I have children, I have to have more value to a man to even want to be with me in character as a mother to want to be with me. If he sees a woman, I have a son. If he see a woman struggling all the time, asking her daddy for cash apps and all this kind of stuff, I'm gonna tell him to go the other way. You don't want no needy girl. Like that's how I am. And so for me, I just don't want to be that woman portraying or being that woman naturally because I fault you men when you guys choose those girls and then they take from you or leave you to be a dog dude for the next girl. So I just have a different mindset there. It's nothing just but me being authentic.
I think where the biggest disconnect is that, like, for me, I actually, so I agree with what you're saying, but I look at it, the way that I see is that that woman's responsible. She's she's self-sufficient. Like if a woman is sitting here and having to depend on other people to take care of her own bills and her household, I don't care how many kids she has. If she so and this is probably going to sound bad to some women, but if a woman is depending on a man to pay child support because she's not sufficient enough, then she should really look into either one, upping her ability to be self-sufficient, to take care of herself and her children, or gift the children to the father, especially if the living situation is going to end up being the same, where the kid's going to end up in daycare. And I say that wholeheartedly, knowing that I have full responsibility of me and my children. And I'm not dependent on my ex-husband to pay anything of child support. And I think more women need to be that way before they go into a relationship, because the fact of the matter is, and I'm just speaking, I'm just being honest. The fact of the matter is, the children that I acquired before the next man that I married, it is a decision that I made when I married my first husband. So now that I'm on my own, I should be required to be responsible and accountable for the decision that I made before previously. That also equates to me being self-sufficient. I mean, I pay all my bills. I got enough pocket change. If I want to catch a flight, and like if I wanted to catch a flight tomorrow for emergencies, I should be able to do that. And I shouldn't sit here and demand a man to do that, or even have that ability, or even have that in to do that. There's a difference between an expectation and demand. I think a lot of women are going around demanding men to take on this extra liability without the responsibility of they themselves having it. I don't agree to that in
Uh,
any way, shape, or form. And I do believe that a working woman is still a Proverbs 31 woman. Because if you go read the Proverbs 31 woman, she was already working, she was learning, she wasn't bold, she wasn't loud, she was quiet in the steps that she moved. And she obtained real estate, she was still working on her skills, she was still doing all these things. And I think if we only harp on what that looks like, a Proverbs 31 woman is still nurturing. She's still loving, she's still caring, she's still devoted, she's still submissive, but she's working in silence, and she should be validated by her husband. I think too many women I see out in society that want to be validated the way that I get a lot of pushback from women. I'm just like, why are you on the internet telling everybody how much money you make, how you're moving, what you're buying, what you're doing, where you're going? That doesn't, to me, that doesn't sound like a woman who wants to be a wife. She should be making moves in silence. She should be doing things as she's relearning and progressing.
Hey, JR, real quick, before you move, I wanted to give Naomi the scripture that I told her I had, okay? And if she wants to read it, she can do so. But the scripture that she read, which was Ephesians chapter 5, if she kept reading it, or if she started from verse 20, and
20.
she,
I already know where
yeah.
you're going with this. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so if you read from Ephesians 5 from 20 to where you ended off, as I mentioned, so I'm going to clarify my statement. Submission is required on both the husband and the wife. Submission looks differently on both sides because the roles are different. The man is the head, but in order to love in order for a man to love his wife, he has to submit to that love. That's part of it. So if you read Ephesians 20 and you go to 21, it will give you the clarifications and the different roles that both a husband and a wife are supposed to do. So if you want to read that, Naomi, you can go ahead. That's the scripture I was referring to.
So if you read if when you're studying Ephesians, if you go above it, the
No, I just
beginning of
want
that study,
before you do
so
that, before you do
the
that, just
beginning of
read the
that
one you
study,
asked me for.
the beginning of that study, Ephesians 20 was not included in the
Okay,
study of
but
wives.
before you do that, because you read yours, can you just read what I said? If you read 20 to
You
21,
can go ahead and read it.
all right, fine. So Ephesians 20 says, "Give thanks all to the Most High, the Father, in the name of the Adon, Yahushua Hamashiach, subjecting yourselves to each other in reverence to Elohim, or the Most High," meaning submitting to each other in reverence to the Most High. Then it clarifies what the roles of that submission is, right? So in 22, as she read, it says, "Wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as to the Adon," meaning he is the head. So it's telling you what the role of that submission is for the wife. Then it also tells you what the role of submission is for the husband, which is to love your wife as I've loved you, as Christ has loved the church. So he's giving you the two different roles and what submission is on the two different parts.
So he didn't refute what you said. Was submission has two different definitions. There's a first one and the second one, right? Like submit to
Yeah,
conform to authority. So like
correct.
what he said is a man submits to his husband, and when I pushed back and said that no, he doesn't. I mean, a man submits to his wife. Said no, he doesn't. That's what I was talking about. He just
No,
proved my
no.
point. What the
Who,
Bible
me?
says, you submit to your husband. A man submits to his wife by loving her as the saying Christ loves the church, right?
Correct. Yeah.
That's not some fucking submission what we were talking about. So this is what I hate with Bible niggas. Y'all try to use the Bible intentionally, like just to try to prove a point when you get cooked on some shit, and then say, "Oh, well, my interpretation is different." That not once. The definition of submission is to conform to the authority of someone. That's what we were talking about. No man should submit to his wife's authority because she's not the authority figure in the marriage. Because when she is, well, you see how lesbian relationships go. That shit fails. That's what we were talking about. You knew it's what we were talking about. You done had
No,
Naomi go get this
I
Bible
was
verse,
I was
and then you
addressing
came back to go get it, and now
I
you're
was
trying to go back and forth
addressing
with her about
no,
the shit. Like
Willie.
that
I was
and Naomi
addressing.
appreciated the point, but that shit was
Listen, I
unnecessary.
was addressing Naomi's point.
Thank
Naomi
you,
said
Willie.
that Naomi's point was that I said that both the husband and the wife has to submit one to another. That's what I said.
That's not
Naomi
what
said
you
that's
said.
not. That's exactly what I said. And then Naomi
That's
says that's the lie. That the only submission that's required is from the wife to the husband. I said no. The husband also has to submit to the wife. He does, but the two submissions are different. That's what I said. That was my stance on it. And I gave you the
I
scripture.
told you what the definition of submission was, and you said yes, he has to submit to his wife too. We can rewind the video, bro. It's on the
There's
internet.
two, yeah, but I
No,
said
it's no but,
that
bro. You cooked. Like this shit is
No,
chopped for you right
that's
now.
fine. Listen, I'm not
Like,
here to. Okay,
you
fine.
can't
I was
win
cooked.
this one.
That's fine. I was cooked. Willie, I was cooked. That's fine. The point is, you both
That
have
you're
to submit
cooked.
to
Once
each
you
other.
admit you're cooked, your point is no longer valid.
Yes, it is,
Like
because
all
I
you
can
have to
admit
do is
when I'm
just be
wrong. I
quiet
can
and
admit
let
when
JR
I'm wrong.
talk about the next topic because
Okay,
you
I
got
can
cooked.
admit when I'm wrong. No,
No, because you didn't admit when you was wrong. We told you was lying about having bitches
listen.
come holler
The
at you off the
point
street.
is, both a husband and a wife has to submit to each other.
Not from a
That's not
biblical
what
No,
the fuck we
perspective,
so
were
though, right?
talking about
that's not the type of submission that we were talking about, and I
at
know that you
all.
know that.
Oh, he got that box of wine
You're
out. Never mind.
intentionally being disingenuous. That's not the type of submission we're talking about. The type of submission we're talking about is heeding to authority. And as a woman, I'm supposed to heed to the authority of my husband. And it also means that I'm going to still be a Proverbs 31 woman. It doesn't mean I don't work. It doesn't mean I don't add to the household. I understand what you're saying. You know what? I'm gonna meet you halfway. I understand what you're saying. Because a lot of people we don't keep reading. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep reading and say, submission to the wife is husband, love your wife. Now, and then
What up,
the
Biggie?
man is supposed to submit to God. That's
Correct.
another part of the submission.
Yeah.
But the submission that we were talking about is the submission to and heeding to authority. And I know that you know that. And I know that the
Yeah.
only reason that you actually brought that back around is because you just wanted to go back with me. But that's not what I was talking about. That's what
Okay.
I'm
Fair
talking
enough.
about. It's
All right.
heeding
Fair
to
enough.
authority.
All right.
As a woman, I'm supposed to heed to my husband, who is the head
I
of
agree.
me and my home.
I agree.
Go ahead, True. Thought you
Oh
wanted to
no,
say something early.
no, just no. The conversation has been great overall. I mean, there was a lot that was said. I think I heard straight like that say something about if she fine enough, it don't matter how many kids they have, or I may be botching that, but it sounded like that. I think that these conversations can be very edifying if we do keep it based in reality. Most of our community gonna have a struggle with relationships because we don't understand the pillars of how relationships were built over tradition. Most of us don't come from traditional structure. Most of us don't adhere to any type of real authority spiritually. The reality is dating is not even biblical. So we're doing that backwards. Relationships now require more maneuvering, in my opinion. And I think if we're going to keep it on our community, there's not enough emphasis on what men actually get, even pursuing this venture. To take on a woman now, especially from the community, you're taking on a lot trauma, fragmented families, potential kids out of wedlock, and it's not given enough credence. Most men at one time were able to acquire a woman that came from a family, meaning that half the work was already done. She was trained, she knew how to function, she was mature, she had skills. And you also inherited what came with that family. That's not what we do nowadays. What we do nowadays is we have sex and we lust and we like each other and then we try to build it as it's flying. Um, it's incorrect. And you're seeing, I think, courtship versus dating. I think dating is a new concept. So I think it's a beautiful opportunity that we can figure it out. But the way it's going right now, it doesn't seem to be working out very well, especially because we're trying to borrow from two different eras of what was tradition, what worked, and what is current. The reality is, a lot of women come from crap. Like you're not even supposed to be thinking about how to put together a wedding as a man. That's not your job. Your job is to be the man. Like she ain't got no daddy. Like what are we talking about?
Yeah.
But I
I
land.
have a question since you guys know more about the Bible than me. I'm curious. Do you think a man who dates a woman who marries a woman who has children already will receive more favor from God or less favor from God?
To answer that question, I'm not going to act like I know the answer. So I think it depends on the person and their heart, if they've repented for certain things. So I can't answer that one way or the other. All I do know, the Bible does say, if a woman ends up having children outside of wedlock, or for whatever reason her husband put her away, depending on the situation, those kids become bastards. So the term bastards means they're going to be somebody's problem. But to answer your question directly, no one could quantify that because we don't know if the person repented for whatever sin that they might have committed, or if they're even going to change their lifestyle or their behavior. So that's up to the individual. I can't speak on that one way or the other.
Isn't a bastard a child that's just born out of wedlock?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it could be a person that's also born into a relationship, and let's say the husband left the wife, like he just left her, he put her away with no just cause. they also become bastards because there's no father figure there to raise the kids. So she could have been married,
I don't
and
think
now
that's
they're
true.
not together.
Let's do some
Let's say
research.
she wasn't married though, specifically, because I did
Well,
read something that if a woman has left that marriage, or if a man divorced her and without just cause, that's adultery technically. Now,
Yeah,
yeah, my
I had to
question
look
is
up the
more so,
definition, right? A
yeah,
bastard is a child born out of wedlock. All the other shit he was
yeah,
talking about is not true. The second
yeah.
definition of it is
I
someone
agree.
usually.
I literally just agreed with you, Willie. I said also a child could become a bastard if the
That's
husband
what I'm
put.
saying is not true. By definition, it's not true. So
Mm,
that's what I was. But I just
yeah.
want to be
Okay.
one thing I hate being is like wrong. So if you look up the definition of a bastard, it'll tell you what a bastard is. It doesn't say, well, if the daddy left the mom and that. No, a bastard
Okay.
is a child born out of wedlock.
All right, fine. I'm not gonna argue
Yeah.
with you.
You can't.
But anyway,
So
go ahead.
I'm curious, at least for you, True.
Yeah.
Do you think that a man who marries a woman who has children already, who she wasn't married, do you think that he would receive more favor from God for doing something like that? Because I did read a passage that said and I don't know if this is relevant. It said uh religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless is this: to look after orphans and widows in their distress. I don't know what that means or how that translates, but that's just something I read.
Well, an
I don't
orphan would
think
be a man that died in battle, right? Like a guy that lost his life, or he lost both parents, like for
I'm
whatever
not sure
reason.
what
That's an
orphan would
orphan.
be.
he said widow. Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, so I won't begin to profess that I know the depth of what it would explain in a word. I'll keep it simple. From God favors marriage. Is the only
Okay.
relationship he actually quantifies as valuable. So any way you acquire this wife is, in a sense, up to you. If she just so happen to have kids already, you will retain favor. More favor, I don't believe it's more favor
Yeah,
because it's not based on the condition of the fact that she has children. It's the fact that you're doing order. Marriage, in a sense, is really just it's commitment. So if you look at the principle, and again, keeping it simple, the way God works is everything is in pairs of two. There's a principle about union. Everything on this planet is launched by a minimum of two people. Where two touch and agree, let everything be established. That's why marriage is considered, in a sense, favorable because everything is launched from that. If you look at our society, our entire society functions off of family. The foundation of humanity is family. The cornerstone is family. So that's why a man receives favor. You can only launch from a biblical perspective, spiritual perspective, from that union. Anything outside of that is not God blessed, ordained. And I'll land.
I'm just doing some research. I'm just curious. I'm learning.
No, that's
Yeah.
good, man. Real
Said
dope. If you
you're
really want to learn more,
curious.
if you want more on that, you'd probably go to like. I mean, if you're just looking online for answers, then that's different. You can get different people with their different perspectives. But if you're saying you want more of a biblical perspective, if you go to like Deuteronomy and Leviticus, it'll give you more like how the Most High has his law set up. Those two books specifically. But if you're just looking
Yeah.
online, generally speaking, then
What
you're
I
gonna find
normally
whatever
do
you want.
is I'll look and I'll search something, and then I'll like maybe use AI, and then I'll go and I'll verify it right after that. So right now I'm reading some about Deuteronomy 23-2.
Deuteronomy, yep, yep. Mhm. That would tell you like a lot of the laws are in Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and some of Exodus, but you get most of it in those two books, just based on biblical stuff. And then also, when the Messiah came, he clarified some of the things that need clarification because a lot of the times, a lot of women would get married, which is what I was trying to explain to Willie. But a lot of men will marry a woman and then they will have kids, and then these men will just put them away for no just reason. So these women are out here with no resources, no nothing, unjustified, like why are you putting this woman away? So when the Messiah came, he verified that if you put a woman away that you're married to without no just reasoning, meaning she didn't commit adultery, she didn't she didn't lie about her virginity or something like that. The Messiah basically clarified, saying that adultery is going to be on you. That's not on the woman. You take on that adultery because You put a woman away and made her an uncoveted woman or unprotected woman for no just reason. And men used to do that a lot back in the day. They would just be with a woman, married to her, and go off somewhere and have nothing to do with her.
What you think, Miss Pearl?
The funny thing is, I went to Catholic school my whole life, and it's still not my realm. Like I'm learning just like y'all. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I know nothing about the Bible. I cannot quote a verse. John 3:16. God is love, right? That's the general one, right? Again, I'm right now. I'm just reserved. I'm like taking in. True, I love when you come through though. Outside of your smile, I just love the information. Like you're just so informative. You always bring a more in-depth perspective to just how you just going off think something else. Thank you. I love you. I really don't have anything else to offer because again, this is more like biblical that y'all with right now. So I don't know anything. I'm just learning.
Like I do like that. What do you think about this? What do you think about this shit like that? Psalm 68-5. A father to the fatherless, a defender of widows is God in his holy dwelling.
So all right. So the fathers to the fatherless, I believe in that. So like I said, I have no issues with men wanting to be father to the fatherless. That makes sense. If you know when the book of Psalms was written, you would know it was written by King David. So if you know about that book, then you would know that Israel was going through a lot of wars, and there was a lot of men that died and left a lot of widows. And these women were in their prime years. So if a man came along and wanted to remarry that woman, and generally speaking, in Israelite culture, if a woman died, the first person that's up to remarry her would be her husband's brother, right? So that's how that would go, right? The brother would come in, remarry her, take on the family, and then if she was able to still bear children, he would put seed in her to create his lineage because it was always about lineage. So that scripture specifically obviously doesn't give you full context unless you read some of the other verses on it. But if a man came into a woman's life and she lost her husband and there was no one to remarry her, and there was men in the town that wanted to become a father to those children, that's just what is honorable. But we're talking about baby mamas and women talking about they had a baby daddy and a man came in. All that is out of order. We're not in order anyway. So you're asking me to justify certain things that were already in chaos. I can't speak on everything. And it's up to the individual. If a man wants to take on children's lives from a woman, that's his business. That's his business. I have nothing to speak to that man. All I'm saying is, if a woman says she got an $8,000 bill and she wants a man to come in and take care of that bill, cool. If a man wants to do that, that's fine. That's just not normal. That's not something that's going to happen. It's not a normal thing for a woman to say, I got $8,000 for you to come take care of me and my kids. And a man's like, cool, I'll do that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree with you. And my thing is, I don't like. I'm not a you've stated the doctrine that you go by, which is the Bible. You know, that's what you kind of you say you speak from. So, and I could be out of my depth here, but this is just me attempting to hold your feet to the fire, and I could be wrong. You can finish. You can wipe the floor with me with this, but I'm just doing my research to see, because your perspective and your position is, you don't want to be with a woman with kids, or how do you feel about that?
Me personally, that's not my number one choice.
But you would do it. You would marry a woman with children.
Depending. I would need to know why she has a kid and why. Yeah, I would have to know more information. Yes.
Okay.
And my limit would be one kid. Like if she has one, I'll consider.
Okay, but if you did marry a woman with kids, you wouldn't see him as your responsibility.
No, he would. But if he has an active father, then I want the father to do all that.
Okay. Because like I said, I'm just reading about it. Says like right here. It says Joseph and Jesus. Joseph was not Jesus' biological father, but he accepted the responsibility of raising him, providing for him, and protecting Mary. His role was critical and honored by God. I don't know if that's true or not. That's for y'all
No,
to
that
kind of
I mean, it's a debate. I'm not going to get into it, but remember, you're talking about the Messiah. So the Messiah was something completely different than what you're talking about. The Messiah
Yeah,
is a
give
completely
them
different story.
context. Give them context. The reason why that example is a unique example is because of the structure of humanity at the time. So the reason why he gave, in a sense, a blessing to Joseph was the significance. The significance of that was the fact that at that time, a woman would not dare birth a child outside of marriage. It was against the law. So the fact that Joseph was willing to take on the social view of that, knowing that, hey, okay, I know this is not of the current standing, but I'll honor your family because you're doing this in favor of me. Like that, it was a blessing in that sense, and that's why God gave him, in a sense, like a more kudos for that. That is not to be mistaken for what occurs right. Just like
yeah,
straight like that said, that is no.
yeah.
Right
I
now,
mean,
what's happening is people are just throwing things at the wall
yeah,
and hoping they stick.
yeah. But I would say that a man right now, there's a negative stigma on a man who, especially in this space right now, a man who takes care of another man's kids. So I guess what I'm trying to do is, I know that I'm not a religious man, but if I were to be a religious man who considered myself to be somebody who really followed the Bible, I would think that I would embrace the idea of, not to say that I would prefer it, but if I saw a woman and I'm like, yo, she's a nice woman, she was willing to follow me through God and whatever, right? I would think that I wouldn't look at her having that child as something that's like, oh, you have a kid already. I would think that I would look at that as like, I an amazing thing for me to have the opportunity to even be able to be a father to the fatherless, if that makes sense. Like I would embrace that. That's what I would think if I were a follower of God. But I'm not.
No,
Well,
real
I don't.
dope.
Oh, go
You
ahead.
have the right. No, I agree with you, real dope. I think you have the right mindset. I'm saying if there's not shame, first of all, for the woman to be put in that situation, we have to get the full context. We don't know the full context. I just told you, some men would marry women, put babies in them, and then just leave. Men do that. Right? So the Most High says, in order to protect these women, if she was to go out there and get remarried, that adultery is not on her, it's on the man, right? So he's putting certain parameters in place. But I agree with you. I don't have an issue with a man wanting wanting to date a single mother and take care of that child and bring that woman in. That's his business. That's not my business. I'm just saying to the context of the conversation that you and Willie were having, DJ said that she got an $8,000 bill for
Oh
both
yeah,
her kids.
that's out of
I think
that's a
That's
big bill.
the
Most people not
context. I'm
doing
just saying most dudes ain't doing that, bro.
that. How do you feel about Russell and Sierra? Do you? Because
She
most
fine
men
as
view him as
hell. She
most
fine, bro. She looks good.
most men view him as a simp. I think the vast majority of men do view him as a
That's
simp.
fine, but he got Sierra fine.
No, I'm at, what do you view him as a simp?
Listen, I
I'm
don't
like,
know. Go ahead, True. No, go ahead.
Because I want to know, like, from men who know these things, who subscribe to the Bible. I want to know, because Russell Wilson, to me, the last time I heard, he was a godly man. So I want to know, do you guys view him and what he does as simp behavior?
The only simp behavior Russell has is allowing Sierra to walk around half naked. And the only simp behavior that I see that he has is that he pretends and he tries to make he basically harkens onto Sierra's voice because you know that what she's really doing is she's trying to embarrass Future. So that part makes him a simp because if I was Russell and I'm with you, I'm like, listen, I'm not braiding his hair. He's not having the same hairstyle I have. I'm not doing none of this stuff that you're doing to try to make Future look whack. I'm not a part of that. See?
Yeah.
So that makes him a simp because he understands why Sierra's doing what she's doing. That makes him the simp.
Got you.
It's not that he married her. She fine as hell.
Yeah.
We
So you
all
didn't
know
view him
why
as a simp
Russell's with
until
Sierra. She fine, bro.
okay.
I
Got
want
you.
to go back to what you originally said, dope, and I'll try to keep it to where it's not so much of a religious aspect. Would you say, I'm gonna ask you a question before I deliver the rest. Would you say that your children are coded to you from a DNA perspective?
What does that mean to you?
The children you have are DNA coded to you, meaning that you walk around with your DNA.
I think we share DNA. Yeah,
Okay.
we definitely share DNA.
Okay. And sometimes I don't think we give enough credence to the fact that a child that is birthed to you has said DNA, meaning that if a man is on this planet walking around, that child is coded to. I am now coming into a situation that sometimes has psychological ramifications. There's behaviors that are DNA coded that sometimes you're trying to parent from a perspective of what you believe is correct, but may not be based on that child where they came from. And this is why it's not just about love. It's not just about things that work out like straight like that was saying. Why didn't it work with that man? Is he not alive? Is he incapacitated? Is he incapable of fathering his children? Because fathering, and you're a father, it's past buying toys, it's past just spending time. It is positioning that child to be the best citizen that you can build up and be, perform in society. So you can't just put any man in that position, is what I'm saying. And we don't give enough credence to that.
Yeah. I know for me personally, I think that I could do a better job at fathering kids than most men. So when I think about like men who have kids and like, oh, that's his biological kid, I don't inherently think that he is necessarily the best father figure or father to be in that kid's life. There's a lot of guys out here who, for different reasons, I don't view as as being good at raising kids. I think I can do a better job. Do you agree that, because you seem like you are well cultured, you seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. I like the way you think, you critically think, and you're able to have these conversations. Do you think that you're somebody who would do a better job at raising kids than a lot of guys?
Before I answer that, I need to know what you're referring to as being a better father comparable to their father. What does that look like to you?
So I think there are a lot of men. For example, there's a lot of fathers who, you might see a kid online putting his middle finger up, putting his middle finger up, and the dad is like, yeah, it's my young boy. Like, they kind of doing stuff like that. Or a woman might be with a man who he don't want no parts of the kid. That man may not have any education, not formal education, but he may not be an intelligent man. He may make bad decisions. He may be a bad leader. Do you think most men are good leaders?
I don't think that most men are good leaders. And if I understand your perspective of fathering, you're talking about behavioral things. I think
Not even
that
just that.
Okay.
Not even just that. Do you think you're a good leader?
I believe so.
So, okay, so we can establish that most men aren't good leaders, but you think that you are one. So do you think that, I think by that, it would be reasonable to think that you probably could do a better job at leading a child, raising a child than the most other guys? I think so too, based on what I know of you.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Am I capable? Absolutely. Is it plausible? Is it optimal? It's not always about the capability, and that's what I'm saying. Regardless of what I may deem that man valuable, lack of value, I have to give credence to the creation that is his child. So what would be problematic is me coming in, because all men are coded for what they want from their life, from a visionary perspective, right?
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is position that child to what I believe that child is capable of. What's the disconnect though is that child may not be capable because that child does not belong to me from a DNA perspective. So I may be putting them in an environment where they are never going to make the cut to my standard of life. This is why that child belongs to that parent, that father. You birthed with that man. So he needs to be a part of the raising of that child because it's going to be best for that child. Now, behaviorally, sure, you can put a kid around a coach. That coach can impart things on that child that the father couldn't. But that's one aspect of their development.
Yeah. Let me try this angle. Now, are you a follower of Christ?
I am. I'm a believer.
You're a follower of Christ. Okay. So if let's say this other guy is not a follower of Christ, and you believe that is the way. I don't know what you gotta say. You believe that Christ is the way to go, pretty much, right? If you are a follower of Christ, do you feel like that is the way to go versus another man who feels like, like me personally, I don't believe in that necessarily. So I do what I think makes sense, but I don't do what I think the Bible, I don't go by the Bible. if you are a follower of Christ, do you believe that that is the way to go, and that you raising that child to follow Christ is better than that guy who was the biological father?
I would definitely say so. But what you're even posing is exactly what I'm talking about, the impasse. See, we have two different belief systems. This is even not even a DNA argument. This is the fact that you have lived your life. And who am I to say that the way you depict life is not valuable to you? And you're that child's father, right? And then I come into the equation because you and the mom couldn't get it situated. So now I'm imparting a different structure, a different level of living. But we have conflict, my brother. That's the problem.
Yeah. And I guess I'm not talking about from the perspective of you guys butting heads. I'm like, let's say the father's not in the picture, you know, like you do you think that you teaching that child to follow Christ the way that your wife follows you and follows Christ is a benefit for that child, as opposed to being with a father who may not see things that way? And I'm not telling you to say, "Oh, you shouldn't be with your dad." I'm just saying, if you had the option, like, is it like, yeah, come follow me, I follow Christ. Let's
Would say so. If I can, you're saying that the father is not existing in the equation. So since we're creating false narratives, let's say that that's the case. Let's say I was able to parent this child from 5 to 16, and now the father decides to reroute and want to participate. Then
Right.
now I still have a conflict because
Right.
that is his biological father. I have been the parent in play. I've
Mhm.
raised him or her to believe whatever, I believe is necessary. But see, I still fall second in the eyes, the heart of that child. And now we have conflicting perspectives and the belief systems and things of this nature, which is why it's problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Does
it
that make
gets
sense?
messy and it can get violent actually.
But I was speaking
Yeah.
just to the perspective when he said that that child is coded to that father. My
But it
perspective
is.
was
Yeah,
strictly
okay,
just
but
to
real dope. When he says coded, he's simply talking face, DNA, hair, your ears, your hands, your height, your athleticism. LeBron. Okay, let's just say for the. I'm just gonna use it.
Characteristics.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use LeBron for a second. Bronny James is like his daddy, right?
yeah.
Let's just say for the sake of argument, LeBron was a trash dad, and Bronny came into the NBA, and for whatever reason, Savannah married somebody else. When they look up Savannah's husband, they're going to say, well, he obviously didn't get his genetics from Savannah's new husband. Where's his real daddy? Because we can obviously tell they're separate based on their DNA. That's what the brother's saying. There's certain DNA markers. I'm like my pops. I have my dad, bro. Like my dad is like me, skinny like me. He was thin like me. He had the same type of charisma. I talk like him. I walk like him. Whatever. See what I'm saying? Like I'm my father. My mom is remarried to another man. I'm nothing like that man, but I respect that man.
Mhm.
But I'm nothing like him. When me and him sit, we're different. But when my pops come around, they're like, "Oh, that's your father." Yes, and they know that instantly.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the DNA markers we're talking about, brother.
Yeah. So what I thought True was saying, and you let me know, I thought that you were saying that him being genetically coded to that child meant that that child thought like him. That child had the same characteristics of not physical, but like the way that their brain works and the way that they behave, and that father would be better suited, knowing that he thinks like him and things like that. That he would be better suited to raise the child from that perspective, as opposed to them having the same nose.
Well, straight like that added further markers. I was speaking to the characteristics. Children are coded to their parents. If you watch them long enough in their development, you will see things that you didn't teach them. They may like walk like you. And so it's not just behavior, but behavior has a lot to do with it. There's temperament markers. So there's like introvert, extrovert, there's components. What I'm saying is that if I'm coming into a situation where this child is coded to this man, and I don't know this man, I only can give the child structure and what I know to be proper. Not wrong, but I may be doing the child a disservice because of the makeup of that child. And so I'm operating blind, is what I'm saying, because it's not my child. When it's my child, it's very different. And we all know that even children that are born amongst, a mother and a father, and it's the same household, that you still have siblings. You guys are a little different, but there typically still is a connection of sorts. That child will do things that I may not even recognize, like where's that coming from, because
Mhm.
that child's DNA connected to somebody that doesn't exist in this equation. I may be trying to correct something that don't need to be corrected. I may be trying to give them something that they ultimately, again, aren't capable of, which can be psychologically damaging. I'm
Mhm.
sensitive to that type of stuff, and I know most
Yeah.
people aren't, but that's what I'm speaking to.
Okay. I from my perspective, I think that you're knowledgeable and aware enough. The same way that you can give a kid to a teacher, and the teacher's going to know exactly what to do because they know how to work with kids. They're not going to force them to be one way, right? They're going to use discernment and things like that. Same with a good coach, right? They're going to use discernment and they're going to learn that kid and how to do what's best for that kid. That makes sense. And I think you are one of the more emotionally intelligent men that I run across, who are aware of these other things and these other facets. So I think that any man who possesses those capabilities has what it takes to raise most men, most kids, and raise them into be men.
So are we just we're debating nature versus nurture right now?
I think so.
They were just giving context to the fact that it is very serious to be trying to absorb a pre-made family. That's what I think we're doing, because it is serious. It's not. It shouldn't be pushed to the side that it's just some casual thing just because people decide to make erroneous decisions. Having a child is a very serious thing. It is a connector. So that's what I think we're discussing.
Understood.
All right. Anybody else have anything else they want to add? Okay. Family of God, $5. Dating today is not for the purpose of marriage / building a family, but for an status. So we're just gonna speed past that just happened. Real dope said nothing disrespectful, and look what happened. Shaking my head. This is sad. Must been talking about Cookie.
Yeah, he talking about he talking about Cookie.
That was way back. What y'all think about the discussion today?
I think it was
But did
cool.
we
I
have any
think
solutions? Because people always say that we focus on just going back and forth. Do we have any solutions to anything?
Yeah, women appreciate stepdads and understand what it takes for somebody to come in life and take care of another nigga's kids, especially when it's y'all think that it's better to have 3 of them niggas instead of 1.
Okay. Like, any other solutions out there?
I think we found why people say it's piss in the dating pool. Well, one of the reasons why y'all saw Shorty snapped on me for nothing. That's that's what niggas is dealing with.
Man, she probably was going through something.
I think that solution wise.
Oh, hold on, True. Let me take my cape off.
My fault.
Here you go, Willie.
No, I don't need your cape. I took swings. That's what he be doing.
Oh, true that.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I'm not because I'm not gonna try. I didn't try to. I'm not gonna try to
I
talk
think
to you.
a good solution would be, because the conditions of our society are what they are. If a woman finds herself in a situation where she's a single mother, regardless of how it came about, she needs to understand that it is imperative that she makes herself that much more valuable. It's not, a man is not getting more being with you. He's actually going to be having a lot more battles. And I think that needs to be given a lot of credence. Make your life easier to manage, not harder. And I don't know, I'm sorry about the background. I don't know if that is given enough validity. If you, whatever reason, he wasn't a good man, you were young, I don't care. I'm here now, you're here now. How is life with you going to be better than the rest of the women that may not have your situation? That's what I believe most women should be thinking about if they're trying to pursue a healthy relationship. Start from there and then build. And I land.
I think if people just went a little bit slower, we go very fast. When it comes to dating, we want to start having sex, we want to start doing all these other things, but we gotta go slower. And I think obviously women should keep it in their pants a little bit longer, because a lot of men is going, that's what they want. And I'm not telling you to have a 90-day rule or a certain amount of dates or nothing like that. Just use your discernment. Use your discernment more. And I think for men, I don't know. I always feel like I can't help certain. I'm not at the place to help like men who women don't want and give them advice. I don't know how to give them advice. But I think typically women are it's good women out here. I think it's plenty of good women out here. But also I say that from my perspective, so I can't tell the other guys what they looking at.
Often, go ahead, Willie.
So it's hard to say, it's for other guys to be like, it's a bunch of good women out there because you're in proximity to more good women than the average man because more women view you as a good guy or a desirable guy than they do the average man. It kind of be like if we were talking about, hey, it's, like sometimes I realize like when I say it's easy to make money, that may sound crazy to someone who's been struggling or working super hard their entire life that's not making money. And the context would then be, it's easy to make money when you are solving a problem or offering a solution to a problem for people that can afford to pay for it. Right. So sometimes like that silent part, the unsaid part is important.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I know a lot of times we often tell women that if they're not married, they need to find some type of male leadership or a male covenant within the family. But would you guys say that a lot of men, that there isn't a lot of qualified men even within the family that's good enough to vet the men?
One of the main men we say the folks should go to is like a football coach. And as a football coach, I see some of these coaches that I wouldn't want my son being. I wouldn't even want my son being coached by, let alone being mentored by. A lot of them out here just trying to fuck on the moms or out here trying to relive like their failed high school or college glory, through these other people's kids. And then they're not good role models for their kids. Like, how are you a football coach and your son is sorry? Like at the game, like it's a lot. So I would think that if a woman is able to find a good role model for her father, for her child, and it's not his dad, she's got to do whatever it takes to cling to that man or have to cling to the access she has to him if it's not a romantic situation.
But Willie, outside the kid, I was just saying just for the woman herself. So if a woman has made mistakes as far as being able to vet men out herself, and the advice that's often given is that she should find somebody within her family. But like, what if the father, the brothers, the uncles, they ain't shit either? So like, where does she go from there?
She need to find somebody online.
Yeah, she got to eat that because if her brothers and father ain't shit, she probably ain't shit either. Like, not trying to be funny. You come from a family full of ain't shit niggas. You think you're supposed to be different? It's like when we talk about a girl she's 5 women and your girl got 5 best friends and all of them hoes, and we supposed to think that your girl not a hoe too? Like, we can't. Association is typically going to, you are who the company you keep, and especially with your family. If your family is full of ain't shit people, you tend to also be an ain't shit person.
To answer your question, JR, if it's not directly male, what I guess mentorship, find some wives. If you find some wives, you're gonna find the male leadership because clearly they're married. So by proxy, she's going to receive wisdom because I firmly believe the most dynamic woman is a wife. She's at her best because she got a man. Like, she wasn't the same when they met. There was growth. So if that woman is having a challenge finding men in her circle, find some wives and sit at the feet of the council, ask questions, get the real, because by proxy you'll get grown up, mature.
I got another question and then we'll just kind of transition off. But like, why is the Bible such a great blueprint for a lot of the issues that we have? If you think so.
Because it gives people something to blame and something to refer to. It's a tool they can use to help justify the decisions they've made and how they were raised. So people fall back on the Bible because, like, the same reason they wait until their lives are going to shit before they want to turn to, become Christian and go to church. Nobody tries to go to church when their life is going great. You in a hot streak of your life. The last thing you think about is going to church. But then when you're saying now you on that baby daddy number 4, or you saying you on child support case number 3 for the niggas, like now all of a sudden you want to become Christian. That's
Yeah,
why.
I think that several reasons, but I think that the Bible got some good stuff in it. It got some great stuff in it. You know, like just me, as I got older and I started to learn certain things and just become wise on my own, I would hear things that are in the Bible. I'd be like, yo, that's some good stuff right there. Like that's, you know, it got a lot of good stuff in it. And on top of that, I think that it gives you a chance for redemption when when the world doesn't, right? People who don't live by that, they don't do that. They gonna like these guys gonna look at you like a baby mom. They're gonna look at you like a whore. But if people actually follow that book, then they should believe in redemption the same way that the book preaches. So that's a community where you shouldn't be judged, at least on on your past if you've repented or you're a new person. It's a place that can look at you as like who you are now versus who you were, and because the world gonna look at you as who you were.
Yeah. To answer your question, JR, I think all knowledge is beneficial, but the Bible, I believe, is the only book that's transformative. It gives you things that speak to all humans, all mankind, from a soul level. So it's impossible to read the word and try to apply it and not change. It's impossible. There's no other book on the planet that's like that. The other stuff you can pick and choose whatever, but that book's transformative. That's why I give it, some value.
Boy, real dope. If I see you in church on next Sunday and you're not on the show, boy,
You ain't
I'm
gonna
gonna
see. You
say
ain't gonna, you
I
ain't
was
gonna see me on it.
I would say something good came from the show today.
Nah, you ain't gonna see me in church. And my girl a Buddhist. Like you probably see me. You ain't most likely you ain't never gonna see me in no type of religion. But if you do see me in a religion, it might end up being something like that. I don't know. I want to be Muslim though. She ain't gonna let me have no more wives, so it ain't no point in being Muslim. So it's like,
well, shit.
I don't know.
I would expect me to say some shit like that, but goddamn, that was a good one. That was a very, very Willie S point you just made there. But she's Buddhist, so you know what I'm saying. Don't get fucked up. That's tough. That's super tough. But why would you want multiple wives, bro? Like women in large groups are annoying.
You said why would I want multiple wives?
Yeah,
I didn't say I want.
You got to deal with like all of that shit for like 2 or 3
I didn't say I want one, but however, if she was to tell me like, hey, like 5 years from now, hey, you can get a second wife, would I say no? I might say no at first. Would I start to think about it? I don't know. Like I don't know.
Shit, I'm saying no because motherfuckers got $8,000 in tuition per child, so that's 2 different women. That's $16,000 a month. Fuck that.
Like me and you don't worry about that.
Hey man, listen, I may not worry about it, but I am aware of it. I'm super aware of that case. Like multiple wives, like it's, and then bro, like you know how I am about women on their period. So like I'm just like now I got to deal with like 2 weeks out the month with somebody in my house bleeding and shit and is irrational. I'm cool.
No,
Willie,
listen.
Willie, you don't like the minstrel? The minstrel bothers you?
No, like that's a week that you get off from the relationship. Like if it was up to me, I'll go stay in the guest house unless you had a whole house to bleed all over for the 3-4 days you bleeding, and then I'll come back when everything is, you know what I'm saying, normal. But
no doubt.
Nope. Like I want to like give my woman like a big ass care package and then push it in the bedroom and then run out the house, and then just go to the casino for 3 or 4 days.
Just keep them in separate houses. You got it. You about to buy a plane.
Hey, listen. First of all, I hate those 3 words. You got it. I hate that. Don't do that to me. Those are my least favorite words because my kids are the ones that say it majority of the time and it's expensive.
True that. Yeah. Just get you gonna have. Honestly, if anybody gonna have a compound, it's Willie. So I don't even know why he talking about. Why he even talking about this.
First of all, I'm not like my compound. Like I would want to have would be for my family. I don't want to have like multiple wives though. Like that's the part that kills me. It's just, and again, right? It's I know I say it's funny, women are annoying or whatever, but for me, I don't have the as much you're saying as money as you think you're saying I have. I don't have the emotional capital for that. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, if I had more than one woman, I really wouldn't give a fuck about one of y'all. So the other four of y'all are gonna get completely ignored unless I see you, because like I'm out. If with me, like it's out of sight, out of mind. It's like an ADHD thing, right? So like it's object permanence, but with people. So like my favorite one, that's what I'm gonna be with every day. But like I'm not gonna give a fuck what wife 2, 3, and 4 and 5 do. Like, and it's just not fair to y'all. So I wouldn't want like 4 other people to be sitting there suffering through that shit. Like I like my one, we cool, and then y'all go find other, like it's just not for me.
No. I completely agree with you because I don't think you have the patience to probably deal with
Oh, I didn't
2
even say
women.
that part. I thought that was understood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't think you got the patience.
absolutely fucking not. Like, can you
Mhm.
imagine having to like explain and listen to 3 different women's date, like how they day went at work? Like, and I got to listen to about Brenda from HR with one person. I got to listen to fucking Karen and goddamn fucking accounts payable. I don't want to. No, bro. It's not worth it, man. Just give me one good one. I'm cool. Like, I hold the one I got and everything that come with her. I don't need no extra. I'm straight. Like, I
True
am
that.
good.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I was talking to me. I'll be playing with my girl. I was talking to her like the other day while we was driving. We was talking about like you know I'll be playing with her about getting a second wife and stuff like that. So she like I'm like, all right, what if she like don't like, what if we don't get intimate at all, nothing like that? Like if she just like, you know, hang out with me or stuff like, but we don't get no type of intimacy. I can't get intimate with her. She was like, no, how about this? She was like, all right, well, I can have a husband and the same thing. And I thought about it. I'm like, so he can't touch you, he can't get intimate with you, he can just like go to the movies with you and like go out to eat with you. I'm like, fuck yeah. Yeah, like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, have somebody else to like clean the house with you and all that type of stuff, but he can't touch you. Oh yeah.
No, I just get her
But
a
she,
housekeeper, big dog.
yeah, but
Like,
it was funny because like all that stuff is what women want. Like, so if I'm like, all right, well, I can't get intimate with her, but we'll go out to eat and we'll go to the movies and we'll do it. She like, hell no, you can't do that with another woman. Versus the vice versa, where it's like he can't fuck you or nothing like that, but y'all can go out and get food and y'all can talk about shit. Like that's the funny part.
bro, you won't ever see me out in public with a woman that I'm not fucking, let alone going on dates. And get the fuck. Hey, listen, there's just certain things about life that's not for me. I learned that I'm a one woman man early. I tried to have hoes when I was young. I sucked at it because I'm a terrible liar. So like it's just not for me. It's certain things that I'm super realistic about when it comes to me, and me having hoes is just not one of them. I'm not good at it. I'm not patient enough, and then I'll be forgetting whatever lie I told you. So you like, what was you doing Sunday? I'm gonna be like, I was playing Madden, whatever. You asked me 2 weeks, what was you doing last Sunday? I was at the strip club with bitches, like, because I forgot that I lied to you about it. So
Yeah.
it's just no point for me to lie or like having hoes. And then as the mature me thinks that having hoes is a broke nigga sport, because the amount of time you have to put into maintaining hoes and different women, you can be putting into earning money, scaling the business, teaching others, dealing with your kids or whatnot. And I try not to take on as many broke nigga habits as possible. So yeah, that's just not for me.
Having hoes is a broke nigga sport, but in terms of just having another woman, right?
No,
Like,
I don't even want
what
to.
about that?
No,
Huh?
I'm like this. So this is the thing, right? If I felt like I had to have 2 women, I mean the one that I already got is not worth me having. Because again, like I don't like when I go shopping, bro. I don't go to multiple grocery stores in one day. Like I go to BJ's and bring my ass home. I go to Costco and bring my ass home. Like I'm a one-stop shop kind of guy. So I want that in my woman too. So
Yeah.
if she's not, you know, everything, the majority of things that I need to commit to that I feel is warranting or earning of my commitment, yeah, I'm cool. I don't like, why would I settle for somebody that's not? I
Yeah.
wouldn't even want 2 women who do everything that I got, everything that I like. That's my point. Like the first one I
Yeah.
get, I'm cool. I'm not greedy.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I know for me, I didn't even realize that I used to think that I would want to be a man with several wives before, until after like just kind of being with my girl for, like the first year, I kind of realized like, oh, like I never felt the feeling of like typically when I would deal with women, I would be like, yo, I fucked you already. I fucked you already. I want to fuck, more women. Like it's not exciting anymore. But like being with her is like, yo, I'm excited to have sex with you tonight. And I was like, I never felt that where it's like, so I was like, yeah, okay, I can be with a woman. And yeah, she was the first girl I ever asked to be my girlfriend. The first one I ever told like, yo, I just want you. So,
hey, it took me 40 years and 1.5 marriages to start being intentional about, growing up husband shit. So, stranger things have happened, bro.
True that.
Nothing wrong with that.
How old I am.
No.
Oh shit! Wait till you 40, bro. You got 7 more years. Yeah, shit gonna change, and you gonna have like what's cool about your situation. Like like how people try to align our parallels and our stories. Like you got to a bag way before I did. I didn't get to my bag till I was 30. Like you were getting to your bag for a minute. So you're gonna have by the time you're my age, you will have more time in this space than I did at my age. So the amount that you're gonna learn, the things you're gonna get to see. Like going through your 30s like that, man. I want you to understand how valuable that time is. Like,
true that.
I turned 42 this year.
And I'm gonna diversify, and I'm gonna be Section 8 with it too.
Hey, listen, when you ready for when you ready for the Section 8 blueprint, come holler at me. I got you.
Yeah, that's gonna be my second move.
I need to do a sale. Matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a sale up tomorrow. I'm gonna run it for another week.
Straight like that, you back?
Yeah, man. My bad, yo.
That man got that box wine cracking.
He had to run to the store.
Hey, where his ass up.
I know somebody to meet.
My thing is, bro, I drink out of this.
Right.
Where y'all think this wine come
from? We just know that wine had a pull tab at some point. That's all we were saying.
That's why you laugh.
And it's nothing wrong with it, right? But then you was drinking a beer before that, so like you got wine and beer, like
basically, I told y'all wine gets me sexy, right? So,
Nah, pause, bro, pause. What you? What? What you mean? What you mean?
I will say that I've never heard a man say that wine gets them sexy. I've heard women allude to it. I've never heard a man say sexy. Out his mouth.
Look, I don't know. I don't know if y'all be. I listen to straight like that. Like I listen to everything he say. I don't know if y'all picked up on it, but straight like that, he has very high confidence. His opinion of himself is that he's a cute nigga. Like I've been hearing it across the weeks. This is a nigga who think he cute. So
that was just comfort though, bro. He's like way too comfortable, like telling us that.
Yeah, I've never said anything.
Was that not masculine?
No, that was kind of gay, but we know that it's not like a little different. Like
that's crazy.
But you don't have the same like you don't say pause for shit because it's not like your normal culture. The rest of us are raised like dudes don't say shit like that. Like,
bro, like you crazy, bro. Like
wine makes me sexy. Is if mind you, if this is my first day on the panel, I'd have been cooking you right now. But I know what I'm saying. I got to know you a little bit, so I know what you mean. And you wasn't saying like I'm saying no alphabet community shit. Like so we cool. But
like my woman's, me and her drink wine. So in order for her to get me
out of the box too, what type of provider are you?
Huh?
How you got that woman drinking that pull tab wine too, bro?
Bro, you saying that it's not pull tab.
You know how we know it's pull tab? Because you didn't refute it the first 6 times I said it.
I don't have to.
So wait, so you say the good shit for your old lady and you drink the bottom?
It's not good. I'm not gonna say it's good. Like it's literally yellowtail wine from Walmart.
Oh man, yeah, that shit said Walgreens. Oh man, you might as well be drinking fucking grape juice with some salt in it. Like,
nah, it gets you there. Hey, bro, it gets you there.
Drinking wine to get fucked up is like a stay-at-home mom thing.
And yo, you know, so funny. She used to work at a. She used to work. My fiance. She used to work at a winery. So she worked at like Total Wine. So she knows really good wine. Because even when I was trying to impress her, I'll bring like Yellowtail and I'll pour it. Like I'll keep the bottle hidden, right? And I'll just pour the wine. She was like, "Oh, that's not Yellowtail." And I'm like, "How you know?" She's like, "Bro, I know wine." So she put me on like the expensive wine, the one that like you'd go and you'd kind of like think about it, like $50 wine. That's expensive, brother. $50 wine is expensive.
The good shit typically is. Let's just take her to a winery though. Like go on a winery date and then y'all can make your own wine and you can buy a crate. And when you do it that way, it's way cheaper. You'll probably get like really good wine, like that $50 wine for like $8-9 a bottle, but you just got to buy a crate of it. So you buy it in bulk, and then you're saying y'all can, and then two, stop wasting glass. Just drink out the bottle. Like I mean, you know what I'm saying, you a man. You ain't got to drink out a wine glass, bro. Put that shit in.
He like the experience. Ain't about what's inside the bottle.
Yo, wait. So Willie, you don't got no wine glass at your house?
I don't drink. I have a wine glass, like one, not even a set, because my woman does. Yeah, I don't drink though. Like I'm not a.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. I don't.
Nah, but she just like it. We listen to reggae music. You know, we just be two-stepping in the crib. So
I can only imagine what I would be like getting drunk now. Like I'm cool. Can you imagine me drunk on this panel?
Nah.
Like this nigga's getting demonetized immediately. Like YouTube is gonna be like, hey, you can't bring that nigga back ever. If you do, copyright strikes immediately. Like, I wouldn't. So yeah, I just don't drink.
But I wanted to just say this real quick before I head out. I just wanted to double tap on the multiple wives stuff. I love that topic. I think it's a great topic. Oh, now I know Real Dope and Willie, they don't want other women. That's fine. Although I think they capping, but that's their preference.
Right hand, wait, other hand, right hand to the man. I swear I don't. Like I'm not. Like listen, I'm not playing. Like you're not gonna find me like next year with 6 bitches. I promise. Like that's not gonna happen. Like I do not want. I'm good. One at a time.
One at a time. Okay, so you ladies, you heard that? You heard what he said, right? Ladies, did y'all pick up on what he said?
I said one at a time. What the fuck are we talking
All right, cool. All right, so we go.
Let me clarify my John real quick. Like I do only want one woman, but like the reason you'll never catch me cheating, I will never cheat. The reason that you'll never catch me cheating is because I don't just like sex with women. Like I wanna own. Like I own my woman. Like if I'm gonna have another woman, she gonna have to be my wife. I'm gonna have to own her. That's what I want. I want everything that come with it.
Ooh,
so
right.
I'm just saying I don't just want to have sex with a woman. Like at this point.
No, I got you. I got you. You want to do it the right way. All right, cool.
You said the quiet part out loud though, bro. Like we're not supposed to be saying we want to own our women.
Exactly. So, ladies, y'all heard it for yourselves. I've been telling you guys this because I'm a polygamist by nature. Right? So that basically means that as a man, I'm able to have multiple wives. That's just my God-given right. You understand? So
that's that wine.
My thing is, no, it's not the wine. I say this when I'm sober.
That's that wine giving right. But go ahead.
I say this when I'm sober. Honestly, I say this when I'm sober. But my point is, what women don't understand, what I would like men to do, right? I think Willie said it, but if you're able to use your ears and listen to what Willie said, he's telling you what he's telling you.
No, hold on, wait. Fuck that, ladies. I'm not telling y'all a motherfucking thing. Don't listen to the shit I say. It doesn't apply to you. It'll never work. It'll never happen. It's not no covert meeting of what I mean. And I don't give a fuck about none of y'all. I'm just talking about the simple fact that I want one woman. That's it.
Like that. Stay on code. Straight like that. Stay on code.
Like we got to be real careful because I'm trying to limit the amount of the loss of life that I'm responsible for. So please understand, ladies, that I'm not talking to none of you motherfuckers. As far as I'm concerned, y'all are all niggas to me. Everybody in the comment has a dick, regardless of how many kids you birth. So let's be very clear about this.
All right, fine. We
want polygamous Christian man I've met so far.
Who?
You? I don't. This is you the first polygamous Christian that I.
Hey, wait. Think so when you go to church on first Sundays, you be getting sexy with the communion wine?
I'm not Christian.
Oh well, shit.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys keep saying that. Like I told you guys that all the time. Like I'm not Christian at all.
Nigga, we don't know what that says.
Right. I was gonna say, what does that
you
say?
Act like you got a 4K camera, bro. That shit is like 420p. What was that?
So what do you follow? Okay, that's
Yeezy. That shit say Yeezy?
I can't see it. What does it say straight like that?
What does it say?
It's the Messiah and the Father's name in Hebrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm not part of no religion. I don't subscribe to I don't subscribe to Judaism. I'm not Islam. I'm not Christian. I'm
You
not
follow Christ though.
I just follow the scriptures.
Here come the
The
AI
first
picture.
person
I
to
knew it
follow.
was coming. I knew it was coming.
Hello.
Hey, who is this?
JR, why you only do me though? Like, why don't you do nobody else?
That's the picture you sent to me. You said you and her went to the winery.
Who's that?
You tell me. You sent the picture.
You finna fuck up this nigga house, bro. What are you doing?
No, my woman already know who I want, so she good. But I don't know who that woman is.
That's tough. Like,
I don't
imagine
know who
being
that is.
the extra woman in the picture.
The
and
wine
nigga
must have
like, I
been
don't know
good. Shit, you don't remember?
Who is
that
that?
wine must have some spit in
Straight
it.
like that is you.
No, I'm saying who's the lady? Who's the woman?
JR, did you add her?
Hey, but the AI did a good job on her locks though. Like usually when you be using it, put locks, it be making them motherfuckers need a retwist. Like bad.
Yeah, she is my type though. I like her. That's my type.
You can tell. I was trying that thing. I be looking at the AI porn. I like that.
But I don't know who she is though.
Straight like that. I like that.
Hey, straight. Let me go check my AI traps and see if you subscribe to any one of them motherfuckers, bro. If you do, I give you 50% off for life.
If I'm subscribed to who?
Any of my AI thirst traps.
Nah.
Hey,
AI chicks doing everything.
That's crazy, bro. I get real women in real life. That's crazy.
Damn. I told y'all that nigga confident.
See? Hey, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Because you pay a baby mama's $8,000 bill. You pay it.
No, I would not pay a baby mama's. I would pay the woman that I chose. Like, we just don't act like it's just a random baby mama. Like, I'm not going to my son's school and paying bitches bills. We're not doing that. But if my woman had that bill, I would absorb those bills because I'm her man. Like,
straight like that.
Whatever my
You
woman's
had the
bills
money,
are right
you
now,
would, too.
right? I would bet that her bill is probably like $5,000-$6,000 a month. We get married. You think that my wife is going to be paying bills?
No.
Like, it's just, come on, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about, you know what I'm saying, oh, well, I don't care. No. And then she decided to put her kids in, you know what I'm saying, in public school, in private school, you know, I'm just going to sell some drugs or something. I don't know. But, like, I'll do whatever it takes. You know, I pick up extra shift at the plant, whatever. I would just do what it takes to afford it. But my wife can't.
What if she wants to help you and she doesn't want you to have to pick up extra shifts, but she's willing to help?
One hand and she can shit in the other and see which one fills up fastest. One thing that I will always be responsible for in my household is a financial stability, future, and any type of obligations. That's just something that's non-negotiable for me. And you can just, if you want to give me, I'll give you a selfish reason. I like shit that my woman might not be able to afford. I like to eat out a lot. Like, so days she doesn't cook, I may want to go to a restaurant. Like, so me paying for everything, I don't have to think about like, damn, can she afford half of this? Or damn, do you know she want to pay for, like, does she get the room? I get the flights. No, I don't like moving like that. It's too many decisions. And like one of the things that, like, free money game. If you're trying to figure out like how to be efficient, reduce the amount of decisions you have to make in any type of thing you're trying to do. If you can get your decisions reduced by 3 or 4, even, you know what I'm saying, or 1 or 2, you move that much faster. So in my life, I don't like extra decisions. So now with the way the setup now, hey, I want to go here. Make sure you know you do what you need to do so you can go. Give her advance notice, it gets done. I'm not being like, all right, well, babe, I want to go to Bali this weekend. Next week for a month. You get the room, I get the flights. That shit is weird to me.
So wait. Let me ask you this, Willie. Do you believe in giving your wife an allowance at least to keep her in check so she don't just ruin your life?
Like, keeping in check. So no, like, this is the thing. I have safeguards in place you can't put my life. I'll give her a credit. I put her on my credit card. She uses that credit card for everything. Like, there's nothing that I have to worry about her ruining my life for. But then at the same time, bro, I'm not with someone I'd have to worry about that shit with. Once I think that you're going to do that, bro, you fucking gone. Like, if nothing else, just I'm not trying to no disrespect to ladies, but I'm one of the few niggas that's never been left before. So when I tell you I'll break up with her quickly, it's for shit like that. So I don't have to give my wife an allowance. Like that's not, she's not a child. She's not like one of my employees. Like that's just not how I would view that at all. I don't need that type of control. I've protected myself from, my goal is to mitigate risk. I've already mitigated that risk by choosing her. So if she's worth my time, she's worth my money. So I just add it to the Amex. Listen, spend this. Now I made to Amex like, hey, listen, I need you to put a $5,000 per purchase limit on this motherfucker just so she don't, go crazy. But still, I'm not gonna sit here and be
I
like,
think you're seeing. I think you're seeing it unfold, Willie, right now. Like, not to. This is no disrespect to Straight Like That. You're a different type of dude. So I definitely understand you. You're the type of man that you have a program, you have a standard, and you've more than likely had your woman acquiesce to said standard. So once she's arrived at a point in your life, she's going to function at your preferred level. Most men do not have relationship structure like that, so it's a foreign concept. You're seeing it fold, like break apart right now. He's like, "Oh, how would she ruin your life?" No, there's certain men that you can't ruin me. You're here because I allow it. Like you're here because I've absorbed you. So you're performing the way I want you to perform. A lot of dudes
Um,
don't move that way.
so
So
the only person that
truth.
can
Yeah,
the
go
only
ahead.
person that can ruin my life is me and an upset white woman with 911. Those are the only things that can ruin my life. Like nothing else can do it. Like I'm not living like at the discretion or at the whim of others. So my woman is the last person that can ruin my life. Well, I think that my kids probably could too, because I go to jail behind them. It's different. But
yeah.
there's not really much that my woman can do that would ruin my life. That's not a
Yeah.
So, truth. I want to ask you a question because I know we're both believers. Would you say? I just want you to give me your opinion on it. Would you say? And it's going to be kind of broad, but I'm going to give you one example, and then I'm going to be broad with it, right? So I'm going to give you an example where you can give an answer that's straight, but then I'm going to give you a broad example. Adam's judgment came because of who? And then the Most High gave parameters in terms of their roles, and that's a direct statement, right? So Adam fell because of who, right? Adam in the garden, right? He did something that he wasn't supposed to, right? And that was a woman that was submitted to him, that was made for him. Then the broad statement would be is if a man's a leader, generally speaking, in a woman's life, the reason why we're leaders is because if we just let women lead, it will not suffice to the well-being of the family or the community at large. That's why men are leaders. So
That's a
That's
good
wild.
one.
That's wild. That's wild.
hey, she gonna beat your ass talking about having multiple women.
hell yeah,
You
yeah.
saw how she did, bro, and that's just because she went through his phone.
Actually, she wouldn't. You don't want to know why? She wouldn't be with me because I'll tell her that I want another wife anyway. So she would leave me.
Hey man, she about to copyright strike this shit, G.
It was straight like that. I know for me, I don't give my woman an allowance. But she works for me technically, even though she don't do no work yet. Like she don't do no work, but
Boy, you
All right,
funny.
maybe allowance is the bad word.
she don't do no work. But we
Okay,
going.
maybe allowance is not the bad word. What I'm saying is like although you guys would provide everything for your woman, you guys still do have parameters and things in place to make sure that she won't burn the house down, basically.
Yeah, my wife won't be able to come to me and be like, "Hey, I need a Bentley today. Go get it."
Right,
Like what?
right.
That's like a nigga got caught cheating gift, and I'm never gonna do that. So no, I'm not paying. That's just not how this shit works. But what I would more likely do to make sure that she still earned is invest in a business for her, scale the business, grow it, and then let her run that. So then, or with one of mine, it's like the problem isn't her working. It's just who she works for. That's
Well,
the problem. Like my wife cannot have to ask another man permission to do shit. Like, and I mean shit, like with all the extra I's and H's. There's nothing that my wife can go to another man for and need his permission for. That shit doesn't work for me. So I
think this is a great opportunity, Willie. How would you do that for the non-select men? How would you do that without your level of affluence?
You can't. I'm not talking. I'm where I am, so I'm speaking from where I am. I'm not talking about niggas that going to work and punching the clock. Y'all gotta do what y'all gotta do. But again, that's not me. So I'm not speaking for that. But I will say this: in the military, I still paid all the bills. And bro, listen. My checks were like $2,400 on the 1st and 15th. I still paid all the bills. Her checks were $2,400. I still paid all the bills. Like, so it's not a money or affluence thing, bro. It's just a choosing to do it. Rent was $800. Utilities were $400. Cool. That's half one of my checks. Groceries another $400. Cool. And then we had a kid, so I started getting a couple extra dollars. Like, it's not. But I didn't just start doing this shit 10 years ago. I've been doing this shit since I was an adult.
Yeah. No, I believe you. I guess I don't, because I always assume that there's a multitude of men that are listening to us that aren't maybe in the financial position to do certain things, allowances or whatever. So I'm trying to get to, like you say, you've always done this. That's just the principal man you are. I personally don't think that it's just a financial thing. I think that there's just men who know how to assimilate leadership from who they are. So if I pick this woman, regardless of where my economics lie, she's only here if she can mimic, adopt what I'm giving, implement, and live life as such. This is ill regards to where my economics lie. But the way I hear it, and I think this could just be me, I think most men will say, well, oh, Willie, you do that because you're wealthy. So of course you can do that. I don't think that's why you do it. I think that's just a principle in you of how you've lived your life. But I don't think a lot of men know how to connect those dots. That's why I'm saying, how would you do it without your affluence?
My pops told me that the best relationship is when a woman is chasing a man and the man is chasing a better future for both of them. That's why he was the way he was. He told me that shit as a kid. He told me that when I got married, giving me, like, you married advice now. Looking forward, moving forward is what I did. It's like my woman picks me because she understands. I outline my program up front. Like, when we start having those long-term conversations about like when we want to get married or futures and shit, I outline my process and what my plan is, and hopefully it's something that that so you can actually like choose to matriculate to. Like, that's what should happen. She sees the plan. She's like, oh yeah, okay, he doesn't want me to work. Okay, cool. So, well, one, is he financially stable enough so I don't have to? That's one. And then two, okay, well, what can he do? What if I want to have a purpose? Then he helps me go find my purpose in her business or whatever. So that's the type of, like, a woman would understand that before we even were committed to each other. Because I'm very intentional about how I date. And I'm not just like going on dates, all willy-nilly. Like, the majority of my first dates turn into long-term relationships. So like I haven't been on a whole lot of like dates. My woman understands that, and she understands that if nothing else, she can trust me and my vision for what it is, because my vision is a reflection of my life as is now, like what it was before her. So it's not like she got me when I'm in the building phases. Like, shout out to her. Like, timing was great, but like, it's not like, she had to be with me shooting in the gym. Like, she came in when I'm already signing a max contract. So all she has to do is just prove she was worth it. Respect me, do all the feminine shit, she wins.
Yeah, and I think I can speak to that too, because like I didn't always have, like, my money's relatively new over the last couple years, 2-3 years. But like when I met my woman, I didn't have the money that I have, and like even sometimes I would use her car to help get my kids and stuff like that. So like when my car broke down, I would use hers. So like my thing is, I think a provider is a provider whether he got money or not, right? Because it's one of those, it's inside of you. And you start doing small things. It start with like small examples of those type of things. Like if you're a man who wants to be responsible for a woman, it's going to come out. Like and that's just is what it. She's going to hear it in everything that you say, the way that you talk. Even if you go out to dinner, you're going to go somewhere that works for you financially, and you're going to pay the whole bill, right? You're not going to go somewhere you can't afford and get an ask her to, pay the tip, pay this, pay that. You're not going to do that. Like I was insulted. Like even since I was a teenager, I was insulted by a woman who wanted to see the check. What you need to know what the check look like for? Why you need to know how much it is? You gonna pay for it? No. So you don't even look at the check. Don't put your hand in your wallet, in your purse, nothing like that. Even when I didn't have money. So I'm the same. I just got more money now, you know. But I think it's in you. And I don't see a problem with men going 50-50 temporarily, because as long as your woman understands your vision for the family, right? Like, so even like I said, I was always a provider. So even if my girl had to contribute, like she contributed her car, she contribute this, that, and the third, she understands where we're going to be. So she's not even tripping off of temporarily having to contribute more financially than she actually is going to long term. I think a lot of women should be willing to help their man build. You know, as long as you know that he's the type of man that you're looking for, like, yo, he's a provider, I'm gonna help you build. Because I know if I pour into you, that's pouring into myself. That's giving me more. So straight like that. How many you want more kids?
Yeah, I do.
How many more are you trying to have?
At least 2, but I allow, like, if I was to get it, if the Most High blesses me with another wife, then let's just say it would definitely not be Lizzo. I'm not attracted to bigger women.
What? Lizzo don't dropped 100 pounds and gained $100 million, bro. What are you talking about? You're not attracted to Lizzo?
Still not attracted to Lizzo.
Like,
yeah.
Shit,
I think what she's doing is I think women should be upset with Lizzo, the fact that she's losing the weight and she's looking finer, because if Lizzo gets to her ideal weight, she's coming for all y'all men. That's what she's going to do.
No. See, that's
if Lizzo gets to her ideal weight, bro,
we know she still used to be fat. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but again, we still know what the fuck she used to look like, and we know what's gonna happen once you get in a relationship and get comfortable again.
Okay, well, whatever.
Absolutely
okay, but let Lizzo gets to like 160 pounds, and she's just thick like Tim's. I don't know if you guys know the Afrobeat star Tim's. If Lizzo could get to that size, she coming for all y'all men.
First of all, ain't no calories in coming for me. Like, and you're not gonna burn. I'm cool.
I'm just saying.
If you would fuck skinny Lizzo, that's cool. Like, no judgment. But at the same time, I'm not. I would think that the majority of niggas is still not going for Lizzo, just because that's kind of like you used to be fat and now you're not fat. We know it's in you though. So like, I don't think that the majority of us are finna go for that shit.
Yeah, but what about niggas that used to be broke and now we rich?
Well, that's
still going. We still alive, baby. We still alive.
Yeah, that's. Hey, how'd your draft go?
No, I'm saying, Willie, like, what about dudes that used to be broke but now they rich?
Well, that's not. Are you comparing financial health to overall
weight?
Health or weight? I don't think that's a fair correlation.
Okay,
but like, if you said she used to be ugly, like, and she got a bunch of work done, then yeah, niggas may still deal with it. But then you got to realize that when you have a baby, that baby gonna be ugly as her mother used to be.
Well, no, I don't equate money to ugliness. I equate weight, because
like her beauty is
the
her
reason why.
agency.
Okay, well, the reason why I put weight as money is because some women are fat, but they're good looking in the face, but it's because of their weight, right? Some dudes were broke, but they were handsome, but they just didn't have no money. Well, once they got the money, they shot off.
Yeah, bro said it himself. He said fat clog arteries, broke don't.
I don't know. I think it's the same.
That's a good ass point. Because what's harder to do? Lose 100 pounds or make $100 million?
Make it $100 million.
There you go. That's why it's not the same.
Let me play this clip right quick.
So my body count.
Hold on. There we go.
Shit. It's Tyrese.
On a conversation. Yeah, so my body count is a little scary. Serious. I would be considered a pussologist. I'm just playing. Go ahead, continue. So going back to my specific career, everywhere I go, every audience I perform in front of, every club I host, I pretty much never see dudes. It's all women. It's been that way from the beginning. And so I got to a point where I'm safe here, but if I felt even more safe, I would be willing to go public with what I believe my number is. But it's crazy.
But I want you to feel safe.
What I've been doing. No, I'm not going to mention the number.
Oh no.
I'm saying what I believe my number is a little scary, because I got to a point where a powerful man of God asked me a question, and he said, without even coming at me, he just said, "Hey Reese, let me ask you, man, how many more?"
That's deep. Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, "How many more?" He did not come at me. I was not attacked. I didn't feel attacked. He didn't be like, "Come on, like how many? When you been out here doing that? I mean, come on." He said, "How many more?" So before he asked me the question, I had already had it in my head that I'm doing too much, too often, too many cities, too many states, too many countries. It's too much. But then, when he asked me the question, I made this connection. Okay, why? You either a sex addict and you out here just trying to put your wee-wee in everything and you just losing your damn mind, or it's coming from something.
How many more? I think that'd probably be good to ask somebody. How many more?
Men don't have body counts, in my opinion. I don't think that that's the thing we own, to be honest with you.
Right.
See, that's the real nigga coming out. That ain't the Bible right there.
Nah, dope.
Mm,
No, I'm not.
I agree
that's,
with him,
that's the
but
real nigga right there.
he said it like that's a good point.
To you certified your heathenness, didn't you?
See. I thought this was a safe space. You know, y'all.
I know, right? That's right. That's right. No judgment here, Mott. No judgment here. Don't do that.
That's all I'm saying. That it's not a depiction of holiness or lack thereof. I'm just speaking to the fact that, come on, let's body count as a man, like honestly.
Bro, nobody's pushing back on that. Like, well, no. I mean, the hoes about to though. Like the women that are, I'm saying they're about to. The women with high body counts, they're definitely about to, because they need men to be hoes too, because it makes, you know what I'm saying, it watered down the male female hoe ratio. But us fellas up here, we not finna argue with you. Like, yeah, it's
well, I don't know. I think if my buddy was up here straight like that, he probably would have fought you on that one. He might have fought you. Yeah.
Nah, I'm cool.
But let me ask y'all this. Will, yeah, my draft went good. I know you asked me that question a little bit earlier. So what did we end up coming up? Oh shit! Now
do it later when you get a chance.
Okay. Well, we did it in person, so he's gonna have to load it. So I ain't gonna be able to put it in right now.
You had a real draft.
Yeah. I got at least 2 of those that we do in person, so I'm gonna have another one on Friday. But yeah. But I'll put it in the King Talk group thing. I'll drop it there. So, but my question was, what did we end up coming up with as far as the dating and the courting thing? Unfortunately, I couldn't hear it all due to what I was doing. So I'm just trying to figure out, what did we end up coming up with? What was a solution on that situation? Come on, Mont. I know you got something good for me, brother.
I kind of had to slid out real quick while they was talking, because I was in the car, like, so.
Okay, brother Will, what you got for me? God damn, boy, it's getting rough, man.
Dating is only hard for motherfuckers because it shouldn't be doing it. And courting is intentionally choosing to find a woman, looking for a woman to get married. yeah, that's pretty much it. The conversation went
there was some
several
hidden.
other directions
Yeah, yeah.
after we answered those because some of those questions were simple. So it didn't take a whole lot of conversation. Like the majority of the panel was in agreement. But then
Okay.
that box wine popped out and shit went
Oh
left like that
shit.
instead of straight like that.
Okay, well, it looks like I'm gonna have to watch the replay. JR, what did you come up with, bro? I'm asking all the brother first ladies just in case y'all didn't notice.
Some of the things that was stated was we talked about discernment, talked about being intentional. We talked about basically the difference between courting and dating. There's a huge difference when it comes to that. Some of the ladies, or maybe one lady, might have had the sentiment of like connection and love, and I think I wanted to probably challenge that too, because we always talk about how when you're married, you don't necessarily love or maybe have a connection. And it could be for a period of time, but you still got to show up and do your duty. So I guess one of the questions that I may have is do people look at marriage as a job that you have duties that you must fulfill no matter what? And so whenever that love is in question, or you don't have that strong connection, are you still going to show up and do what you're supposed to do when it comes to the vows that you make? So that was one of the things that I thought about, because they were saying I got to have a connection, I got to have love, they got to be my friend, but that doesn't necessarily take place throughout a marriage. So who was all over the place with it, man. I think we gave some solutions, and again, some of the solutions vet properly, ask the right questions, determine if that person or yourself is intentional or not intentional. If you are looking to court, it's just all over the place because it's going to be different for everybody, man. I mean, some people want to date and then figure it out, and that's equivalent to taking your time, and other folks, depending on everything is situational for me. And I think that depending on what somebody is, it may be different. Somebody that's older, they already have been through everything, had they fun, and so now they know exactly what it is they're looking for and how to identify who to stay away from and who to. I know that if I entertain, us is going to just be smashing, but I know with these type of quality of people, then we're going to have something meaningful that's leading up to it. So hopefully I was able to enlighten you a little bit more.
Yeah, I was just wondering how they came out and how some of the fellas, because I'm definitely gonna make sure I get the ladies next. Truth, was you here for it? You was not.
I came in about an hour into it, but JR summed it
Oh,
up,
okay.
at least in my opinion. Yeah, I can't even follow that, to be honest with
Well, ladies, what did y'all think about it?
So what I took from it was that, like the gentleman was saying, I think courtship is more intentional. I think it's a more serious act where you are pursuing somebody with the intent of marriage and stability. And I think dating is just where you are meeting people. It's more casual. It's a multitude of people. It may not just be exclusively dating, where courtship is exclusivity. Dating is more casual. I could be dating 5 guys at one time. I'm not sleeping with any of them, but I'm trying to see who best aligns with me before I go into courtship. So that's what I took from it.
Now, would you able to hear the question? I know you put it in the back or something about what was the question.
No, sir, I wasn't here for the beginning, that
Okay.
first question, so I don't know what the question was.
I don't know. JR, do you still have the question? My bad.
You said that I asked that a question. I'm sorry, I was talking to my son. What you say?
Oh, my bad. Do you still have the question that you asked us a little bit earlier?
I didn't ask the question in a while.
I know one of the questions
I guess the one that
like about the Bible.
Money?
Yeah, I think I asked questions about the Bible. But go ahead, real dope.
No, I was just gonna say one of the questions you was asking was, is dating a waste of money for men? And that was one of them you asked earlier.
Oh, in the beginning, I think it is. I think if a man is dating without the intention of courtship, it's a waste.
Mm-hmm. one of the things because what JR said something a couple minutes ago about like women and not even just women, just like the responsibilities of marriage. And I think that I don't know what it is about women, but I think women kind of like typically they need like an not they need, but they operate off of external power sources for things. And I guess an example of that would be if a woman wanted to lose weight for whatever reason, y'all love fad diets. It gets y'all up and it gets y'all motivated to lose weight. If you just it's always something new, something. And my girl might tell me something like, "Yo, that's stupid. Like, you really gonna try that?" And she'd be like, "Yeah, it's the new this. You're always looking for a new superfood or something like that." Or um, you typically need motivation to be in a relationship, which is why women leave when they say I got bored and stuff like that. They'll say things like that because y'all typically not need. I'm keep saying need. You gravitate towards those external sources versus just simply loyalty, discipline, and the fact that you made a decision. I don't know what that would be about women that make y'all, that have, y'all prone to do that. But I know for me, like if a woman doesn't want to cook for me, if she doesn't want to do certain things, then I got the wrong woman because all the responsibility stuff is what I want. If I couldn't be responsible for my woman, I don't want a woman. Like, if I can't be responsible, I don't want you. If I can't, I want to pay the bills. I want to do these things. These are the things that I want to do. So without that, I don't know. Maybe I don't have a purpose. I don't know, but I would feel purposeless.
So
Okay.
if I may, I know this is probably like not a popular opinion, and a lot of women have an issue with it, but I, I think like me, in my opinion, I think that as a wife, there's a certain duty and responsibility that comes to being a wife. And I don't know there was something, I guess, correlating to like love. I think love is, to me, like love is like action. And it is something that you can, it is something that grows and it deepens, but there's going to be some days where y'all don't like each other. So then on the day that you don't like him, like, do you just stop doing what you're supposed to do as a wife? And I know everybody's definition of what a wife is supposed to do is different. I know my perspective is like very rejected, especially by a lot of women. But I think like my duty as a wife is to be is to serve. I think marriage is literally just to serve each other and how he deems being able to serve him. So like if that's cooking and cleaning or working in his business or working at my job or whatever that may look like for him. But it's to serve him. So then when I'm upset, do I not serve him? But there's a certain level of duty that comes with still showing up that I think a lot of women, they see their husbands as a task. That's why I believe that's why a lot of women end up divorcing. And I don't want to sit here and go down like DV and all that other mess. Like those are statistics that are out the wazoo. I don't think that it's relevant. I don't think it has any substance because I think that's just a way for women to use an excuse. Well, it happened to her, it's going to happen to me. It's just a way for women to not take accountability for the fact that they're not happy anymore because they're starting to be more self-centered instead of they're forgetting that they married a man.
I got a question for
And
you, Naomi.
mhm.
And hopefully you're not like the lady earlier and don't like questions, but I got a question for you. So, what is it about women? I don't even know. It could be women and men. I know it from my experience, just me personally. Because you said something. You said some days you may not like each other. Um, what is it about women that would cause you that have you prone to not liking your partner? Because I'm not. I was recently I talked to my girl about this before. I was like, when the last time like I was you know like I was mad at you or something like that. And she was like, "Oh, it's been a long time." And that was when we was kind of going through something of where we kind of wasn't on the same page. We had to go to therapy and kind of get. Typically, when you get married, y'all kind of go through that stage. But we went through that stage because we moved in together. You go through the rough patch, and then you figure it out. Um, but I think a lot of men are in relationships with women who some days they don't like them, and I think that's the last thing on earth that I would ever like feel towards the person, the woman that I'm with, is that I don't like you today. I'll never look at her across from the couch and just be like, yo, you my enemy today. And I just wonder about women, like, what about y'all makes you feel like that towards your man? And like, yo, today we're enemies. I don't like you. And you just look at him that way.
Well, so looking at somebody as an enemy to me is like really bad. Um, I think that's two different things. Like if you look at somebody and they're your enemy, that's like fight or flight kicks in, survival kicks in, like one of us is gonna walk away, I'll stand on the chair and karate chop you to your throat type of thing. Um, but like not liking somebody, I think you can absolutely not like your partner sometimes because ultimately you're two different people. So like and I use this analogy a lot. What happens is you're two different people. You're not taken away from who you are or anything, but you're two different people still coming together. And if you're still coming together, that means you're forming a union as strong as possible. But sometimes there's going to be days like, you know, what if they have habits? So a lot of women use the habit of the man leaving the toilet seat up. Or if you get into the habit of like where you would come in and leave your boots by the door and they're supposed to be outside type of thing. You don't like those things, but you compromise. You're like, well, you know what? These are habits that you either talk about, compromise, and readjust. And I think that when you're in a point to where you're getting married, you have to be able to compromise to readjust in some things. Because if I go into a relationship saying, this is how I am, this is what it is, this is what I bring, this is where I'm at, then I'm in essence, I'm just like, I just want you to be a body.
Yeah.
And why would I choose you? There's gonna be things that I don't like. And there's gonna be things that so even myself, there's gonna be things that my future husband's not gonna like about me. Then that
Yeah.
means I have to create the space for him to be able to come to me and say, hey, you know what? I really don't like when you do this. Or even down to communication. Hey, you know what? Don't talk to me about something until I've gotten home for like an hour or something.
Yeah.
Or don't talk to me like this. There's a lot of things that I've seen where women they talk at men and not with them.
Got you.
They're not children. You can't do that. And it's also adjusting, being able to adjust in your communication in the manner in which you do it so that you can be able to work past it. Because if you don't, even down to communication, like if so, like with you, Rope Daddy. So say if you were to approach me in a certain way, and then let's pretend let's have an analogy. So let's pretend like you're my husband, all right,
Okay.
and I'm getting stressed, and I start like, doing things like being short or being around the kitchen. Obviously, you can pick up that something is wrong with me. But if you come to me and like, hey, are you okay? And I turn around and I'm like, you know what? Leave me the F alone. Don't talk to me right now. Da 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 da. If I come at you like that, you're gonna turn around and be like, okay, yeah, you can't talk to me like that. I'm gonna be like, well, I'm frustrated. I'm just in being able to curse you out if I feel like it because I'm not having a good day. But if you as a man, you're like, yeah, no, you can't talk to me like that. I understand you're upset, but I don't think any man should tolerate being cursed at. That means me as a woman, if I have the habits of cursing somebody out when I'm upset, then obviously I lack a certain level of emotional and mental maturity to communicate. So that's something that you don't like. In that moment, you're like, yeah, I don't like that attitude. You're gonna have to readjust that. You can't talk to me like that. So what do I do? Do I either adjust to how? Because what if I have the habit of just cursing people out when I'm upset?
Hmm.
Do I adjust to your habit or do I remain in it? And ultimately,
I
it
have, a
comes
que-
down to a choice.
I have another question for you.
Hmm.
So let's say me and you were married, and you don't like that I leave my boots in a certain place, and I leave, and I keep forgetting to move my boots.
Hmm.
How would that make you feel?
So if it's just boots, I'm going to be honest with you. If I know that you have the habit of leaving your boots somewhere, then I'll have to compromise and switch and get into
Mhm.
the habit of moving your boots where they're supposed to be, whether they're
Okay.
muddy or whatever. Especially if it's a situation where you're coming home from work and you're just tired. So you have the habit of just leaving them there. So why would
Yeah.
I make it more difficult for you if you already stressed coming home? You know
Mm,
what? It's gonna take me what, 5 seconds to put them outside or rinse them off or whatever.
mm,
I would
mm,
rather do that than to walk around upset or irritated behind some boots.
mm.
You
It's
know,
not
this
realistic.
that's a very mature position because the average woman, I don't think naturally feels that way. I think the average woman would actually choose to be upset at you for a long period of time, maybe even not even talk to you, maybe even not even express to you that that's the issue. And that's I think a lot of guys have that issue where they kind of like, I know for me, I'd rather leave my boots there to teach my to like kind of go through the process of teaching my woman like, hey, I left my boots there, and how do you feel right now? Like, I don't want you to feel like you do you feel like you hate me? Because if you do feel like you hate me, let's work on it. I don't because I know for me, I don't
Mod.
ever and I'm just telling you for me, like a lot of women get caught up in feeding that demon inside of them, right?
So,
If
so you
you
gonna play mind games though?
no, we gonna work on it. We gonna work like a lot of women feed the demons. I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you. I'm not it's not testing. It's like working on something. You feed the demon inside of you that tells you, I would rather be mad at this person than to acknowledge that 5 years from now we want to be laughing at this. Because I know for me, I'll be in a burning building as long as I got her. I don't care about nothing else. And I'll tell her that about our wedding. I don't want her to be mad on our wedding day about nothing.
I
I don't
don't
want you to
care.
be like, oh, the cake. Don't do none of that because the only thing that matter is me and you, right? I don't. If you, I lead the toilet seat up. I left this out. Oh, you didn't put gas back in the car, right? All of these things in the grand scheme of things are so small, and you have the choice to either let that thing make you hate me, or you can say, you know what? As long as I got you, all of this other stuff we can fix. That's my mind. That's I try to like teach her that to be like to have just a gratitude state of mind all the time. Like I'm grateful for everything. I'm grateful for I woke up this morning. I'm not gonna let something stupid make me mad. And I'm like, I'm just because women, y'all, they'll be mad and they'll sit there and they'll be in the house with you and they'll look at you across from the couch and they'll be mad at you. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's
Oh,
ridiculous. As long as y'all got each other, that's what y'all here for. You know,
Hold on real
everything else
quick.
is
so
stupid. It can be
I
fixed.
Hold on right quick. Gracefully unfiltered. TJ, can you raise your hand back there? TJ at the back, wave your hand. Yeah, I see you in the chat. Can you wave your hand? You coming on cam? You need to make sure you're a person back there. You'll listen. You came into the back chat, so are you trying to come up and say something? You don't have to be on cam, but I need to verify that you're a real person. So wave your hand in the back, and I'll bring you up. Okay. But just watch it on YouTube. Go ahead, Naomi.
so this is my outlook on how where I'm at now. There's a saying that a lot of people use that enjoy every moment and make the best of them. My thing is that there's going to be moments that are great and wonderful and beautiful and fun and gorgeous, all of those good things. But the fact of the matter is, there's going to be moments where you're not going to be happy. Why am I going to feed into a moment that I'm not going to be happy, especially if I married this man? It makes no sense to me to sit here and make a big thing out of something that can be fixed. Either I can adjust or communicate and he can adjust. I think what the issue is a lot of women don't communicate the right way. That's where also learning your partner comes from. Because I can guarantee you, from what I've seen, all four of you men, well, or five, my bad, straight like that. So all five of you men communicate differently. I can tell you right now, all five of you communicate differently. So what am I going to do if you chose me to be your wife and I chose you to be the leader of me? then I also have to learn how to listen to the manner in which you lead, because nobody leads the same. And that means I got to learn how to communicate. I got to learn how to receive that. Because unfortunately, men, a lot of women don't like this, but men control marriage. And if he's choosing to gift you his last name, you control sex. As a woman, I control sex and access to it. But as a man, you control marriage and access to that. And if you're going to gift your last name and be the leader, then that means I'm going to have to heed your authority. But I really don't believe that there are a crap ton of men in this world that are not going to listen to their woman outside of like little things. Like these are just the little things. Why am I going to make a big thing out of a little thing and ruin the day or ruin the evening or ruin the moment or ruin the atmosphere? Because I believe that as a woman, it is my duty and my responsibility to keep a peaceful atmosphere in my home, which that means I have to have a peaceful spirit. If I'm walking around irritated all the time and I don't know how to verbalize and I don't know how to communicate, then it's like if I'm a child, because I even teach my kids, hey, you said this, did you mean this? And that's how it was taken. That's how I communicate. Because so my first language is Spanish. So a lot of the time I misinterpret what sometimes when somebody's talking to me in English. So I had to learn how to have understanding. So I'll be like, hey, so if you're my husband, real dope, I'm gonna say, hey, real dope, you said this, I took it as this. Is this how you meant it? And it gives you the opportunity for clarity. And if what you said was how you meant, then that's an opportunity for me to say, okay, well, you know what? I don't like this. And if it's not just me being emotional or me being in my feelings, I don't believe that a majority of men aren't prepared for women to just be in their feelings. I think majority of you men know that women, we get hormonal. That's why Willie was like, I'm going to make a gift basket for my lady and put it at the bedroom door. Because here, you guys know to a certain extent that women can be emotional and hormonal. But sometimes I feel like women tend to weaponize that. It's like when women weaponize their femininity.
Agreed. JR, did you get that video?
Yeah, I got it. You want to play it right now?
Yeah, if you can play it.
Been the nigga that's been the married dude in the relationship, man, thinking that that's the man to be. It's not. Because yeah, you getting all of their time, but you getting their time in a very negative way, because it's almost like when you're chilling with the girl and she don't like you. You watching TV and she's looking at you and she's like, just don't mess up the couch. You know, you always wasting stuff. And then her friend calls and then she goes, hey girl, how'd you do it? Oh, I love you. Okay. All right. Okay. Call me later. Okay, we gonna get okay, girl. All right. And then back to you, it just changes. To you, it just changes right back. That means that you ain't the one. Like, that means that right at that moment, she doesn't like you, or there's something she's going through, and I need you to be my punching bag. I'm going through something. I need to punch on you so I can feel good. And I don't mean punch on you physically, because sometimes they do.
Man, rated ain't never wrong.
That's nothing new. That's been going on since the beginning of time for women. I said it before, man. You know, look, we're gonna have to deal with that for your rest of life. They start their menstrual at the age of 11. They going through some shit to the point where it goes from menstruals to menopause, and they had them hysterectomies, no longer bleeding, but they going through hot flashes. We got to deal with that bullshit to the day they die. There's always going to be something. Now, you as a man just got to know how to tame it, control it, handle it, and adjust to it. As men, that's what we have to do.
I can just come.
Make sure you remind her and pour it back in her face. Hey, you see how you're acting right now? Is that really necessary? What's going on that you really need to talk to me about, to the point where you're acting like this, moving like this, talking like this, carrying on like this? Is it something that I did? Is it something that somebody else did? If that's the case, let's have a conversation. If not, then you need to stop acting like this.
No, straight up. Sometimes you just gotta talk to your woman. You gotta let her know, like, yo, cut it out. Like, you know, fix your face for For example, like, like be grateful for the things that we have. Be grateful that we have each other. Be grateful that you woke up today. Be grateful that you got to listen, man. I hurt my knee when I was younger, when I'm playing football, and I hurt it again when I got older. And my knee, normally I'd be back running in like 2 weeks. It took me like 6 months for my knee to get back to what it used to be. I was like, God damn. So like for a while, like I couldn't do squats or nothing like that. And I just was like, yo, I can walk now and I can run now. I'm happy. Because it's people who can't do that. It's people who we take that for granted, the fact that we can walk or we can run. People got shoulder issues and they can't throw balls no more and stuff like that. Like, so just be happy for everything.
And y'all laughed at
Shit,
me
I
when
was
I was
on mute.
talking about I want to leave a care basket outside because I don't want to deal with this rabid ass woman. Like, she foaming at the mouth and at the ass. I'm cool. Y'all make it seem like something wrong with me because I don't want to deal with it. But now, Ray J make a point. Y'all like, oh yeah, I agree with him. He's smart.
You know the thing too, like the thing is that like a lot of times women or not even women, people will, when they comfortable with you, they don't have a problem letting you see that side of them, that horrible side of them, versus like when he went to that example, when she answered the phone, like she put that mask right on for certain people. And I think that's another part of it is like, is it hormonal? Is it all hormonal, or do y'all put that mask on for certain people and you feel like I'm so comfortable with this other individual, you can see the most dark side of me, where if I go outside, I'm happy and I'm this and I'm that and the third, but when I come inside, I'm a completely different person.
Yeah, they just code switch, bro. Yo, that's why again we don't want our women working because then they go to work 8-9 hours a day, get cussed out by customers. You know what I'm saying, get all stressed out, be tired, and then come home and give us the leftovers of their day. So that's why we get to see like the worst of them because shit, they gave the best to somebody else.
And something, and the thing about it with men, we have a hard time making those adjustments. I mean, look, at least let me speak for myself. I know I do. So if I'm mad, you call me, man, you going to get this angry voice. And I apologize to you motherfuckers. I don't mean to come off angry like that, but she pissing me off. So now you got to get this same goddamn smoke. I can't just, oh, hi. No, I can't. Because now if you give me a moment, I could probably work it out within myself. But I'm going to tell you right offhand, what you want, man? Hello? Who is this? Oh, my bad, man. My bad, dog. It's not you, man. I got something going on over here, man. Let me call you back, my brother. When everything's settled and I'm cool, because I shouldn't be throwing this shit on you. Ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm mad at you. I'm beefing with my wife, man. I got to go handle this. Women, like you said, shit turned her on like oh, and soon as she hang at the goddamn phone, like Will said, she code switch right back to you. Them goddamn horns come out. That tail is swagging with that staff ready to stab you with it because she's a goddamn devil.
Listen.
Let me stop. My wife stop frying my goddamn chicken.
He said the same shit that I was trying to say. He just, said it in a wiser, older voice.
Goddamn.
The elder statesman, the married statesman on the panel. That's all we were talking. That's all I was talking about. Like everything that he just said. Like at least I was trying to give mine a fucking care package. You know what I'm saying, and get the fuck from around her. But y'all were making sure like I was the bad guy. Like,
well, hold on. What did you put in the care package? What did you
all
put
her
in there?
fucking listen. Every woman on this fucking panel and under the sound of my voice would love if their man sent them a care package of all their favorite snacks, like everything. Like talking about if your favorite meal. You're saying then you got a DoorDash schedule for later. Like every woman on here, even the non-big back ones, is gonna be like super happy about that. So when y'all was giving me such a hard time of looking at me saying I was crazy, that's why. Like you just put that shit at the door, knock on that bitch, and run off. That way, she open the door, she gonna be like, "What the fuck, nigga?" But then she see the care package and she turned back into like that little soft kitty version of herself. She just bleeding, and since she bleeding, you don't want to be around no fucking wounded animal, so you just leave. You give it a house for 2 or 3 days, go to the casino,
Man,
make some money, come back home and buy her some more food. She happy.
he said a wounded animal. God damn. Did you have a bottle of Stella Rose in there?
What other things you know is like what the animal is most dangerous when it's wounded? I'm not trying to be funny, but women are the most dangerous.
You call a menstrual cycle wounded? You call it a menstrual cycle when she's wounded?
Bleeding. It's a crime scene down there. Like,
God damn.
When you get wounded, like you want to stop the blood, like you apply pressure, stop the blood. They can't even do that. So, bruh, listen, I've survived my entire life by avoiding women on their cycle. In my military career, with my family, because it's a bunch of women on my mom's side of the family. Like, when all of them, like you say, heifers will get up there and saying it'd be all hot and bothered and hormonal and shit. I get the fuck from around them. I know what time it was.
Shout out to the hot flashes.
I asked you, can I have some juice? And now I'm a bitch ass nigga because you mad at your baby daddy? Like, that's crazy.
That's because y'all both was light skinned, dog. That's what it was.
Yeah, I'm one of the few lighter skinned people in my family. So I have to give you that.
Yeah. She her baby daddy light skinned too, so she took it out on you.
Yeah, bro. Listen, my grandfather got 24 grandkids.
Some people be saying that they light skin, and then other folks be like, "You're not light, you caramel."
Well, I'm brown, but we ain't got to start that conversation again. But like, my grandfather got like 24 grandkids. I'm the only boy, and I'm the youngest. So you already know what type of time, like, I would be going back home for the holidays. Like, if I'm at home for a week, it's at least 20 motherfuckers in that house bleeding. Like, and I gotta navigate that shit now. Like, it's just gross, and I'm cool. Shit, then I got older and started bringing my own woman to the house, and then she was bleeding. Like, it was a lot. Like, I just try to avoid motherfuckers when they on their cycle.
That's some nasty work,
ain't it?
For sure.
All them bleeding motherfuckers in one house with like an old ass house with one bathroom and one trash can in the whole house. Like, my grandfather's house wasn't. That was a shack. I was on some Shannon Sharp shit. And now you got 20 motherfuckers out there leaking out the ass that got it. I'm cool. That's why I started staying in hotels as soon as I was grown. I couldn't do it after that. Somebody, Rocketeer, said men are the ones that can't regulate their emotions. Yeah, the ones that are raised by women. And yes, Nike, leaking out the ass is insane. Y'all do that shit for 5 to 7 days a month. That is wild. Like, Eve really fucked y'all up. Like, if I was a woman and I had a time machine, I want to go back in time and beat Eve's ass.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
No, not Stevie J. Eve.
I say, damn, like, what song she made?
No, like Eve, Adam's Eve. He fucked y'all up. Like, great pains in childbirth. Now everybody know you naked, so now you got to make sure you look good so you can look good. Like, she fucked y'all.
Yeah.
All
right. Go ahead and close this out, man. I want to thank everybody that has contributed. Make sure you hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel on your way out. Shout out to the sponsor too, man. Shout out to the sponsor. Let me get this link together for y'all, man. Anson Belt and Buckle. Make sure y'all click that link as well. Drop it in the chat for y'all on the way out. Now enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday. Hinkton got his draft together.
Yes, sir.
Damn, we got Miss Pearl throwing up gang signs.
Damn.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were throwing up Crip. I didn't look fast enough. My fault.
I always throw up hearts. Where you been at? I've been doing that since I first came on.
Bang, bang.
Listen, I don't be paying attention.
Bang, bang.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a